That's funny.
I stayed muted anyway. I'm just saying this is why people get upset when they come to Flat Earth Spaces and like, I'm getting unfairly muted. I go, dude, even if you are, what do you think it's like in global spaces? You can literally not be doing anything at all. You can be AFK and come back and you're timed out. You're like, how the fuck did this happen? Oh, someone just changed their name to your name, posted a bunch of shit, screen capped it, sent it to the moderators, and the moderators actioned it.
Well, I was talking to Jem last night about because we had this idea before, where it's like if a flat earther came in, just to protect them from getting bombarded from people, we would give them like a special role that allows them to mute people, and that would kind of work and hopefully even the odds for some people.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to work because even Chemo couldn't pull off moderator, and he's a social. He knows Gem socially, and even Gem say, "Hey, here's a friend of mine. He's a flat earther. I want him to be moderator around here," and no one respected. No one gave two shits. So how? I
Chemo was
mean,
a
if
good, actually a good mod.
rank and
It's just
file flat earther could be able to pull it off.
well, it's not about modding people. It's just about feeling uh, comfortable. That way you don't feel like if you feel like there's somebody who's like persistently harassing you while you're trying to talk, you have the opportunity to mute them if you need to.
Yeah, if they're jumping in, constantly
Yeah,
jumping into the conversation. But that's the part too that wouldn't mods be able to do that themselves? I mean, I know you
yeah.
have the role, the A word, which kind of helped people understand what was going on. But I think part of the charm of Gems is this sort of it's so chaotic, it's so out there and so bizarre that's I mean, if you take that part away, it's gonna weaken the pull for why to go to that server.
Yeah, but that's why you would give that power to like the flat earthers being argued with, because as a mod, you might not want to mute somebody just because they're jumping in, because like you said, it's part of the character of the server. But
Yeah,
the person who's arguing with them, he might feel more comfortable if he can stop that person from jumping in. So
yeah. Did you try this with Geo and he lasted like 12 seconds or something like that?
I think we tried it once. I don't remember with who though.
Yeah, and like Geo was like, "Okay, I want to tell you guys about my toroidal field," and then someone jumps in, "Oh, you complete numbskull! You're like you anti-science, science denier, blah blah blah." So he mutes them, and right away a moderator just unmuted them. And he's like, "All right, fuck this, I'm out." Like 12, like people held on to
Hello
Rodeo.
there, sexy people.
Hey, what's up?
Good morning.
What are you
I was
up
gonna say
to?
though, you guys do a good job in here though, man.
Well, thank you.
You got this. You got the script down.
I can't believe there's over 20 people in here and there isn't a bunch of people screaming over each other.
Everyone's too scared to talk because Jordan Peterson's here.
Well, thank John. Did you get a chance to listen to the live stream? Did you get the answer you thought you got, or not?
I did. I was a little disappointed that he got muted when he did. My personal feeling was he could have been allowed to talk a little more. I mean, I didn't listen to a lot. I listened from maybe 4 or 5 minutes before he was muted, and I I get it. There's a difference of opinion and two different points of view, but I didn't see him being disrespectful or cursing and calling people names or anything like that. I just saw that he
What do
was.
you call misgendering then? Is that what's misgendering?
I don't get into that at all. That's not
Oh,
even
okay.
something I talk about with anybody.
But
It's just gotten too.
in your worldview, that's not calling someone names.
Oh, the thing where he said literally a woman.
Yeah.
I thought that was after the. I thought he had typed that in after he was muted.
Yes, that's the best
Um,
part. He's willing to type that in, but he's not willing to type his answer in. So, what did you hear his answer? Is it positive, negative, or zero?
I didn't see. First of all, let me clarify. I have a sixth grade education, so you're not talking to somebody who's got like a lot of knowledge of a lot of things that you do. I just from my point of view, I felt like he wasn't able to get to his full answer, and that he was trying to. Um, I heard a conversation that, on his end, to me, seemed respectful, if not, but certainly in disagreement with what was being said. It's like we're all going to have different beliefs, but I feel like it's important that we all get to speak uncensored until there's a point where, okay, this person's being abusive, or this person's being disgusting or perverse or vulgar or anything. And I definitely saw where he wasn't seeing things your way, but I wasn't seeing where he should be muted or banned because he wasn't in agreement with you. But that's me. That's my own personal opinion, and we all have our own
Yeah,
personal
so
opinions
let's
and our own
let's
views.
let's explore this, John. Okay, can you challenge someone's worldview or belief system and also not know what their belief system or worldview is?
Um, yeah, and then as we converse, we get to know more about what each other are thinking.
No, I'm saying,
Sometimes,
can you challenge it without knowing anything about it?
well, I would have to know something about it if I was challenging, because I
Yeah,
would have
so
to
his
have something to
worldview is he
challenge.
knows nothing about the topic and he's challenging it. And his proof that he did challenge it is that he got muted. So his goal right from the very beginning was to get muted because inside his worldview, he thinks anybody who's muted has debunked the flat earth worldview. So his goal was to get muted from the very beginning. And then on top of that, he wasn't paying attention. He was playing a video game. He was invested in other things. So he wasn't even here to begin with. It was like some sort of weird side quest that had nothing to do with the conversation at all. And even when we switched speakers, one person said, "You know what? I'm out. I can't listen to this guy anymore." I try to tap in. Same thing happens to me. Answer the question, because as soon as he answers the question, it either shows he understands a flat Earth worldview or he doesn't understand it. The only answer he could give would be positive. That's a hump. Exactly what Jerry was talking about. But he had to pretend like he doesn't understand that. So then he can say, I'm not, he's listening without listening, and then be like, okay, I won the internet for today. So I gave him his trophy, and now he's happy. He gets to run around the server talking about, I got muted in the flat earth section, debunked. I debuked them. Okay, here's your play a stupid game. You got your stupid prize. Time to move on.
So I'd like to. So I don't believe the Earth is flat, and I don't know what the flat Earth view is. So could you help me to understand what your belief is about flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm not sure where to, but I have to frame it. You said in a sixth grade education.
I'm saying that when words, no, I have world experience. I'm 59 years old now. I just didn't go past the sixth grade in school,
Okay.
so I'm able to
Okay, I think I can
understand
work
what you're
with that.
saying. But when there's words
So
that are used,
world experience. Okay. At any point, you said 59, right?
yeah, I'm 59 now.
9 years young. Okay. You're only as old as your heart is. So at any point in from 0 to 59, have you ever used the curvature of the earth in anything you've ever done?
Um, use the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
No, I'm a pretty small scale kind of person. I would say no.
Okay. Have you ever used the rotation of the earth for anything you've ever done?
Not that I'm cognizant of.
Have you ever been able to witness or observe gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum?
I would say no to that.
Okay, so my logical framework would be that the Earth is observed as flat and stationary, is practically used as flat and stationary, is measured flat and stationary. I will call a logical conclusion of those facts as the Earth is flat and stationary. Check or hold?
So flat, like a disc, a flat disc.
No, like flat as in like flat, like the surface is flat, not disc, not
Well,
flat as in not flat, like disc, which would be round, right? Or a cylinder would be round. I'm not talking like, okay, how about this? Have you ever used a flat? Like I say, hey, let's go out and play frisbee, and you're like, yeah, I love playing flat, and people look at you like, what's the fuck? What do you mean by flat? It's called a frisbee, dude. It's a disc. It's a cylinder. We throw this and you catch it and you throw it back to me. You go, dogs can play this game, okay? And then finally you say, oh, okay, I get it. It's a frisbee. Yay! Or I played hockey. Have you played hockey before?
yes, I have.
Okay, did you call it flat key
No, I did not.
or the puck? Is the puck flat?
Nope.
Well, the surface of the puck, right, would be flat.
Yes.
Okay, but then the other around the puck is curved, right?
Yes.
Okay, so those would be curved and flat would be descriptors of the surface.
Okay.
You ever play flat key where all of a sudden the puck flips on its side and starts rolling around the ice
No.
like a wheel?
No.
Okay. It's funny when it happens. Mostly, I live in northern Minnesota, so it happens because we would play on a local ice rink. Like the fire department would just come by and just spray like a flattened out land, a flattened out area. They call them ice rinks. And just basically during the summer, they just look like a wooden fence with nothing inside it. But when winter comes, what they'll do is the fire department will hose out, and they do this too to clear the pipes. So it's double purpose because they don't want the water to be there because then it'll freeze. So if there's a fire, you can't get to the water because now it's frozen. So they purge the pipes. And they also purge the pipes by blowing the water and they make some ice rinks.
Like the water? Nice.
Yeah. So, but what happens though is that the water doesn't flow perfectly level. There's some turbulence, and plus there's grass and other surface tension. So you don't get a perfectly flat surface. So when you're out there playing hockey, sometimes a puck will jump. It's sliding across the ice and it jumps off one of these little bumps. And funny enough, it sometimes lands on its side. You see the puck just rolling around all kind of random like. Can you picture that, or is that like too cerebral?
Really? Was that a serious question or a demeaning question?
Well, I mean, you can take it any way you want. I just was wondering if you. Okay, how about I'll bring it back. Check or hold. How about that? Did that seem to diffuse this bomb you just tried to drop in my lap?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any bombs.
Yeah, that somehow I insulted your sensibilities. So check or hold. Do you see what I'm talking about?
I'm not sure what you mean by check or hold.
Okay, check would be like you got it, you understand. Hold would be like no, you don't got it. Let's run back through it again.
Yeah, I have it.
Okay, so you got check, right?
Sure. So I have a question. I've been in an airplane one time in my life, and I don't ever want to fly again. But as I looked out the window, I saw a round Earth. It didn't look the same as it looked when I was on the ground. It looked like a globe.
Maybe get your eyes checked.
Okay.
I would say seriously, go see a optometrist and tell them, hey, I was up in the airplane and I saw a globe, and then maybe they'll help you out with that. You could have some sort of optical problem. There, well, I offer that because I think it was Jerry who, or no, it wasn't Jerry. It was I can't remember. Some one of the people here in the chat had asked GB or the Chat GPT, hey, what would happen if somebody saw a curved line, a flat line as curved? What could be some of the problems that person's having? And Chat GPT has spit out some common symptoms. It's like, visual problems, namely like macular degeneration, like a stroke. Listed all the possible health conditions that would cause straight lines to blur and become curved.
Did anyone ask Chat GPT or whatever, what it thought of a human who saw a curved line as a flat line?
Yeah, probably not.
Huh.
So you're able to look in the chat, right? But you can't type.
If you're talking to me, right, I can see the chat, but I can't type in there.
Okay, what do you see here? Do you see a flat or do you see a curved?
Looks flat to me.
Okay, so you're okay then. You can see flat lines. So what happened, do you think, when you went up in a plane? What would cause you to see a flat line that's curved?
I saw more of that surface. I saw a bigger picture.
Would that be enough though?
Enough
You saw a
for
whole
what?
globe. Your claim was you saw a whole globe. The
No,
globe.
I think I'd have to go a lot higher than I went to see the whole globe. But
Okay,
I
well here
saw
we
a curve, and what's called the horizon. I saw a curve. I mean, it was clear to me.
right there, like this is clear. Did you happen to look outside the window at ground level? Was it curved there too?
Anytime I've looked at the ground where I've been, things have looked flat to me.
Are airplane windows curved or flat?
They look round, but I don't know if they're curved or flat. Like it was an oval shape, but I don't know the actual surface, if it was flat or round.
Yeah, what about the window was oval, right? So what about the exterior part of it?
I wouldn't know.
Do you think it matched the surface of the plane?
Judging by what I've seen with automobiles, I would think that you would want to match the same surface of the plane. You don't have to, but I would think that that's what you would want to do. And the surface of the plane isn't flat. I don't know if the surface where the windows are installed is flat, but the plane generally looks like a cylinder.
So you think that might affect the way you see out the window? Like, if you looked at out at ground level, would you see it the same curve?
Would you
No.
describe yourself as a nigga?
Oh,
What?
come on, man.
What happened?
Just some dude dropped the N word. Of course. See, why is this topic so triggering?
I don't know. I don't know why so many topics are so triggering. It's like I just feel like people should be able to have conversations about anything, even in extreme disagreement. We should be able to have respectful discourse. I just, I just really feel like we should be able to do that as adults.
I agree with this, with that.
I mean, there's nothing I like more, that I love more, than someone who's in extreme disagreement with something I believe or say, but is able to be respectful about it, like without going to name calling or raising a voice or getting angry or anything. But also, we can raise our voices just when we're excited and stuff. But respectful discourse is like so uncommon when it comes to disagreement, and especially when it comes to extreme disagreement. That's why the world is in the state it's in. That's what's happening with these
Yes,
wars that are happening. Like, people can't have respectful discourse.
yeah, that's very sad.
And I found that when I engage in respectful discourse with people who have extreme uh, opposite beliefs, like completely polarly opposite than me, uh, I learn things sometimes. We can all learn from each other something. We all
Yes,
have something to offer another person.
yes. Um, no person can focus on matters, problems that are outside of his interest, you know. So this is why when we talk with new people, it's a very good thing to open your ears and listen to what they say because they have a different experience, perspectives, and yeah.
Absolutely.
But yes, the windows of an airplane, um, they are curved, built that way, in that manner. Um, Now, the passengers' windows, they are not designed to offer good visibility. They are designed to provide um, good structural strength and aerodynamics. So they don't change the aerodynamics of the airplane. This is why they add a little bit of curvature to them because they are mounted on a cylinder, so they have to conform with that shape. And sometimes you can experience very low pressure at higher altitudes, and inside you will have a higher pressure, controlled medium. Therefore, there will be a gas pressure push on the windows, and if the window was a flat surface, um, these materials, glass, plastics, they have a, they all have a different degrees of elasticity, so they will swallow, like bend a little bit, like a balloon. And if that does happen to a piece of glass which is actually by design uh, flat, it will break much easier than a piece of glass which is actually a little bit curved to a certain curvature degree, which would match that pressure differential. So when
Hey,
you
get.
actually,
Let
yeah,
me jump in real quick, all right?
yeah, go ahead.
So, John, what was the answer that Ardian DM'd you?
I'm sorry. What was your question?
You said that he DM'd you positive, negative, or neutral. What was the answer he DM'd you?
So in the DM, he asked me not to share his answer, and that for the same reason he didn't want to type it. He wanted an opportunity to talk about it and not be muted.
Okay, how about you? What's your answer? Is that a positive, negative, or neutral curve?
So I'm not sure I understand that, but I believe there's a curve.
Okay, right here. Here's the picture. From that person's point of view, the curvature to the horizon, the purple line, is that positive or negative?
So again, I'll say I don't understand this.
Okay, does that line curve up or curve down or stay neutral?
Well, the line itself is going up.
Okay, so that's positive curvature, right?
Well, it looks like a straight line to me, so I
No,
wouldn't.
okay, the purple line is a straight line. That's your view to the horizon, okay? The black line is your tangent. From the tangent line to the observer's purple line, does that line, is that a positive curve or a negative curve? Is it curving up to meet the line, or is it curving down to meet the line, or is it staying zero curvature in the line?
I'm not seeing either line curve. I'm
Okay,
seeing
right there, the line. Okay, you got the tangent line, and off the tangent, the circle. Okay, you see the circle there?
yes,
Okay, so from that circle, does that circle slope up, down, or stay zero to meet the purple line?
up.
Okay, so it's a positive, right? We call up is positive.
Okay,
Can you type that in chat for me, if you would, just so I can prove the point?
I can't type in chat.
Oh, that's right. Shit, I forgot your rank isn't high enough. Okay, that's really all it took, right there. That's all it would take is a positive line. Did you ever hear him say that?
No, I don't recall that.
And then he DM'd you an answer, which I predict wasn't even that answer. This is where you two can work it out. It said, why couldn't he just say, yep, that's a positive? That's all Jerry was saying. Jerry was saying this is a positive line. This line is positive. And his claim was flat earthers can't draw tangents on a sphere, even though I just drew two tangents. Do you see why he was muted now?
Um, I see why he was muted. I mean, I personally don't agree with the mute, but that's
Yeah, if the
that's not
claim
my place.
is okay, if the claim is flat earthers can't draw tangents, therefore the earth is a globe, is that a workable logical argument?
Well, if that's what he believes, it's an argument. If I'm assuming that if the conversation kept going, and I don't know, I really don't know because it didn't happen, but that one of you would have to concede that the other was right. Otherwise, what normally happens is someone starts cursing and calling other people names. That's usually how these things end up. Or sometimes it ends up where even if one person is clearly right and the other person's clearly wrong, two adults can just say, okay, we respectfully agree to disagree on this. But I'm not a fan of censorship or muting unless someone's like being like I said, abusive, foul language and stuff like that. But
Okay, well,
this is not my
make
position.
your
This
own
is
room.
not
Well, how about make your own room and you can have any rules you want in there. Here in the
that's
flat earth section, we work at the really is level. Arguments. You go. Did you read the rules
so
up top? Arguments require what? Evidence. Your claims require evidence. If his claim is flat earthers can't draw tangents, and I draw tangents, what happened to his argument?
well, if that's what happens, then that argument would be proven to be in error.
Okay, and then he refuses to even move past that. He just keeps saying over and over and over again, flat earthers can't draw tangents. They're completely ignoring the question on the table, which was, is that line positive, negative, or neutral? So then you tell him, well, dude, you're obviously not invested in the conversation. You're doing something else. You're not listening. You're not paying attention. So then you show him the door. Okay? Like, you're not welcome here. You're not listening. You're not paying attention. It's time for you to go. Go do something else with your life. Go be bad at something else. That's not censorship, dude.
So
Censorship would be like, hey, I want to finagle a moderator to server mute him server wide. I want to make that would be censorship. See, the problem is you think that just telling some person in one room, hey, we don't want you around here because you're obviously not even paying attention. You're just here to troll. You're just here to act to say ridiculous things about flat earthers. So time for you to go. That's not being censored. He could be here if he wanted to, but he doesn't want to be here. So I helped him follow his worldview. He couldn't get there on his own. He wanted to see how long he would last before he got muted, because inside his worldview, if he gets muted, he proved the earth was a globe. So he's going to just keep ramping up the ridiculousness, a positive curvature, until he gets muted.
well, I don't agree with you. He wanted to get muted, but I do agree that cognitive dissonance could be at play here, and he was just holding on to something. But it like for me, the concept of the Earth being flat is just very far fetched. That's to me
Well, no,
personally, but I don't close
you
my
showed it.
mind.
No, you proved the flat Earth yourself. You're from 0 to 59. You had no practical use of curvature, rotation, or the existence of gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum.
That
In your
only thing that
59 years, you've got no practical demonstration, measurement, or observation of the rotation of Earth.
in my 59 years, I did have a moment when I saw that the Earth was round. So that's what I believe. But I'm not a closed-minded person. My mind is open to any possibilities because who knows what's really true and what's
Yeah,
not true
you were
about
shown
any.
that curve of the window does not match the curve of the Earth. That curve outside the window, because here's your shape of your Earth. This was shown to you, but yet you didn't listen or didn't care to pay attention. You took no feedback. So at what point, if you're not listening or paying attention, and you're just going to say, you've seen the curvature of the Earth, why are you here?
Because I choose to be, and because I choose to hear what others have to say. Because
Okay, so what's
I
the
said
feedback
I'm
you were
very
given on the curve of the Earth that you think you saw?
that someone believes that I need glasses and that my eyesight's messed up.
Okay, because why? Why would that be the case?
Because that person believes something different than I do.
No. No, ChatGPT tried to diagnose people who saw straight lines as curved. So you're not
Chat
paying attention. You can't
GP
even repeat back what you heard, dude. This is embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself right now. You forgot that, like, you're only listening to key words and then trying to play some sort of victim status here. Do you see the curvature of the Earth at 30,000 feet?
You're kind of funny because I don't feel embarrassed at all, and I don't feel like a victim at all. So I don't know where any of this is coming from.
So do you see the curvature of the Earth at 30,000 feet?
I don't know how high up I was. I just know I saw the curvature of the Earth with my
Okay.
own eyes.
Then you complete that circle, you complete that curve. This is what your shape of your Earth is. It's not a sphere, is it? Is that a sphere? Is that a globe? What is that? What type of shape is that?
It looks like a sphere to me.
No, here's the shape of your Earth. That looks like a sphere to you?
Absolutely. Is an egg a sphere?
Seeing what I'm talking about here. Okay.
Is an egg not a sphere?
No.
So what is a sphere then?
Right here. You think this is a sphere?
A sphere with cellulose, maybe.
Okay. Oh my god. Do
Cottage
you
cheese
think so? Do
fries?
you think Earth is a sphere? Is Earth a sphere? Is it?
Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
believe.
Well, here I invite you to go look that up. Okay. Go look up what Earth is. Okay, because even if Earth is a globe, which is not a sphere, it's not a sphere if it's a sphere. Okay, so you've got some huge plot holes in your knowledge, which I don't blame you because, like you said, you stopped at 6th grade with your education. Said by you, not me.
Fuck with it.
So go look up what shape they tell you the Earth is. Okay, then run that back through your worldview, and you'll see that you're not disagreeing with me. You're disagreeing with them. Okay? They are the ones you're disagreeing with. So you go to a sphere Earth or a oblate spheroid, a pear shaped. Okay, they say the Earth is pear shaped.
Hello? Hello? Did you speak, guys? Do you hear me?
Pardon me. Yeah, Britt, when I say which way does Earth curve, that's not an argument. That's a question about your model. It's not, you know, I'm not saying Earth is flat because blah, 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 or Earth isn't a ball because blah, blah, blah. I'm asking a question about your model.
You know what's really funny? I'm clipping the other guy, John, say that it's curving up, and right in the middle of the clip, you chimed in. It's like almost like a pro editing, like
Yeah.
I think it's gonna make a off the cuff clip like that's pretty. I'll see how it sounds, but yeah, I went back because this shouldn't be easy. It shouldn't be hard to understand.
It's
You can
so easy,
clearly
dude.
you can this John who says that self-identifies as sixth grade education was able to understand that line's curving upwards. Positive curvature. So why do people who then say they have more than a sixth grade education, who also think they're smart and they're smarter than flat earthers, refuse to identify positive curvature as positive curvature? They're just stealing the oxygen from the room, which is why the room said this guy needs to be shown the door. No one they would rather sit in silence than hear one more thing out of this guy's mouth.
Mm-hmm. Should I unmute him because he's back?
Who, Britnat?
Yeah.
Well, I did the 2-day ban.
Oh, he's here.
Yeah, they can join, but then they can't type in chat or anything.
Oh,
And he did come back on the sock too.
man. Well, he came back on a sock and on his regular account.
Yeah,
He can't stay away.
yeah. So it's not like at that point, it doesn't matter what I do or what I don't do. He's gonna do what the fuck he wants to do.
No change.
Yeah, no change. If I was in control, he just wasn't able to change his subjective worldview to something more reasonable. But he won't do that. You're not going to get anywhere. They'll never, at this point, they're so dug in that they'll never say positive, even though other people have said exactly the same thing.
Yeah, but I could prove with their picture that it's positive. like it's like right there, but they won't. Just because it's someone who doesn't think the ground is a ball saying it, I can't be right, even when it's right there in front of their face.
Yet to the point that they'll even identify you as a flat earther, even though
Right.
you told them no, you're not.
You guys ain't flat earthers?
Not Jerry.
Yeah, come on, Jeremy.
Yeah, he is. What have you been doing? What have you guys been doing?
Not anymore. Come on.
Well, you're back to the globe?
No.
So what do you with concave?
You know what elevation changes are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, this is that stupid shit. Come on, Jerry. Really?
Dude, come on.
Yeah. So it's curving.
It
But
curves up and what?
We're not curving up in a concave. We're not curving down into a globe. So it's on a plane, right? It's like planar.
No, Earth curves up and down from horizontal. You know that.
Yeah, but we're talking about like overall. You know what I'm saying? It's not like curving overall into a concave Earth, and it's not curving overall into a globe.
I've
All the
never seen any.
elevation.
Yeah, I've never seen any proof of any of that. I don't even know how you'd measure that.
Yeah. Well, you'd measure it from the baseline of where we take elevation from.
Exactly. And you
which
measure up and
which
down.
we can measure, which we're measuring as planar.
Oh, I don't know. It's weird.
Bro, you're getting lost in the sauce, Jerry, with goofy shit, bro.
No, it's easy, man. It's easy.
Don't get lost in the sauce now, Jerry.
The thing is about being model afflicted. I know exactly where Jerry's coming from. If you start putting a model before reality, you end up in some very weird logical contradictions. because a model is a logical fallacy, reification. So starting off with a fallacious argument, a model, imaginary reality, and then getting to a point where you can describe objectively not flat surfaces as flat is a contradiction. I understand exactly what Jerry's saying. What I don't understand is he'll tell you that, say, I don't identify as a flat earther, and you say, nah. That's the part that I find interesting.
Yeah, even if I could prove it's not flat, I'll still get called a flat earther.
Model affliction. Because in their model, they need anybody who doesn't accept glob is a flat earther.
Look, that Earth isn't flat because elevation change shit is retarded. I'm sorry, guys.
That's a fact, though, isn't it, Jeremy?
Absolutely, it's a fact. Come on, Jeremy.
That there's elevation changes, yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that we're getting all our the elevation profile from a flat baseline.
A point. MSL is a point.
Yeah. It's a point on the vertical data.
Geometrically not flat. Go over it.
No, it's definitely flat. You guys are all fucked up in the game. The thing, because it's not curving up to be concave Earth. It's not curving down to be a globe. So if it's not doing those two things, what else could it be?
You
Not
know,
flat.
what have you measured? Where have you been?
Jerry's worldview, he calls that model afflicted.
No, it's not model afflicted. It's just it's not doing this one thing and it's not doing this other thing. There's no other option left.
Well, see, ball believers say it doesn't curve up or down. They say it's all perspective. So they're really the flat earthers.
Dude, there's a lot of retarded shit going around. I'm not gonna lie. This is one of them.
I mean, they can't even explain ships on the horizon. They say it's going down. Then you add another observer. Then it's going up, down and up. Oh, it's all perspective, not actual. Because if it was actual, then the water would flow. The water's not flowing, so it's not going up or down. You know, it's a mess.
I came in because of a different fucking stupid argument, and we're gonna get me wrapped up with this one. Jesus.
Well, Jeremy, okay, if something's not flat and you call it flat, what is that?
Do we realize there's elevation changes? This is like
Okay,
a troll
hold on.
argument.
Take a step back,
What do you
okay?
mean, hold on, dude?
Because you're getting model afflicted. I'm trying to see if I can defuse this model affliction. So at least at the end of the conversation, you'll be able to understand that Jerry is not a flat earther. That's my goal here, okay? My goal here is Jerry identified. He said, I do not identify as a flat earther. Don't call me a flat earther. And you refuse to even respect that. So I'm hoping I could then get you there with a very simple logical framework. If something's not flat and someone calls it flat, is that a contradiction?
Maybe. Here's the thing. The thing though is that this is like a troll argument from years ago.
Well, you're adding context to it that doesn't belong there.
Crit, relax, bro. Relax. This is like a troll argument. People used to come in and argue against us in 24/7. Earth's not 2D flat. There's elevation changes, like, and you guys rolled out with it. Are we curving up to be concave Earth or curving down to be globe Earth? If not, guess what? There's really no other option. This is like a bad troll from years ago. This whole
It's like
Earth's not flat
tribalistic.
thing. What's up?
It's tribalistic. You're telling Jerry has to pick a team, and when you refuse to pick a team, then he's a troll. How about this? Can Jerry's comments that have nothing to do with you also be a troll to you?
In Jerry's what?
So Jerry says, I don't identify as a flat earther. How is that trolling you?
This is just a troll argument from years ago
Okay,
about Earth not being
to
flat
who?
'cause it's
Who's
not
it
2D.
trolling?
I didn't hear your first part of my sentence because I was still talking. Would you say, Crit?
Who's trolling who right now? I hear you
I don't know.
trolling.
I really don't know who's trolling who because this is a troll argument, and we all know there's elevation changes. However, overall, it's not curving up, and overall, it's not curving down to be a globe. So I don't know who's getting trolled here. Is it me or Jerry?
Okay, who is the one who introduced themselves into the argument? You or Jerry?
What argument?
Yeah, Jerry says, I'm not a flat earther, and you told him, yes, you are.
He is. He thinks all the horizontal, the elevation change is coming from a horizontal baseline, right?
Yeah, but that's just reality.
Yeah. And levels horizontal and perpendiculars or plumb lines are parallel. That's all flat earther, dude. Trying to
Okay,
get
if
out
that's,
of losing some argument versus a glober by saying you're not a flat earther. Like, I don't know. This whole shit's weird.
I'll never lose an argument.
You're doing it right now.
You're losing this one right now, yeah.
No, because I can prove that it's not flat. No, nobody else can do that except people who live in reality and not models.
But a level line is a straight line, right?
Yeah, if you could prove it, can you prove that?
No, I'm asking you what you think. If a level line is a straight line.
Yeah, I could prove that.
Right, and straight is flat, right, by definition, right? Because there's no curve.
Well, flat is like a inductive thing, right?
What does
'Cause,
flat mean?
Flat generally means no elevation changes.
So a straight line doesn't have, as a straight horizontal line have no elevation change, right?
Well, it would be measured from horizontal. So horizontal is the base line.
Right,
Straight.
so a horizontal line has no elevation change, right?
That's a nonsense question.
Oh, if that's a reference line, and that line itself doesn't deviate from itself.
Yeah, that's why it's a retarded.
Right,
thing
so
to
the
say.
answer is just yes, right? So it's flat by your own definition.
No. Earth is not flat. Sorry.
I didn't say the Earth. I said a level line. By your own definitions. It's a flat line.
Well, if that's what you want to say, go ahead.
No.
But, right, but Earth is not level. Okay.
I'm not saying that. I'm asking you if a level line is flat, and that's all. That's all I'm saying.
No.
I didn't say Earth once.
Wait. A line cannot be flat. A line.
A plane then, a horizontal plane.
A line can be
let's go with a plane then.
straight or curved. Yeah.
Right.
Flatness describes a surface.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. So plane. Yeah, horizontal plane.
Thank you.
Yeah, horizontal plane, a level plane then. A horizontal plane is all level, right, Jerry?
Say that again?
A horizontal plane is all level, right? All of it is level.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so you're a flat level earther, right? Or a flat leveler.
No, I'm just I'm just Jerry.
No, I wasn't asking about your name. I'm asking what you believe, because given your answers, that's you believe that level is flat. Because flat plane,
only
flat
happens in
horizontal.
mathematics, not in real life.
So Jerry,
Right.
nothing's flat. There's no thing on Earth that's flat then, right?
Jeremy, this should be a wake-up call for you, because right now you're in the same land that Bacon is in.
Which is a good thing.
That's how bad your cognitive dissonance is. That you're
So-
coming at Jerry the same way an anti-flat earther is coming at him. Wouldn't that be now run that back through your worldview? If you think there's two teams, which team are you playing for right now?
I'm on the flat Earth team. So Jerry, nothing on
Seeing
Earth is
exactly
flat.
the same
Hold on a
verbiage
second.
that
Let me just
Bacon's
ask
using.
Jerry a question before you cut me off.
Yeah,
Jerry,
it's okay.
Nothing on Earth is.
Yeah, it's okay. I can cut you off, Jeremy. You're not running anything here but your mouth. You know, yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Well, that's triggered a lot.
Yeah, this guy, like, he stays heavy on the mute button, but if he gets muted, suddenly it's a problem. Just stay in your safe space. Just get the fuck out of here. Just stay. If you're that triggered that someone says they don't identify as something, then you're in the wrong venue. You really are. So we think, Bacon, if someone doesn't identify as a flat earther, are they a flat earther if they don't identify as one?
Well, sometimes. Would you agree that sometimes people identify with stuff that they're not actually?
So you're a flat earther too, then, in your worldview?
No.
Yeah.
Not identifying as a flat earther doesn't mean
Yeah, because
be
in
a
your
flat earther.
worldview,
That
if you
didn't
don't
imply
identify
that.
as a flat earther, that makes you a flat earther.
That wasn't the reasoning at all. I didn't
Yeah,
say that.
exactly the reason. As soon
That's
as you
not what I
don't
said.
identify as a flat earther, that makes you a flat earther.
I never said that. I never said that if you don't identify, therefore you are. I said therefore you still might be, because people not always label them correctly. I might say I identify as a helicopter. That doesn't mean I'm a helicopter.
It means that you
Right.
identify as a helicopter.
Yeah, which doesn't mean I am a helicopter.
Yeah, which means that you identify as one.
But that's not what we're debating, whether or not he
Yeah,
identifies.
Jerry says,
The
I am
question is
not a
whether or not
flat
he is.
earther. Is Jerry a
Yeah.
flat earther?
Usually when the person says that applies, yeah.
So no.
That's
I'm
not what
just
I
saying,
said.
are you able to even repeat back what Jerry said? Jerry said, I'm not a flat earther. What did Jerry say?
He said that he's not a flat earther.
Understand about that? Like, how are you that bricked that you can't understand that?
I can definitely understand he's claiming that.
Yeah,
but at the
Jerry
same
says,
time,
I am not X, and you say, nah. You think nah is supposedly like a workable framework?
I also didn't say nah. I actually asked him many questions that lead to that conclusion. I didn't just say nah. If you didn't hear the questions and you didn't get the reasoning, that's not on me. But I didn't just say nah.
What are we talking about?
Did you ask what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, if someone says that they could prove Earth isn't flat, and then someone else says, "What are you, a flat earther?" That's retarded, isn't it?
I guess. I mean,
right.
Debate for the sake of debate is fun. I don't know if it's a great debate, but I mean, because there's too many scientific metrics that counter the neo-science that would be necessary for flat Earth. So then the argument devolves into basically people throwing different scientific theories ones with more proof and ones with less proof at each other.
Well, do you think that the ground is a ball?
That the ground is what?
A ball.
A ball. Well, a ball is very small. Do I think that the Earth resembles a sphere closely enough that we can call it a sphere? Yes.
Okay, how did you prove that to yourself?
Well, I didn't. I did, but I inducted it because there are scientific metrics that measure this. So I looked at things like wavelength studies and distances and metrics that it takes. So, things like the amount of time, metrics such as the amount of time it takes for light to travel, refractory rates, refractory angles, and all of these sciences actually work together to make sense together. So when you have like two separate fields and then they converge to make sense and conclude the same, and then you do it over and over and over and over and over, and you get like maybe 5 or 6 theories that seem to comport to the same sum, that's usually how you know it's contemporaneous or true. I mean, that's how science works. So the issue is I do know that, and as far as we can know science, yes.
Okay, so you said distances, right? Like what distances specifically are you talking about?
So as an example, like light refracts at a specific rate. This depends on humidity. This also depends on air density, composition, elevation, which determines those things. Gravity plays into it, which is 7.4 pounds per square inch, or it's 8.1. Trying to remember. So all of these things combine to cause things like mirages. A mirage is a perfect evidentiary basis for why we know there's a curvature, even if it's extremely slight because of the vastness of the mileage or the scale. The reason over 150 miles of desert you will see cliffs that are actually 500 miles away is because over that slight angle change and given the humidity density of the air, the image is able to bounce and bend through the air off the refractory surface of the ground. This happens especially in reflective places like salt flats, deserts. So there's things like that. There's laser metrics too, where they have attempted to align lasers at certain distances, and they do align, which somewhat substantiates the flat part. But then they go further distances and they realize actually there is a difference. This is the Coriolis effect. This is the same reason when we fire rounds on Earth, we have to compensate for the fact that it's going to magnetize itself effectively towards the Earth as it flies through the air, which is also known as drop shot. So the drop shot on a rifle also proves the curvature of the Earth.
So did you say that lasers are affected by the Coriolis effect?
Well, no, it's evidence of a curvature, because if you go to a certain distance, the laser, when pointed what we would consider horizontal perfectly using a level, scientific level, does not reach that same point once it goes a certain distance. It actually bends around well, yes, to a slight degree. It shows the offset, is what I'm saying. So if I was an inch above the Earth's surface, 1,000 miles from you, and I shine a laser straight, by the time the laser gets there, there's a good chance, and I'm not a geologist, but that it's going to be over 1 inch off the ground. There's a definite that it's going to be over 1 inch off the ground because the ground under it has descended gradually. It may even be 1.25 inch. It may be very slight because of the scale we're talking about. We're talking about, I think the planet is 28 to 30,000 miles in circumference. So
does Earth ever curve up, or does it just curve down? Hello? I guess you left.
Hello. So what's the conversation on now? Anybody have the floor?
Well, the guy said the Earth curves down, and then I asked him if it ever curves up.
Mountains.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, so Earth curves up and down, like I said before.
Well, it experiences elevation changes.
Right. Curve up and down.
You can have a
Okay.
sphere that has spikes on it.
A sphere with spikes.
Yes, that's what a mountain is. Actually, absolutely. There's some that are visible from space too.
Correct. That is correct.
Well, you measure the mountain relative to horizontal, right?
What do you mean? The base of a mountain?
Yeah, you measure the height of a mountain from a horizontal plane, like from a point on a vertical datum, right? You
measure it from the center
upwards.
of the Earth outwards, starting with the top plate.
I call her mommy.
No.
Yes, you do.
No.
Call her mommy.
No, you measure from sea level, don't you?
Yes, that's exactly the plate tectonic that I'm talking. That's exactly the tectonic plate that you're going to measure it for. Yes, sea level.
No, that's just a point, right? That's a point that they get from the like the average.
From the fact that that's where the
high and
average.
the low tide.
Yes, from the fact
Right,
that
so
that's the average depth of the land mass on the Earth. Yes, that
Right,
is why we
so it
use.
has nothing to do with the center of the Earth, does it?
Well, no, yes, because if the center of the Earth was any further or lesser, then we would measure it totally differently. Because the mass of the Earth would increase, the size would change, all of it. So yes, it is all related. Yes.
Well, you measure the elevation from sea level, which is just 1 point, right?
Yes, but that point would expand in scale or change in position if the Earth's core, the Earth itself, wasn't composed as it is.
I see. So, just forgetting all that, what we actually do is measure vertically from that point, up and down, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's all. So if Earth curves down, then we could measure that, and if it
Curves
up,
around. Down
curves
is a relative, yes, a relative term. Down, yes, because yes, if something's round with a pull towards the center, a 3D spherical object, and there's a force pulling towards the center of this 3D sphere, then down does become relative to your position. Or one would say down is that third dimension of being pulled towards the ground, and or the fact that we are all standing and sitting where we are right now. But down is somewhat relative, yeah, because people would say, there are people on Earth that will say, I was down in a northern place. So down does become relative due to the spherical nature of the Earth and its rotation, yeah, to a degree, colloquially, yeah.
All right, so when you say that you shoot a laser out and then the surface drops down from it, you can't really say that that's down because it's relative.
Well, it's around, but it is lower.
Oh, okay, so up and down are not relative then, right?
Well, no. This is the same spike on the sphere issue you're having.
Okay, can we stop? Wait.
Hold on, no, just really quick. We're at a good point here. You can have different heights extending from a sphere. That doesn't change the sphere's existence or nature.
No, those spikes are part. Wait. Okay, so he's retarded. Okay, so this is dumb. All right, there's no spikes on a sphere. It is a sphere. Okay, if you zoom into a relatively smooth ball, you would see that there's jagged elevation. The thing is that he is creating a picture of there's this spike on a sphere. There is no spike on a sphere. It is perfectly a sphere if you were to shrunk down the Earth. Yes, we are talking about Earth. If you were to shrunk down Earth, right, then it would be relatively smooth. The thing is though is that the Earth is so incomprehensibly big that like for example, like if I were to tell you the actual diameter of the Earth, you would be like, what the fuck? This makes no sense. Obviously,
I thought it was like 28,000 miles.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
28,000 mile diameter, huh?
Right?
Yeah. No, but that's not.
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah.
No, but
I'll just look it up right now since you're acting like hot shit.
Okay,
believe
but
the radius is 39.59 miles, and the circumference 24,901 miles.
okay,
They've never.
so I was right. Anyways, but yeah, so the thing is that like we have to compare the
Yeah,
Earth.
24,901. I said 28. So yeah.
Yeah, that's that. I told you that wasn't it. So stop crying about it.
No,
Anyways,
I
but
am right. 24,000. What was your guess?
I didn't make a guess because you're trying to land me on this.
So
I
I
don't
said
care.
28.
I don't
Okay.
care. But your
But you
brain
said
can't
it's not
comprehend
and
that.
scoffed at
But
it.
your brain literally cannot comprehend that without a comparison. So here's the thing, right? Is there is no jagged fucking sphere, like thing like stalagmite coming off of a sphere.
No one
Like
said that.
all
You're
that's
psychedelia.
literally
analogy.
what you're saying.
No.
You're
just no. You're
no,
exaggerating.
Earth is spherical. You're dumb. I'm
Yes,
sorry. You're
I
just
agreed to
slow.
that. I was the
Okay.
one arguing
You've been
that.
arguing with this dude. No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No,
I
this
am on the
flat
side of a
earther is
spherical Earth.
burying you right now. You realize
No,
that, right? You
it's
sound like
not.
a fucking idiot. All right.
Okay,
Just letting you know that.
This is you just
You
clouding.
sound retarded.
This is you clouding, bro.
And
sorry
this
you're
is you
bored.
getting salty, bro. On God, yo,
You
touch some
just came
grass.
in here,
Okay.
too. You weren't even
Yeah,
in here
no-
for the discussion.
Bob, you didn't follow the context of the
Retarded.
conversation. He was
Yeah.
explaining that the Earth is a sphere, but even though, yes, a sphere, if we're talking about geometry, it doesn't have bumps, we were basically saying it's a sphere with bumps, more or less. Sure, it could be overlay, but to illustrate the example, so the fact that you're arguing definitions, it was just a vague example of explaining what the Earth is. It's going down this direction makes no
And
sense.
you're spazzing, which is causing you to appear like what you said I was appearing like, which is weird.
Okay, cry about it.
Well, I don't know. Maybe just lay off the caffeine a little.
Okay, and lay off the copium.
Well, yes, I'm coping.
I
Anyway.
was having a conversation here. Go ahead. Yeah, I was gonna deviate. You wanted to continue your
No,
direction?
I was just gonna say, yeah, of course you can. I don't think his example stands. I think that mountains and Coriolis and all of the things I mentioned prior to this interruption are good evidence that we are a sphere. There's deviations in the sphere. There's layers to it, but yeah, it's a sphere. It's not a giant flat thing. We don't go up and down. We're not a halo land. We're not a flat disk. It's just, yeah. Okay.
I had a conversation here maybe, I don't know, a week ago or something. I know this has been argued to exhaustion, but what's the reason why pictures aren't accepted by flat earthers? Like, okay, yes, NASA could fake those pictures, but then would the burden of proof be, who would the burden of proof be on then? If I say, hey, if they ask me what's the evidence that Earth is a globe, I say there are all these pictures and videos that we see from space, and then they say, wait a second, those are fake. Would the burden of proof be on them to prove that it's fake, or how does that work? Or who would the burden be on?
Yeah, I mean, there's some that are so aberrational. There's such an aberration in some of the things they've shown us that it does call it into question a little bit sometimes. Now, here's my general theory on the whole faking thing. I wouldn't be. I mean, don't put it. If you're even decently read, not super literate, in 40 years of American history and what they've done and what the American government's done behind the scenes with different things, you're not out on a limb to say, oh, I don't know, 1 out of 10 videos is bullshit. 5 out of 10 of these things they put out are bullshit. Now, that's what I would imagine, right? Because usually with sophisticated liars like the United States government, they're going to have things that are true and then things that are untrue. And these things are going to be mixed together and then presented as whole truths. So that's what I generally think happens. I think some of that shit is definitely in a training chamber, and I think some of it's definitely in space. And these things are almost indistinguishable. That's the point. Right? Like that is what the training environment's for. So of course you could shoot a promotional video in a training environment and then market it as a real video. And then you could also shoot real videos from space and wait 6 weeks for them to get back down here in their uncompressed form, because it takes quite a bit actually, and upload those too. So it's all possible. I think it's usually half truth, man.
Sure. And the reason I go down this train of thought is like, okay, if somebody presents evidence, and somebody else like dismisses it, there has to be fair grounds as to why to dismiss it, right? Because you can't just dismiss evidence, right? So that, and I'm trying to fully understand. Okay, the point that you mentioned, the U.S. government and other governments, of course, they're gonna lie about certain things. So a
Well, and
certain percentage of
especially, and let me just add, and especially space. Especially the reason for that mainly being that it's out of sight of almost all of human population except the most classified parts of governments. So especially space, even more than things we would usually imagine. Of course, we would, it would be reasonable or to say ostensibly this is where we're going to get the most bullshit. Right. Some of the most. Aerospace, space, things that we as the general populace aren't looking at and can't see usually with normal equipment. So, I mean, yeah, I really do think that a good amount of it's marketing. I think that's how they justify it ethically, if that's what you mean. It's like, well, why? How could they do this? Well, marketing. They need to promote NASA. Period. If you work for NASA, you're NASA. That's what you would say. You'd say, well, we have to shoot this video in the training thing of her floating around and eating because we want to show people how we eat in space. We just don't have anyone in space right now. And then the setup right now, and no one's, the government's slow. It's a bureaucracy. Yeah, I'm sure some of that shit is fake, but it's promotional and it's probably nearly identical to what really does happen. So that's the whole problem. It's like the most disingenuous kind of bullshit because it looks like the real thing. But that's my case for it. I think that I don't think I'm far fetched there. Doesn't that happen with war? Doesn't that happen with space? Doesn't that happen with aerospace? Governments do this all the time.
Okay.
Look at the Middle East. It's all half truths on both sides, but with a lot of truth there. That's how it works.
So then let's go into like science. When do we, if somebody publishes a paper, right, in a journal and that's peer reviewed, that would be a different context, right? So that would be outside of the scope of the government, or maybe the government has their hands in it to some level, or but if it's peer reviewed, that means that there's different entities that don't have the same incentives that would be testing it to see if they get similar results.
At least hopefully, unless unless in specific cases, those 6 different peer reviewers are all different intergovernmentally funded entities, which happens a good amount. That does happen. They'll have 7 very accredited authors, but it turns out every single one of these authors that peer reviewed it are taking money from this government, that government, this government to basically include the same thing. This is why I say half truths. And it's interesting because you can usually look through that structure and determine what is bullshit with that filter. That's kind of why the money helps. This is why anti-capitalists don't understand how useful it is. A paper trail is what's created with currency as well. So you can always you can kind of vote with your dollar. You can kind of also track and determine what's true. This is why, I'm pretty right wing, and I think Fox News is 95% of bullshit. I mean, they have a corporate board, they have investors, they have advertisers. This is etc. This is half truths at best most of the time, and we know this. Everyone here knows this. You guys are young. You've been reading the news for 5 years. You know when it's MSNBC, they're lying about half of it, and you know when it's Fox, they're lying about half of it. That's not unfair to say on average. That's exactly the problem. Because half of it is true. And then you go off and you quote all of it. And NASA relies on this. CIA relies on this. DoD relies on this. Mm-hmm. Oh, we're the purse strings. Purse strings. That's why. Follow the money. Don't look at what the professional is. Look at why they are a professional, where that money came from. Then look at what they conclude. Not what, but why.
What's up, my flat Earth brethren? What's the topic of today?
Good morning.
What up?
Just listening to those guys up there in the Israel channel, man. So early in the morning for that kind of debate.
There you go. Check that out. That's pretty cool.
Oh, it's tab. Oh, the Analema. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a headshot for the globe model. This is why when they invoked sky magic, they probably shouldn't have done that, because they cherry picked a few sky magic observations and ignored the vast majority of them. This morning I was on another server, not Gems, mind you. We're talking about Gems with Kosho, but that was an old story, completely different server, and they not even involved with Flat Earth at all. It's just like a social server, kind of like a just people talking and whatnot. No real topic of conversation. Just whatever comes up comes up, and they just by chance were talking about Flat Earth. We're mostly talking about flat earthers, mental illness. So I was like, huh, I wonder, like some of the people in the server know I'm a flat earther, but they didn't say anything. So I'm like, yeah, there really is a mental health crisis in America, isn't there? Like, oh yeah, there is, And I went through my whole Golden Gate Bridge, effect and whatnot. And at the end of it, people are like, oh yeah, this is something needs to happen. Government should do more to help people and whatnot, blah blah blah. And sure enough, as soon as some sort of level of understanding was met, some snowflake squawks, "Crit's a flat earther!"
Oh, jeez.
I know, it's like this is why they need to do that, because they see that inside their worldview, flat earthers have to be illogical, unreasonable. They have to be conspiracy theory minded. Nothing they say is testable or repeatable or observable. It's all just freak outs, anti-science, like anti-authority. So when I presented an argument inside the globe that also matches sort of flat Earth, and people are like, yeah, that's really powerful stuff, Crit. Some dude just couldn't contain himself. Just couldn't contain himself.
Hey, so I've been talking about something that you just said a lot lately, and that's that you can come up with evidence for the flat Earth from things that would be inside the globe model. But that's not evidence for either model. Evidence has to positively indicate one model over another. Otherwise, it's just like an observation that you have chosen to attribute to either model without explaining why.
Yeah, the
like
part.
The Analema.
Yeah, Doug. What makes it testable is you'll get people on the globe side who will argue against the globe if a flat earther presents it.
Yeah, but I didn't say anything about testable. All I said was like, if you get evidence like we see too far, that doesn't indicate a flat Earth or it doesn't indicate a globe Earth unless you can show that it could only be possible on either model. And same with the Analema. To show that the Analema is possible on both models doesn't indicate that it's evidence for a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
Yeah, and that's the main point, that you'll get people who will argue against it even though it doesn't prove anything. Just because a flat earther said it.
Yeah, but there's someone arguing for or against something because of some emotional state doesn't indicate whether it's true or not. That's a genetic fallacy.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the point that me and Jerry were making. That they've
you can make an inductive reason for why,
like they've added attributes to flat earthers.
Why someone...
The Earth is a globe because flat earthers are wrong. So when you give them something that isn't wrong, objectively not wrong, even in their own model, they'll still argue with it because their original thought process was the reason why flat earthers are flat earthers is because they're X people. These people are illogical, unreasonable, completely batshit crazy. They're conspiracy theorists. They're dangerous to society.
Yeah, so think about it like this. So if I say a person's view on something that we all know to be X isn't X, I should dismiss what they say as probably untrue because something that we all know to be true, they believe to be untrue. So there's some problem with the way that they think. I think that's where people come. It'd be like if I was to say 2 + 2 = 5, and then I was trying to correct some equation that you had in the future, you'd look at me and go, this is a dude that thinks 2 + 2 = 5. Why should I listen to him about like how to solve a triangle?
Oh yeah, I totally hear you. It'd be like one that you get to pick and choose who you want to listen to. One that I think it's Voltaire. I'll have to look it up again. One of those first wave atheists said it's very dangerous to listen to the wrong people.
Yeah, exactly. So one of the reasons why most people will dismiss what you say is just because, you know, flat earthers are wrong about so much that why should we listen to them on just about anything? Even if they are correct, why should we listen to them? Just like, why should we even entertain the fact that they could be correct?
Then use that to test the worldview. So they've got a claim on the table. These people are so incorrect about something that is objectively observable, flat stationary world, even though there's an explanation for it. And also, flat stationary fed into the globe model. So you'd start from that. Even if you throw all that aside, just burn all books prior to like the 1500s, and you start there with the Catholic Church saying God created the heliocentric model. You start there and then say, now they're so wrong, I'm not going to listen to them. And then your proof of that would be to set up multiple Discord channels, set up debates, debate flat Earth, debate, come talk about flat Earth this, flat Earth that, one channel after another, constantly platforming the one group of people with a claim on the table that they are uniquely disqualified from being able to, don't listen to these people. It's a broken worldview.
So
it highlights how illogical the globalists are, that they have a blaring contradiction in their worldview that they're not willing to A, identify, B, explain, or C, they just go on the attack and dehumanize the flat earther.
Like, what's the illogical, like, what's the contradiction or whatever?
Yeah, the problem is that the contradiction you're proposing is that 2 + 2 = 5, right? And you're saying that that's the gap in that everyone else cannot explain.
Yeah, the 2 + 2 = 5 comes from a movie in 1984 where the systems of authority were torturing Watson and telling Watson, tell me 2 + 2 = 5 and I'll let you go. You can go free, you can walk out the door free and clear. No charges, no punishments, nothing. He's like, no, I'm not going to do that. And after being tortured and beat down and systematically abused, he finally was able to say 2 + 2 = 5, only because the guy said, do you believe it beyond our mathematicians' ability, beyond our astronomers, our mathematicians, our experts, to systematically to prove to you that 2 + 2 is 5? Do you think these people lack ability, that you've got the ability they don't have? And he just couldn't take it anymore. The pressure of authority and power pressing down on his neck, like what they said so in the book. What do you want? What do you view the future to be? I view the future to be a boot on someone's neck, pressing down for eternity. And that's why the globalists set up those spaces where they've got full control. They get to decide who talks and who doesn't talk. And inside adult learning, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, they've got everything they need or want to be able to learn. And the first step in the hierarchy of learning is remembering content presented to you, Bloom's taxonomy. But the globalists will reset over and over and over and over again. They can never even get to that first step, even if they have all the control, because there's a blaring contradiction in their worldview that they never address. They never are able to address it. Which one is it? Is flat Earth blatant, harmful disinformation, or B, is peak entertainment value? Let's platform it. Let's make podcasts, YouTube channels, Netflix, all kinds of conventions in Las Vegas, flat Earth conventions every year. Which one is it? Because those are direct contradictions.
No, it can be both, Chris. That's something you don't understand. Those are both subjective opinions. So you can have different people have different subjective opinions. So I think flat Earth is kind of entertainment, but I also think it's very harmful and just incorrect, and that people shouldn't have flat Earth beliefs. That's why I try to come onto places like this, and I try to make sure that if someone in my life became a flat earther, I'd have the tools to actually discuss it with them and try to dissuade them from that worldview. Because especially if it's a friend or family member, their worldview of the flat earth is probably going to harm me at some point, even if it's something as stupid as like I won't be able to eat certain food around them because I'll have a conspiratorial view about what's in the future. But I would just like you to explain how someone's subjective view on whether it's harmful to be a flat earther and we should not platform them, and someone else's subjective view on platforming it for entertainment is a contradiction to the entire community of globalists, as if they all have the same view.
Okay, well, the first easiest answer is the globalists always identify as a we. You hardly ever get a globalist to actually say I. It's almost like literally pulling teeth to get them to identify as an individual. It's always a collective. We went to the moon. We believe in science. We this, we that. I go, can you just say I, for fuck's sake? We have a probe on Mars. We've got all these things that they've done because they've identified as a collective and no longer as an individual. And the second point is all your talking points are basically what the moral majority rolled out against atheists here in America, and I think in England too, with the Iron Lady. They said atheism is harmful disinformation, it's communist propaganda, it needs to be censored, it needs to be silenced. And what the atheists did was they're able to point out the contradiction in the Christian worldview, because the Christian worldview said you get a God-given right to self-expression, and the Christian's like, well, yeah, I do. You do get that. Well, my God-given right, I want to express that I don't believe this God who gave me that right. And they say, well, you can't do that. Why can't I do that? You said God gave me a right to do that. See, that's how the atheists were able to crack the foundation and defuse this sort of thinking that you're doing now. That somehow speech you disagree with is harmful. You're incorrect,
So
sir.
again,
it's a God-given right to express this, and that's the same argument that atheists used to defeat your claim that when Christians attacked atheism. See, that's why you're in this contradictory worldview. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander.
I don't think you answered my question. So my question was, a globalist, so we're all globalists, we have the collective we worldview that the Earth is a globe and that science has shown that the Earth is a globe. But they are still individuals when it comes to their moral stance on platforming flat earthers. So why is it that every individual who has the collective we stance about the fact of the shape of the Earth must have the same moral stance when it comes to platforming flat earthers? You haven't given me a reason why that has to happen.
Okay, can you repeat back what I said?
There's so you said globalists say we, not I. So we went to the moon and we did the science and stuff. Then the other thing you said was that the Iron Curtain, so the pushback against the atheists by the moral majority in like I guess it was the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
80s, yeah.
It used the same terminology that you think that globalists, only some globalists like me, use against flat earthers, which is that they're destroying things and they're immoral and that they're bad people. That there's this same pushback that even though atheists think they're morally superior now and it's a free country and we have the ability to say what we want, there was still that same practice used. But I don't think that's actually true, that it's the same practice, because it's only a few of us and we don't have like any power. So I come to this room and I say flat earthers, it's immoral to be a flat earther, it's bad to be a flat earther, or you shouldn't do it. But I don't have any power in this situation. I just come here to try to have an honest discussion.
Yeah, so the honest discussion would be to defuse this victim status you have. That would be the first honest discussion.
I don't understand that term.
How can flat earther be harmful to you when it has nothing to do with you at all?
Yeah, cool. So flat earthers will have a delusional view about reality, and because of that, they won't be able to make pragmatic choices
Yeah,
in
but
the
you have
same
a
way that
delusional
like
view
I
about
could.
reality.
So because I can make like pragmatic choices based on what
Yeah, but
reality
you have a
actually
delusional view
is,
of reality
I
too.
can vote for people who I think will actually match the reality of
Who
situations,
all
the
believe are
history of
Christian,
this,
who are
the
all
information
Christian
of things.
theists. See, your atheism is blocking you from understanding that you have a very illogical and irrational minority point of view. See, atheism logic is perfect for explaining flat Earth. I do not believe in heliocentric model or models, even more so, presented by people inside the Catholic Church as their proof of creation myth.
So
Copernicus
can
said
you
so.
repeat back what I just said to me, like vaguely in the same way you asked me to do?
Yeah, that you think that flat earthers are harmful disinformation because they're making irrational, illogical choices. Well, you do it too.
Yeah, and
You make
what does
irrational,
that have to
illogical
do
choices.
with what does that have to do with Catholicism or Christianity?
Yeah, because I disagree with supernatural claims that somehow that makes me illogical. You disagree with supernatural claims.
That's not a supernatural claim.
It is. Yeah, the heliocentric model is a supernatural claim. You could see. I wish I
what?
could resurrect, like, right, if I had black magic or something, invoke Newton and have him appear right in this text chat, and have you and him argue about whether or not heliocentric model is supernatural. He straight up said it's too perfect. It's too mathematically perfect. Only a god could create something that mathematically perfect.
But that
Then
doesn't
you would
show
have to
it's
say
supernatural.
that, yeah. He said, "Oh, this proof cannot be denied." He said,
But that doesn't say it's supernatural.
yeah, it's supernatural.
That's one man's
God,
opinion on it being
it's not an
supernatural. That
opinion.
doesn't mean
Then
it
you could
actually is
challenge him to do
supernatural.
some. Then you could
It
challenge him to do
is
some.
his one
Then
opinion.
you could challenge him to do some calculus questions and see who has a better understanding of math. Then once he's
That wouldn't
proved to
indicate
you
it either way, Crit.
2 plus
Crit.
2. Remember, the
This is
2
why
plus
people
2
call flat
equals
earthers
5.
delusional.
Yeah, and this is why
You're
you're not able to follow the logic, because the people who roll out the heliocentric model are deeply theistic in their worldview. You are
Crit.
deeply
You're
atheistic in your worldview.
incorrect. That's it. You're incorrect about this. So Newton, having looked at the perfectness of the universe and saying that that somehow indicates a God is
That
just his
cannot be
opinion.
denied.
It doesn't
It didn't
actually.
indicate.
It doesn't.
It
It
was
doesn't
solid
actually.
proof.
It doesn't actually. It doesn't actually.
Yes,
it doesn't actually indicate a God. It never has
Yeah, it does.
indicated a God.
Inside
This
the
is just
Newton.
a.
Okay, you're not
No,
listening.
this
Dude.
is
Inside the Newtonian worldview. God of the Bible cannot be denied. I don't believe him, and you don't believe him either. But some reason, when I say I don't believe him, you deemed me as irrational, illogical, and dangerous. If you don't believe him, somehow it doesn't apply to you for some reason that you don't explain or take questions on.
okay.
Can you
So
respond to
listen
that?
to me again. Listen to me. I had
Just
you turned
explain
down.
why
I don't
you
listen to
think.
people when I'm muted when we were
Okay,
trying to.
well, fuck you then. No one needs you around, dude. You make it seem you got the same feedback in global spaces. So whatever.
Yep. You can't have the conversation. See, that's why I like you, man. It's because you don't talk about models and bullshit, and you make it one-on-one in the moment, a real conversation.
Yeah, I'm okay with me saying that my worldview is illogical, irrational, and dangerous, as long as he understands he's in the same worldview. Disagreeing with the majority is not a crime. And the atheist logic is easy to explain that. Are you still down? Me turned down, dogs? Am I at 0 or whatever? If you turn me back up, I'll unmute you. Maybe someone let them know that we're not going to play this muting unmuting game.
Yeah, Dogs Crit wants to know if you still have him turned down. If you have him
Okay.
turned up, then
He typed it. He typed it in chat. Okay, Dogs, what I'm going to
okay.
do now is I'm going to invoke your worldview and say it's dangerous to listen to the wrong type of people. Then I'm going to objectively or subjectively deem you as dangerous using your worldview. Because if I think flat and level is flat and level and motionless is motionless, and you tell me that I'm wrong for that and it should be a crime, then I'm going to be like, wow. Just imagine if someone like you got power over somebody. It would literally be 1984.
That's not what's making it dangerous. What's making an idea dangerous is that it is wrong, right? It doesn't matter what you think.
Okay, how it's
It's like,
wrong. If someone's wrong, how is that dangerous?
How can an idea be wrong?
See, yeah, ideas are bulletproof. Flat Earth is bulletproof because it's an idea. It doesn't. You'll need a person. What they try to do is they go after individuals. Like they want to Crit, you are dangerous. Why am I dangerous? Because you're wrong. What am I wrong about?
if you believe that 2 plus 2 equals 5 and you're an engineer, for example, then you are dangerous, right? You shouldn't be an engineer because you're going to kill someone.
Yeah, but as an engineer, you wouldn't think 2 plus 2 was 5, would you?
You wouldn't know.
No, there's no engineer who thinks 2 plus 2 is 5, bro. That's like a...
Well, I agree, but if you are and you are, or let's say that you're not, but you have the ability to influence people because we talk to people and we all influence each other, then if you are influencing kids, right, into believing that 2 plus 2 is 5, then you're also dangerous.
But not really.
Well, making people more stupid, right, it's dangerous.
Okay, so maths is actually a bad example because maths is a convention that we all agree on anyway. So there's no logical reason why 2 plus 2 would equal 4 other than the fact that we all agree that 2 plus 2 equals 4.
There is math is not something we have invented. It's the study of relationship between objects. If you have two objects and you put them together with two other objects, then you have 2 and 2, and we call that 4, right?
Yeah, you call it 4. It's just a concept.
Yeah, it's just a concept.
No,
that we call...
the name, right? The concept for the number 4 is yeah, it's a concept,
right.
But it's different from 5, which is an additional item there, right? So you cannot say that if you put two items together, you have 2 and 2. You have those 2 and 2 and another one, an extra one, right?
Right.
If you believe that,
so
then
that you have,
that's wrong.
So then you have, you could also say a handful. You could say all kinds of things that, you know, I have apples. Here's my group of apples. Now, when you start separating them out and saying, here's 1 apple, here's 2 apples, here's 3 apples, you're calling that your opinion. You're using your opinion to assign stuff to stuff.
That's not an opinion, man.
Yes, it is. Math is an opinion.
Okay,
it's a concept. It's only in the mind. You can't show me a 4, can you? Can you cook me a nice 4 with some cheese on top?
I can show you 4 items.
So you can't. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's the items that exist in reality. It's our concept of grouping them together as
exactly items. Like I said in the beginning, it's the study of the relationship between things, right?
Well, that's true. Yeah, I want you to understand that math isn't reality.
Yeah, because we often get this complaint.
The relationship is fucking real, right? It's not reality. The relationship itself is real. If you have one thing that's separate from another, that relationship is absolutely real. It's not a concept.
No, it's just a concept, because if there's just 2 apples sitting over there, a human being comes along and says, hey, those are 2 apples, but a bear comes along and doesn't think shit about it. Understand?
Now that raises another important question. Does the Pope shit in the woods?
Only when he's among a nice, comfy company of bears. I don't know. Uriel, my friend, I'm sorry, I probably sound like a dickhead. And sometimes I am, but what I wanted to tell you was that it's actually healthy thought process to understand that math is only a man-made conception. It's a way to describe reality. It's not reality itself, right?
Yeah.
Again, the relationship is real, and
I agree.
to go back to the example
Well,
with if a
not
tree
really.
falls in the wood and nobody hears it, did it actually fall? Well,
Yeah,
it
it
did
did.
fall,
It makes a
right?
sound and it fell regardless of anybody being around. That's just how that
Exactly, and
works.
the same can be said about the relationship between things. And even though we understand them or not, they are still real and true.
Right, but math is just a way to say, hey, there's what I think that is. Here's what I think those are. That's it. That's all math is.
Math is the best we can do to understand those things, right? Perhaps some math is wrong, but in the sense that we haven't figured it out properly yet. But generally speaking, it's based on reality. It's the study of relationships. And
Right,
again,
and I love what you're saying because I'm a musician, right? I went to school for audio engineering, so I know a lot about songwriting and math in that regard, and how sound and math together in reality it's a crazy relationship. So I totally get what you're saying. I just want you to understand that when somebody comes along, for instance, if someone's like, "Hey, I'd rather see a math equation about the Earth's curvature than see the Earth's curvature myself. I'll believe the math before I go out and see the real world myself." That's unhealthy, and most Globers do that.
Yeah, that's actually a really important point to make, because maths can be very important to understand things that you already know to be true. For instance, in music is a good example. We know that most songs are written in a 4/4 time signature, which is maths based, right? Sometimes you might have a waltz timing, which is a 3/4. You might have variations of a 3/4, like a 6/4. These are all mathematical in nature, but they help us to understand music and to produce music and to create music. So it's all happening in the real world. It does really actually exist. It's real vibrations that maths helps us to understand. But what they're doing is they're taking the maths and then applying it to a concept and then pretending like the music exists when it doesn't. And that's dangerous.
Yes, sir.
100%, all the way. Do you see how that's wrong now, Uriel? That your worldview was objectively wrong, and it objectively drove you down some very dangerous pipelines?
Okay, can you please explain again?
Okay, so what Sensei said, which I agree with, is that if you already know that the curve is there because you've already found it and you've measured it, you've predicted with it, everything's cool, you definitely know the globe's the curvature is there and the globe is there. Then taking maths to then understand it better is totally fine. It's rational. It makes sense, right? But what a lot of these guys are doing is that they're taking the concept of a globe that they haven't actually confirmed. They're then applying maths to it that they think works, and then whenever it doesn't work, they then layer it with more maths, i.e., refraction or whatever. And then just saying, well, because I've got all this maths, that then proves the curve, which I never actually found in the first place, which is dangerous.
I don't think that's how it happened, though. I think
Yeah,
people
that's
observed
definitely
I
definitely how
think people observed the other bodies in the solar system, and then they figured out, well, Earth must be the
fine.
same, right?
Fine. Let me
And
give you this example. Right? So that's illogical, and I'll tell you why. Right. So let's just say that I go into a coffee shop with three friends, and those three friends, they all order a latte. What did I order?
yeah, it would be logical if it was like that, but they didn't just believe it. It was a hypothesis at first, right? And
Cool.
then
So
they
you didn't
verified
answer
it.
my question. You didn't answer my question. So if my friends all ordered a latte when we went into Starbucks,
We don't know what you ordered. We don't know. That's true.
exactly,
Yeah.
because there's no relationship, right? That they're all coffees because we're in a coffee shop. We know that much, but we don't know that I ordered a latte. So to say that, well, I see balls in the sky, therefore the Earth's a ball, there's no reason to think that. You also see clouds in the sky, but there's no reason to think the Earth's a cloud. There's no reason to think the Earth's a bird. There's no reason to think that the Earth is the sun,
Right,
because
right.
we see the sun in the sky.
Except
There's no reason to
except
think that the Earth is the moon, and we see the moon in the sky. It's just not a logical position.
Except it is if you analyze what the other bodies are doing and then try to see if the body you're on is doing something similar. For example, casting shadows like round shadows on its moons, right? Or having days that match the spin, or having seasons that match going
No.
around the spin, right, in a certain way, and having seasons flip from the equator, like having opposite seasons below and above the equator, right?
No,
These are
because you
things
have
that make
experience.
sense if the Earth is a globe.
No, because you haven't experienced or validated that any of this happens anywhere apart from Earth. You're just asserting that it does, and then drawing that comparison and saying, well, it happens on Jupiter, but you don't actually know that. You've just been told that. So why would there, again, there's no logical reason to compare ourselves to Jupiter that they don't even say is a physical planet anyway.
So, for
So it's a
example,
gap.
if you have the hypothesis that the Earth is round, right, and the seasons are affected by it, then you can actually calculate how much heat, like the difference in the heat that we get based on the season, based on the inclination of the Earth axis. And if that matches your calculations, then your hypothesis is validated, isn't it?
No, because you're just applying maths to a concept again. You've not actually varied and manipulated
Well,
any
yeah, 'cause
variables.
it's a hypothesis, right? And you're trying to test it, and you test it by making a prediction. And if the prediction matches, then you have
No,
a high
it's
probability
not a
of that
valid
hypothesis
hypothesis.
being true.
It's not a valid hypothesis
Why is it not? I think every hypothesis is
because you're
valid.
just applying maths to a concept. No, you're just applying maths to a concept. You're not varying and
No,
manipulating anything.
well, you have created like this model in your mind, right? For the
So you're just going to say
hypothesis,
yaha.
and then
Something that's
no,
true.
no, let me finish. And then you're trying to make a prediction for the actual Earth, right? And you're going to measure temperature with a thermometer, right? It's not something in your mind. It's something you're actually measuring and trying to predict. So if you manage to predict it, then there's a high possibility that your model is correct.
Okay, so your claim is that if I say something is going to happen, and then it happens, then my hypothesis is validated, right?
It has a higher probability of being correct than if it didn't happen.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to give you a hypothesis. If I eat a McDonald's cheeseburger today, then the sun will rise tomorrow. Therefore, eating a cheeseburger is the cause of sun rising tomorrow. Is that a valid hypothesis?
Yes, it is.
Well, I mean, that's all I need to ask you, then we can move on.
No, it is a valid hypothesis, but you also have to find a way to falsify it, right? And if you can falsify it,
I can just
then
not eat a
it's not.
cheeseburger. I could just not eat a cheeseburger.
Exactly.
All right. But then, okay, so let's say that this happens, right? Let's say that I don't eat a cheeseburger today. Well, I'm not going to because I'm fasting. And then tomorrow, I don't know, I just sleep through the whole day, and so the sun doesn't rise for me. Does that mean that the cheeseburger caused the sun to rise?
No, that means that your methodology is wrong.
Yeah, I know that's the problem, but that's what you are saying is valid, and now you're saying the methodology is wrong. That's my point.
Yeah, but as long as the methodology is correct, right? As long as everyone agrees that the methodology is correct, if you cannot find a flaw in the methodology, and the hypothesis you have, the model you have, keeps predicting the correct outcome, then it's a valid hypothesis, right? And it's something that could actually be
No,
true.
it's not, and it's not based on everyone's agreement either. It's not just that people agree that it's valid, so it's valid. That's not how it works. There's already an established method where you have to vary the independent variable and observe a change in the dependent variable. You aren't doing that here, so it's not valid.
What do you mean you're not doing that? For example, in the case of
You can't vary manipulate anything in the sky,
predicting.
bro. You
So
cannot
in the case
valid.
in
There's
the
no
case of
valid
predicting
hypothesis in the sky.
in the case of predicting temperature based on the inclination of the axis of the Earth and the position around the sun, you can actually calculate like how much heat is going to hit a particular like how much.
Who told you that?
No, but that doesn't matter anyway. You've moved the goalposts from your own. It's like you're straw manning yourself. Like your
No,
original.
I'm just saying that you don't have to vary. You don't have to vary the variables yourself. They vary by themselves.
Yes, you do. No, it's
No,
you that has to vary. Listen.
No. We are getting away from his claim because he knows it's
Okay.
stupid.
Okay.
He said that there are seasons on other planets, other bodies in the sky,
How
and
does he know that?
Well, that's my point, right? And
Yeah.
so that's the similarity with Earth, and that's why we should compare the two. There's no reason to think that, and he's now trying to red herring away from the fact. He's trying to go back to the Earth and say, well, I know the Earth has seasons. No one disagrees with the fact that the Earth has seasons. What we're trying to ascertain from you is how you know Jupiter has seasons, right? And how that then applies to the Earth being like Jupiter. You haven't given any reason for anything.
Okay. So that's what keeps you up. So it's the fact that we know how light works, right? If you hit an object, if you have the same quantity of light, the same power, let's say 1 watt, you're transferring 1 watt of power through light, and you're hitting, let's say, a surface of a square centimeter, right? Or like perpendicular, directly perpendicular on a sheet of paper, right? You are delivering 1 watt per square centimeter, right? But if you tilt the paper, the surface is going to increase, right? So then the amount of power you're going to deliver per square centimeter is going to decrease as well. So
Yeah, it's the inverse
heat
square.
you're going to
There are no
deliver, so the heat, let me finish. So the heat you're going to deliver to that square centimeters is going to be lower. That would create seasons just as it creates on Earth. It's something logical. It's something that we can test on Earth, right, with experiments, because we know how light works. And by observing a round thing, a spherical thing in the sky, we would know how it would get affected by light.
One quick question: how do you know that light is affected the same way outside of Earth that it is inside of Earth?
I wouldn't know. It would be a guess.
Oh, it's a guess. Okay, thank you.
There's about 10 different problems with what you've just said. I'm trying to attack it in the right way. I mean, what you've said in a pure sense is true, but how it applies to your argument, I'm still actually trying to figure out. So you seem to be saying that because the inverse square law is true, therefore seasons on Earth, therefore seasons on Jupiter, and therefore Earth is like Jupiter. There's so many leaps there that I don't even know where to start.
What leaps are there?
I just named them all.
Which one?
Well, I named 4. I've got a bunch more if you want them.
No, you just named things that we know are true. So
No,
where are
we
the
do
leaps?
know that Earth is like Jupiter. Come on. We do not know that. You're just asserting that.
I'm asserting what? That light does what on Jupiter?
Can you repeat what I said, please?
Well, you said that because we know of the inverse square law, then there are seasons on Jupiter.
No, I didn't. What I said was way more detailed and much more specific to what you told me. But if you're not really listening,
can you please repeat it? Perhaps I didn't understand it.
Yeah, if you're not really listening, then I don't see the need in talking to you. So
I am trying. Like
you made a bunch.
I'm honest. I'm honest. I want to understand what you're saying.
Fantastic. Everyone here knows what the inverse square law is. You took about 2 minutes to describe something that I could mention in about 5 seconds. So we've got the inverse square law, therefore seasons on the Earth. First of all, you haven't really proved that the inverse square law causes seasons on the Earth. Certainly there is some sort of relationship between the spreading out of energy and the surface area, and that's going to be more pronounced at the poles. Everyone knows that. So it's not an issue, but it's not necessarily the main cause of seasons. But then you've also made the leap that therefore those same seasons would be present on Jupiter, and therefore, bear in mind Jupiter's a gas quote unquote planet which doesn't have a surface, right? So this is an interesting issue when modeling these spheres anyway, is the idea of a surface. It's one of the main, I'm not going to go into this now, but it's one of the main reasons why the heliocentric model is actually under scrutiny at the moment is because the mathematics requires the sun to have a surface for the math to work out properly. But if it's a gas ball, it doesn't have a surface, right? Anyway, that's a completely different discussion. When we're talking about this, we're talking about Jupiter, and we're talking about its how they're affected, and then we're talking about Jupiter being like Earth, and all of these things are leaps that you haven't proven. They're just things that you've asserted, and then just hope that I just wouldn't question, right?
Okay.
So,
First of all, if you have a
all
problem with
right,
Jupiter being gaseous,
no,
we can pick Mars, right?
hadn't finished, bro.
Second of all,
I'd finished,
I didn't start
bro. I hadn't
start
finished
from Earth.
talking. I hadn't finished talking. Why have you started? Okay.
I was under the impression that you did. Go ahead.
No, I was stopping for a quick breath, and then I carried on, and then you took. Right. So the point is that you've got all of these issues, but fundamentally, what you're really looking at is things that can't actually exist apart from in concepts and in maths, and they're being asserted as being real based on faulty logic, and that's the issue with it. So we got.
Okay. So, your objection with Jupiter, sure, that would make the math more complex. Let's focus on a different planet, Mars, right? That's or the moon, right? It's easy. We can focus on other bodies, and I didn't start from Earth and said, well, we have seasons on Earth, therefore we would have seasons there. I said that by observing other bodies and the fact that they're round and that they're getting hit by light in a certain way, that would explain seasons on Earth if Earth was similar to those bodies, like spherical.
Yeah, I mean, so now you move the goalposts from they are the same to if they were.
That was my initial point. That's how I framed it initially.
Well, if you're saying that it would work in the same way if they were the same, I don't have a problem with that statement because now you're not asserting that they are, right? But it's the assertion that's the problem because you haven't proven it and can't prove it, right? You see why? Like, if you make that statement, I haven't got a problem with it. So sure, if Jupiter is a gas ball and it was receiving light in the same way as we receive light, and if the Earth's, see how many ifs there are, and if the Earth is a ball, and if the Earth's seasons are affected by the inverse square law due to blah blah, yeah, 100 ifs, then sure, your statement's bang on, and I can't disagree with that.
Well, yeah, at that point you have 100 ifs, right? And about assertions, you can't really make any assertion, right? Not even now you can't make the assertion that the Earth is round. What you can do is create a hypothesis and then test it. And that's what people did. And
Well, if it's valid,
that's how if it's valid, then it predicts stuff, and it did, right? So we have a high certainty that that's the case.
no, it needs to be valid based on varying the independent variable and observing a change in the dependent variable. You can't just observe something and then draw a correlation equals causation from it and then pretend like your hypothesis has been validated. That isn't how it works.
So if it's something that you cannot control yourself, then it cannot be understood. You cannot form theories or hypotheses about it. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying specifically is that you can't infer causation as separate from correlation without manipulating the independent variable. That is the reason that you manipulate the independent variable.
Okay,
because
okay,
you
okay.
don't know
So,
if it's a cause or a correlation otherwise.
So now let me ask you this. Is there anything you would believe that is outside of what you can see and touch? Are you breaking up or?
Yeah, I didn't hear you. Come on, mute.
I got it.
Not mute.
It was the music bot. Yeah, or someone. Yeah, someone's playing fuck games.
It's not
To be fair, it is not
unusual. Sorry.
Well, hey, the reason why they do this is like what we talked about earlier today. They did that on purpose because they're trying to get TOS strikes against the YouTube channel because they want
Right,
to
so
play
they play.
copyright. Yeah, they
Yeah.
want to play copyrighted music, then go back and report the channel for copyright strikes. This is the
Yeah.
type of shit I've been dealing with all morning. It's like stop with the bullshit. Come and just have a normal conversation. I put a title in the channel today, Manic Monday, but it doesn't need to be manic. Let's just come have a chat.
Just another manic Monday.
See, it's like I know how globalists are going to act before they even act. That's how cringe these guys are acting. Okay, so go ahead, Crypto. Sorry that I know you were legging there for a second too, so I thought it was opening to do a PSA.
Can't hear you. Yeah, you're lagging a bunch. Maybe just reconnect. Mr. Crypto.
To lag as well. Am I back? Oh, for fuck's sake.
I think so.
Yeah, so I literally said I'm about to lag, and then you guys were like, "Oh, you're lagging."
Nice.
There's this one part of the highway, or motorway as we call it, where just for about 10 seconds my voice just goes. I don't know why.
That's weird. Wouldn't you think technology and satellites wouldn't be able to help that signal out just everywhere on Earth by now, right? How many satellites they got up there? 7,000 plus?
Yeah, and you would have thought that it wouldn't be in the exact same spot if the satellites were kind of, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So listen, Crypto, I have a question. What's a more efficient use or a more efficient transfer of data and electricity? On Earth or up in outer space?
Do you mean transferring between two things on Earth and then one thing from outer space?
Well, no. What I'm saying is communication, right? Internet, phone, whatever, or all the communication they say is done with satellites. What would be a better connection, right? What would be easier and more efficient, and faster, and just better? Since we're on Earth, would it be on Earth that we have those communication devices working, or would we want something way far away, not even on Earth, way outside? Which one is going to be more efficient, on Earth or not on Earth?
Relay the data?
Yeah, I definitely think satellites because I mean, how else are you going to get the propaganda out to the people? And also, how else are you going to be able to siphon millions away into secret black budget ops, and then say, "But satellites, bro"? I mean, like, definitely
that one word, satellite, makes so much money for people who don't deserve it on plain Earth. You know?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I like too how you can point a satellite dish millions of miles into the sky and get just the right signal. Brilliant.
If we could.
I love that shit. Okay, not millions. Let's say thousands. Thousands of miles into the sky. Okay, sorry, not millions. But I can exaggerate because it's so ridiculous regardless either way.
Yeah, exactly. I'd say the quarter of a million miles internet.
Why is it ridiculous, man?
I have to say the quarter of a million mile internet connection to the moon was quite impressive in 1969.
That's the best. That's one. And there's a photo in that picture. I don't know if this is real or not, right? It could be photoshopped, whatever. But allegedly, in the photo of Nixon on the phone with the moon, there's a photo of the landing of the moon. Neil Armstrong behind him, a framed photo. It's like what?
Wow.
And they're buying it, man. Like I said, if it's real, it's just a photo, so you never know.
Well, it's like when they were reporting that Building 7 fell, and then Building 7 was behind her in the shot, and then it fell.
Oh yeah, dude. She said it's about to fall, and then like a minute. No, it was like right in the middle of her saying it. It was like somebody said, "Oh shoot, we were supposed to just push the button now." Yeah, no, the building will fall on live TV. That's actually great. Go.
I thought it was an hour late.
So I don't want to take us off topic. I'm just saying the world is a stage. You do not get any truth from the television. My life got so much better when I turned off the TV. I can't tell you.
Dude, I'm off all social media except for this Discord, and I am so much happier, so less distracted. It's crazy.
Yeah, I need to work on that actually, because I do distract myself with like social media, and I need to get away from social media. But
Here's a good way.
Australia-
Here's a good way. Find everybody on your social media that is most important to you, and just talk with them on the phone or like a telegram or something. That's it.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I've got people.
Because otherwise,
Yes.
it's just like watching other people. Facebook, like a lot of social media now, is where facts go to die.
Well, that's the problem. That's why I don't mind like TikTok for like cooking recipes, for instance. It's great.
Sure.
I've got so much stuff on there that like here's a protein chicken taco meal recipe or whatever. Perfect. But what I don't want is that then, on the news today, men are bad, and here's why you should feel guilty. Nah, fuck off.
Yeah.
So
Well,
let's
and
go
it's
back
like
to
one last thing on that, and then we should go back to Earth. So when Globers come in here and say, all you do is trust YouTube videos, it's like, hey, bro, you can learn a shitload on YouTube these days. you can take college courses and actually learn lots of real shit on YouTube. You can get good info about all kinds of random shit. But life hacks from TikTok, yeah, all kinds of stuff. So it's so funny when Globers are like, oh, all you do is trust YouTube. It's like, I'll bet you've learned so much from YouTube and the internet that you're unwilling to admit it. Okay, I'm done.
Well, they'll tell us, oh yeah, you just learned it from YouTube. And then they'll say ISS Livestream and not see the irony. So that's on YouTube.
I know, and we always get that one angle, that one like, how much percentage of the globe Earth, the sphere of the curve? We get like 18% tops of that little bend there, and then they just stay there. They don't show you anything else. It's just right there. That's geosynchronous orbit or something. You know, they have to make up excuses for why we don't see the fourth wall. Right. Yeah, so back to the topic. The moon landing, guys. Subdude said in the text chat, Earth is round because, quote, we went to the moon. But we are the delusional ones? Right. So regardless if we went to the moon or regardless of if humans have been to the moon, it's irresponsible and counterproductive to say we went to the moon. It's like saying, so like the Vikings beat the Packers recently. Big deal for the whole teams, right? Well, we didn't, if you live in Green Bay, we didn't lose anything. The team did. You didn't lose shit. So go about your day as if you didn't have a loss. You don't have to take that loss. You've got your own life. Like, holy shit. So it's the same thing as we went to the moon. The fuck you did. You didn't have anything to do with any of that. Your parents were barely cogent at that time too. So no, we didn't do shit.
Yeah, they're counting on their ignorance. Like another level's ignorance. He thinks he knows a lot about the world around him. He knows very little. Because he's fed information. It's secondhand information. Right? Another level? You think you know what you're talking about? I was listening to you this whole morning. You really don't know what you're talking about. It's sad. I mean, I could come in
What
here
are
and
you
just
talking
bust
about,
you up
man?
with one simple question. And the thing is, for me, I can understand reality. But how do you understand reality? One level?
What exactly am I not understanding? Is it the
Oh,
satellite
it's
thing?
really
Is it the
simple, right?
radio?
Your epistemology and what you think the world is, right? Can you know anything in this world to be 100% true?
I can't. No.
Thank you. You've been great, ladies and gentlemen.
Just
Pack
like
it in,
that,
that's it.
your goose is cooked.
Yeah, Biggie, did you hear about my valid hypothesis involving cheeseburgers and the sun rising?
Yeah, I did. It was plain, but the guy, because all of these guys, they live in the same, they operate in the same with the same epistemology. So for them it makes sense. They can affirm the consequent all day long. They don't have to,
See
answer to anything.
what happened, Crypto? Oh, did I leg out? Shit.
Yeah, he.
Oh, Chris.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Chris, I can tell you. So I asked Uriel, if I say that the cheeseburger, if I eat a cheeseburger, then the sun's going to rise tomorrow, and then I eat a cheeseburger and then the sun rises tomorrow, does that mean that was a valid hypothesis that's been validated? He said yes.
I mean,
Oh.
yeah, that's the correlation becoming causation, right? So I look across the street and I am an apartment building because I'm in an apartment building over here. Or
Yeah,
I'm
and
in
what
an
I-
apartment. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I also said that it needs to be falsifiable, right? And you have to try to falsify it. And
Yeah.
if you would stop
Are you
eating
still
the
trying to
hamburger
argue the point?
and the sun
What the
and the
fuck, bro?
sun would still show up, then it would prove the theory to be false, the hypothesis. And yes, it would be a valid
Well,
hypothesis, but it would be wrong, and it can be provable to be wrong.
But Ural, like
Well,
your level or Ural. Oh, go ahead, Crypto.
Just quickly, here's a better example. I can say if McDonald's sell a cheeseburger, then the sun will rise tomorrow, and that is 100% correlation because every single day McDonald's sells a cheeseburger, and every day the sun rises. So the way you would falsify that is
You can still falsify it.
Yeah, exactly. So the way you would falsify that is that McDonald's doesn't sell a cheeseburger and the sun doesn't rise. But luckily for us, McDonald's has never had a day where it didn't sell a cheeseburger. So it's falsifiable, but it's never been falsified. So it's a valid hypothesis, right?
Well, you're welcome to test it, right? You can pay McDonald's for a day to not sell any cheeseburger, and they will happily do it.
But you know what happened then? It was the lettuce, the tomato, and the pickles instead. See, this is why your worldview is broken, Uriel, because you could just keep shifting the bar. Oh, it wasn't the cheese, it wasn't the burger, it was the bun, it was the pickle, it was the tomato.
It's
It was
not
a
my
special sauce,
hypothesis, man.
bro. Let's be real. It was a special sauce.
It's not
Yeah,
my
and eventually
hypothesis.
it goes down to the special
If you want
sauce.
to test it, go ahead. I think it's stupid to do it, but you can still do it, and it's valid, right? If you can prove it to be true, then good. Well, amazing, right? But I don't believe it's true.
But inside your worldview, you'll never know. You'll never be able to get to 100% confidence.
Yep, that's my point.
If you prove it, right? If you try to falsify it with honesty, right? And such that you remove my doubt to a reasonable degree, then I will believe it.
Believe. Yeah, it's all filled with belief, right? Let's just believe in things. That's how you do it. You believe in things, don't you? Right? Is that how your worldview works? You just believe in stuff?
Right. I posted a question earlier, right? And Creed started. I actually I don't know who I'm talking to because my thing doesn't light up.
The one, the only Alpha Veritas. That's what you're talking
So my question was, what exactly do you believe? Like, would you believe anything that you do not get to see or touch?
Yeah,
Like, if
I
it's
believe in the
something
creator,
outside.
but at the same time that I believe in the creator, I know that he exists because of all of creation speaks to his existence. So my belief in the creator is that all of his existence is created. So in order to have existence, all of creation, then there must be a creator.
Yeah, Uriel, also too, your question was that you believed anything wrong is also extremely dangerous and needs to be censored.
I didn't say it's extremely dangerous.
Yeah, you said it could kill people.
Well, yeah, being an engineer that believes that 2 + 2 is 5, then yeah, that's extremely dangerous.
What about being
It's
an
fucking
engineer
criminal.
who thinks levels curved?
At what?
What about an engineer who believed level was curved?
Level was curved?
Yeah, if an engineer, you got an engineer designing something and they designed it level, but they think curved is level.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's also dangerous. Yeah.
I don't think he realized
Beautiful.
what he just did.
That's great.
You can have pieces of plane surfaces.
Hey,
On
you
a
don't know
round
how one level. You don't know how badly like your goose is cooked in this whole like debate that you think you're on. You think it's okay to still be talking with your worldview completely sabotaged, right? I think that's what's going on in your head. Like you still have a voice. You lost it the moment you said you can't understand anything to be true. It's gone. It's wiped off the face of this earth. It's no more. Your voice is like a vapor in the wind. You thought
I
you had a
can
voice when you
understand.
at least had some reason. Now you don't have any reason. You can't reason with anyone because right now you could be a brain sitting in a jar on a shelf somewhere, right?
Exactly, and because I
Exactly. So you have no voice.
because
So off you
because
go. Off you go.
because I
Off
accept
you
that
go.
I
Off
cannot
you
say
go.
with a hundred
Bye.
percent
See ya. See ya.
because I understand that I
Bye.
cannot say with 100%
Yeah, you
certainty
can't
that
because there's
that
nothing in
anything is
reality
real.
that's ever certain. You can go from you sitting in a chair right now talking to us on your phone to, I don't know, if I'm under the ocean talking to SpongeBob in a pineapple under the sea. You don't fucking know that, dude, because for all you know, reality is fucking malleable. Right? Right? Hello? Right?
No, no, it's
No,
not right.
you just said you don't know anything to be true. So you could be flying a plane right now, right? Hello?
Sure, if you can
Okay,
prove it
then.
to be true,
Then
it
you
could be
fucking
true.
won the
Sure.
prize of not having a voice anymore. Goodbye.
Why are you so pissed off? Like
I'm not
you ran
pissed off.
argument.
You guys who in this fucking argument think you have a voice whenever you come in here and say, "Well, shit, we can't know anything to be true." Well, fuck, you just sabotage yourself 9 ways to Sunday, and then you still want to
Okay,
reason with
okay,
people that have
okay, okay, okay,
fucking
okay,
reason.
okay, okay. Tell me something.
No, we're not
Tell me
okaying this
something.
shit. We're
No, tell me.
exposing
Okay, come on, man.
all of the solipsism that you guys come in here and think that you can just talk about worldviews like, well, we can talk to people like we know what we're saying. You don't fucking know what you're saying. Because at the end of the day, I can give you some type of scenario that
I'm not
doesn't
a
fit the reality
solipsist.
that you're in right now,
I'm not a
and you will be
solipsist, you
like,
fucking
yeah, I
idiot.
believe I'm a brain sitting in a jar somewhere, possibly, possibly,
I'm not a
possibly I could be
solipsist.
flying plane.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah,
I am not a
you see how idiotic you
right.
sound
Yeah, man.
when
Okay,
when
okay.
I'm
Just
mirroring
raise
it
your
back to
voice
you.
to
I'm
avoid the
mirroring it
argument.
back to you. You don't like it one level, do you? You don't
Yeah.
like it when I tell
Raise,
you that you can't know anything to be true and you're just going to be in here ranting to someone else about who actually knows what reality is. And then you are over here saying, well, shit, we could be living in the Matrix. Oh, shit, I could be having a dream. You could be figments of my imagination. You see how fucking stupid that is? And you want to have a conversation about reason. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Go play with the people on another server and tell them how you're a fucking potted plant of petunias sitting on a fucking balcony somewhere. Yeah, go tell them that shit. We don't want to hear that. Why? Because nobody can reason with you. You're not able to be reasoned with. You don't have a voice anymore. You sabotage. You gave it up. You're like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna be able to be reasoned with. I gave it up. Holla.
Rob.
Holla, 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 holla.
Awesome.
Damn, Rob giving you props, Miggy or Alpha. He said, "Damn, that was nice to hear."
That was real shit, man.
Every now and
That was
again, they need
straight.
a Hadouken.
That was Hadouken.
Why, Rob? You hang out here. There really is level. Those atheists over there, they never know anything. They're everything is only 51%, and they could switch on a dime. Their whole worldview could just come crumbling down like a house of cards.
I thought Rob Noxious was a filthy glober as well. Filthy.
I am a filthy glober, but I still have a little bit of cleanliness. And Alpha was right though. That new theory of, well, we don't know anything, and that's a defense. You can't have that. And Alpha's right. If you want to do this, you're gonna have to stand on something. You can't stand on nothing and say that you know everything.
Yep.
It just doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Either way, and I've always said this, Rob. Okay, like I don't. This has nothing to do with you about sliding or anything. But if people are gonna talk about the Earth being a globe, you better fucking stand on all 10 of your fucking toes and say that the Earth is a globe. And if you don't say that shit with all your chest, then I'm gonna take you down, just like I did that guy. And I
Hey, that's
won't
fair
stop.
enough.
Yeah.
You're pretty fair. I'll give you that. You're pretty fair.
Yeah, because often what they'll do, and actually, Rob, this might be because we've had many disagreements, but this might be something that you and I agree on as well. Then is that if you're gonna, like Miggy said, if you're gonna stand on something, say it with your chest. But then also, when your worldview starts getting attacked, you don't just like retreat into solipsism. You actually make a good showing for. You make a good case for what you believe. You don't just say, "Oh, well, I
Yeah.
can't know anything."
Yeah, and
It's
I'm not
like
knocking these people because I think I'm actually like these people. It's like it's the ones that who really don't have all the knowledge and information to be getting into these intellectual debates. They find that when they get into them, they lose them. So their only mechanism to defeat that is to say, "Well, I just don't know anything anymore. I'm not going to argue," which is it's intellectually dishonest to both sides. Both sides have their points and their views and whatever, and they should express them. But to say that you're not going to express anything, it's just you're talking. That's insane.
But they only do it when the Earth's flat, right? They don't do it when the Earth's a globe. So if you say, "Oh, I think the Earth's a globe," to them, they won't be like, "Well, I can't know that." They'll be like, "Yeah, of course it is, duh," right? So it's not even solipsism; it's selective solipsism.
Yeah, I can see that.
Dude, you should have been here last night. It was so eventful. I said, was it like 1 o'clock in the morning? We were talking to a whole bunch of dudes in here. We had it was funny because like some of the guys that come in here, they're comical. Honestly, I think it's just they're messing around. I don't know. Maybe it's just they don't have anything to do and they're coming here and some young guys, you know, they're trying to present their worldview and they just sound silly. Because I was asking a guy, he's like, I know that the Earth is a globe. I was like, really? How do you know that the Earth is a globe? Give us some examples. Well, I've seen the ISS, and I was like, cool. You seen the ISS? What did you see? And I always take them down the logic path, right? Of how they know what they know. And he's like, well, I've seen the ISS in the sky. I was like, cool. Can you describe it to me? Like, what did you see? Well, I used my telescope. Okay, you saw it through your telescope. What did you see in your telescope? What did you see? Like, show me, tell me, how many solar panels does the ISS have? Well, I don't know that. I was like, well, I thought you saw it in the telescope. Could you describe it to me? And he was like, yeah, I know it has solar panels. I just don't know how many. I was like, well, then if you said you saw something through a telescope and you saw it, you know, clearly, and you can't describe it, what is that telling me? That you don't know or that you haven't seen it? He's like, well, I did see it, but I just don't remember. It was a long time ago. I was like, okay. What else did you see? Like, if you can't remember that, well, it was just crossing the sky. I was like, yeah, we know that's what happens when people say they see the ISS. But I want to know details. And he couldn't get to the part where he's describing what he saw or his experience. So it was just, you know, I saw a light in the sky, basically, was what he was saying. So it's interesting, right? Because a lot of people will assume things that they know something, but when pressed on what they know, and I always go back to, because when someone thinks that they know something and then they don't follow up by giving you information that would support the case that they know, then I think that's a little bit like where their belief kicks in, because when you believe something and you don't know how to support it, then it becomes something like, well, I thought you said you knew, but you don't know. You just believe that you know, trust in someone else and whatever. Because he was saying with everything that I know that the Earth is a globe, and I'm like, how? I walk outside. Okay, so we all walk outside. Point to where I can see the Earth as a globe. I want to know geographically where I can go stand and see the Earth as a globe. And he's like, well, you need to get in a rocket and go to space. I was like, now we're getting in rockets. So it was funny, but it was bouncing around to like different things where he says he knows, and then as soon as I would talk to him, because okay, I think he said he was atheist because he doesn't believe in God. And I was saying, well, it's like a religion. If you're saying you know and you don't have any information to support the claim, that's different, right? But when you believe in something and you don't have any evidence to support it, or you say, well, I'm a scientist, then I would say, okay, you believe in the scientist, whatever smart guy figured it out. And then all you got to do is sit back on your lazy boy and just say, I believe, right? Regardless of knowledge or not even knowing what they did. You just say, I believe. I believe in that guy. I believe in this. I believe in that. So I was pointing that out to him and saying, yeah, you say, you know how you're like, you don't believe in God and all that, but you believe in science or quote unquote scientism. So it was just a belief base. It was kind of funny. I thought it was. I believe I can fly.
I believe that I don't know if I'm flying.
Where's Crit? Are you still here?
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it bugs me sometimes. There's a mute button on the cord for my headset, and sometimes if I bump it against a table, it mutes my microphone, and I have no idea I'm not talking. You know, like
Hey,
That right there is proof God exists.
Well, that's mean.
What?
But that's mean.
I'm just joking with him. He knows it.
Okay,
yeah, Rob. I
you
know.
just got me off. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, did you find out who was doing that bot thing all day this morning, all morning?
No, we have suspects, but I think Aurora's looking into it.
Yeah, because that's gonna cause havoc on the
Yeah, it's
man,
hard to really say who did it because it's speculation. You know, I think all evidence points to this one person, but I don't know for sure because I don't have
Well,
access to the logs.
okay, so can we ask for no bots in this? Because I was actually yesterday. I was thinking, man, it would be kind of cool if somebody could get permit, like one of you guys, like either Heretic or you, to get the permission to use a bot in here so we can play sound clips. But if it's going to be that much of an issue, then why can't you just disable the bot in here?
Bro, disable bots.
In here.
Yeah, I think we're working on it to see what the best solution is going to be.
Because see, otherwise I got to start hacking people's IPs and finding people in real life. I don't want to have to do that. Let's just kill the bots.
Well, the thing is, what I'm saying is, like, because I was wanting to have at least the ability, one of you guys, to have the ability to use a bot, because there's sound clips that we'd like to play. We can't do it because my microphone cuts out when I'm putting the phone to it. So I thought a bot would be better. But if this is going to be the case, that somebody else that has the power to use it is going to use it in that way, might as well just disable it, dude. Like shit.
I mean, it's so toxic too. They purposely know we're live on YouTube, so they're gonna keep just jumping in, playing copyrighted music over and over and over again.
Yeah, that's
it's like how triggered is that? It's like what the fuck.
Oh, that's level 10, baby. That's level 10.
Yeah.
They got level. They go to sleep at night dreaming on how they're gonna win this argument. They're scheming, brother. That's all they're scheming. So there's like, you know what? If you can't beat them, fucking try to like sabotage them. That's the best way to do it. So it's like that's the only, either that or burn down your worldview and say you don't fucking know anything. Neither can they.
That's a bad. I know. That's like the hilarious one. It's either A, they go on some sort of fight the flat Earth, cringe ass social justice warrior competition, or B, they burn down their whole worldview and they're not even sure if they can touch the sky or not.
I mean, if you want to go the route of Craig, right? Hold your hand out in front of you, and you're like, okay. Do you see your hand? Yeah. No, it's not. Like, what the fuck? That would have been
See,
my.
they're just trying to throw everybody off in the weeds instead of talk about the subject, because every time we talk about the subject, we fucking destroy the globe.
Oh, dude. Oh, it's so good. Like Glad yesterday, or you were destroying someone on chat. I was like, dude, if fucking Glad was in here, you would have been. They would have all been done,
Dude,
man.
well, I appreciate that. Yeah, we had family
So
over
good.
and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I bring it in when I can. I love doing it. It's just the truth makes you feel good.
That doesn't it? Like just, and then they're so prideful. It's just like they think that they know what's going on, and then you're just like, I have no clue, bud. You really don't. Like, come on.
No, and
Cut it out.
and it's like a exercise in juvenile belligerence, and more so how to like first, not let it get to you, get under your skin, because like we feel for our fellow man when we watch them struggle like this, playing in a puddle of toxic waste. It's like, nah, you don't need to do that. The Earth's not a globe. Come over here. We got a better way. But yeah, the truth does make it
is unstoppable, right? We always find a way, kind of like one of those pretty flowers that pops up through cracks in the cement. It's like, you're not going to stop us. I don't, you know what I mean?
You can stop.
So,
You can stomp that little flower out, but guess what? 100 more are gonna replace it, like in the fucking other cracks. But no, what I'm saying too
yeah.
is like, they come in here and they'll say, "I can't know anything. I'm just too dumb to." Hold up. This is me. Every time somebody says that, I'm just too dumb to. The scientist knows that I'm just a peon, and whatever. I'm like, dude, stop selling yourself short. I hate it when people do that because they make it sound like they can't learn anything. They're just incapable of having. It's like you're in here having a discussion. You're capable. All right. So if you're in
Yeah.
here doing that, then yeah, you can learn some things. No, nobody's stopping you from that. Now we live in the age of information. You can know things, right? But the problem is you're selling yourself short when you say I can't. I'm just too dumb. Like, no.
Yeah, it's these folks need to understand that the reason it hurts our hearts, at least the reason it hurts my heart, is to know that they know we're right, and the fact that they still come here and battle against that, that is doing them a disservice, emotionally, spiritually, physically, and sometimes it won't resonate until way later in life, but they all sit there with this anxiety in the back of their head because they know we're right. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they throw tantrums and they try to attack us personally, try to get our servers taken down, not because we're wrong, but because the truth hurts their belief system. One last thing. I feel for these folks because when I had to quit drinking, for instance, I had to realize that it was my thinking that was the problem. It wasn't everyone else around me. And it's the same thing with globe belief.
I saw this video years ago with smoking, and this woman this guy was documenting his mom's basically deterioration, her from smoke-induced illnesses, and he kept through the conversation, he's saying, "Hey, mom, I want you to quit smoking. I want you to quit smoking." And she would always be like, "Stop busting my balls, stop, like, okay, whatever, I'll quit tomorrow." And then he was like all the way with her until she was, terminally ill in the hospital. And then he said, "Do you want me to stop busting your balls now?" She's like, "Yeah, yeah." And then he said, "So you want to go have a cigarette?" She's like, "Yeah." And they rolled her out into the outdoors and said, "Go ahead, smoke." She got maybe 2 or 3 puffs and just started uncontrollable hacking.
Yeah, I mean, and that's when it gets real bad.
Like when it's glaring, it's like in your face that that you've had this problem, this addiction that is harmful to your body. And friends, family, relatives, they don't, they care about you, but they don't know how to get through to you.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. And it's like this supreme overconfidence. That's what's unhealthy. It's not necessary to me. It's not necessarily like that they believe the globe is real. That's inconsequential. At its face, it's like, who gives a shit? The problem with it is overconfidence in stuff that they haven't falsified, they haven't taken a look at, and immediately all they do is the knee-jerk emotional reaction. It is cognitive dissonance at its finest, right? Something challenges a worldview you hold so dear, and everyone else does too. How could 8 billion people be wrong? That's it, but that's a psychological, there's a glitch there that's making these folks, their instinct is to attack and lash out against that sort of behavior, right? Opening your mind and considering maybe you've been duped. And they don't want to do it. They can't allow themselves to do it. It's like believing Wolverine is real your whole life and believing you're going to meet him and, like you're going to hang with him and all this stuff. You're 100% convinced your whole life. And then finally someone comes along and they're like, yo, I don't know if anybody told you, man, but Wolverine is a comic book character. He's not real. He's not going to. Best you can do is meet Hugh Jackman, right? So you're not going to meet Wolverine. It destroys them, right? They say you're 30 years old and you still believe, right? And that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people who believe in comic books and fairy tales, but they still believe. And until they admit, number one, that it's a belief, and number two, that they might have been duped all this time, they're not even going to stop being jerks to us. They're going to come here and have a cathartic, therapeutic release regarding their personal insecurities about this information. Thank you.
Yeah, the one dovetail on that is I was talking to this dude on their server who identified it as a former conspiracy theorist, like an ex-conspiracy theorist.
How do you do that?
Yeah, that's why I tried to explore. I go, what does that mean? What does that mean to be an ex-conspiracy theorist? What does it mean to be a conspiracy theorist to begin with? And he just
Well, I
wouldn't.
think what it is that probably he believed in a bunch of really dumb shit, and because he fell for that really dumb shit, he then lumps everything that is against the mainstream narrative in with that really dumb shit, and he also feels embarrassed that he fell for the dumb shit, and so therefore now you're the dummy who's falling for the stuff that he used to fall for, right?
Yeah.
But there's no critical analysis of the individual statements actually being made.
Yeah, that's kind of what I had got, because he basically just kept saying, "Poor me, poor you, poor all these other people," and I'm like, "Ugh, why? Why poor me? Like what's going on with that?
Yeah.
Well, in any event, we could talk about the psychological aspect all day. Fact is, no matter what you think, feel, or hear, Earth's not a globe. We're not spinning. People are saying, "Oh, let's go against the term flat Earth." All right, fine. Here's what it is. We're in a basin, and the land's floating in the middle. How's that sound?
Yeah,
and the land is flat.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the term flat Earth. I don't really know why people
Yeah.
like to think.
Well, I do want. It's kind of sus. It's kind of like folks are trying to come in and interrupt the flow here. Flat Earth, or whether or not it's got a negative connotation. When people hear flat Earth, they remember that. Either if they're going to ridicule it or not, it stays in their head. And a lot of people, we may never hear from them, right? They go and research it, and maybe they become flat Earthers. They understand the truth. Maybe they don't. But that's the thing. For the most part, there's no such thing as bad publicity here. But there's always a weakness that, because people are fallible, there's always going to be something that the opposition tries to hone in on, like a little weak spot, the chink in the armor. And the chink in the armor is usually just people's immaturity, mine included. We all, well, not we all, I guess, I can just speak for me. They play on our want to be, good people and try to be good people, and what they do is they try to make us feel like ignorant, bad people. I don't know. I'm rambling, but anyway.
Yeah, they turn disagreement into some sort of moral dilemma.
Right, and they bring it. They bring the yeah, you're right. Kink, chink. Thanks, Rob. They bring this like vitriolic, and I'm sure that's not a word. They bring vitriol and venom to. All it does is distract us from sharing the truth. Imagine if they came here for a conversation, right? They were honest. There'd be no drama. There would just, and we probably would have ended the conversation a long time ago, right? Because they would have conceded to the truth, and we'd be done here. But instead, it's this. Let's relegate these critical thinkers, these free minds, these pure spirits and souls. Let's relegate them to a small corner of the internet so they don't actually affect real change in the real world. Unfortunately, I fell for it. A lot of people fell for it, but my life improved drastically. I got married. I have a child next to me, squawking about probably food, and that all happened because I started being honest.
Yeah, I bring that up sometimes too, where they're always talking about flat earthers can't integrate into society. They're fringe kooks. I go, dude, you've seen flat earthers move on with their life, get married, have kids, do all kinds of great things. Podcasts and organizing conventions, all these very corporal works that they're going about their lives. Meanwhile, the globalist is still stuck on Discord and they can't figure out why someone would disagree with them. I mean, don't you have anything in your life that's worthy of doing? I mean, is there any love connections on the globe side? Has there been any sort of meetups in real life or anything? It's like they hate each other just as much as they hate us. Living with all that hate ain't healthy, man. It's just not.
If you got hate in your heart, let it out.
What's up, Rob? You hanging in there, dude?
Yeah, man. My life's so hard, man. I get bullied so many places. I don't know where to go, man.
You can come here.
Yeah,
I
it's a
can
safe
come here,
space for you.
man. I
Safe
can come
space.
here, you guys. I can come here. Are you guys serious?
Are you
You guys
crying?
like me? You guys like me?
No, I don't like you. Yeah, I don't like you at all.
I like you, Rob.
Don't lie.
I'll keep Glad away from you. If he tries to bully you, I'll put him on mute. This is a bully-free zone.
Rob, you got any new globe videos that you can present to us today? Because I like that last one.
Let's see if I can cook something up.
Oh, and by all means, make it supremely bigoted. You know, par for your course.
Well, his sunset proved flat Earth sunsets. I love that one.
Yeah, nice. Keep it up, dude. You're doing our work for us. Once you're done maniacally, insecurely laughing, basically at yourself, let us know if you can find that globe, Rob.
I do what I can, man. Do what I can.
You should do more. You know, you're still laughing at the truth. These Globers, man, they probably wake up or lay in bed at night going, you know, gosh, how can I get at these flat earthers? There's gotta, you're mulling over the conversations, right? And it's gotta suck knowing in the back of your head that we're right about all this, but you gotta be stubborn, right? You can't appear to be weak in your position. So, but laying in bed knowing that we're right about this, how hard is it to close your eyes and act like
That's where you have it all. That's where you have it. That's where the problem arises. I think right there, you just said it. There's no position to take. It's not a position to take. It's not a ideology. It's not a belief. Not a religion. Not anything. It's just reality. We don't sit.
Yeah,
We don't have to sit
it
up.
is reality. You're right. There is no debate. You haven't found. You listen. You haven't found the Earth curve. There is no debate. That's exactly right.
Yeah,
Way to go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we don't sit up at night and think about anything because we don't really have to. It's already been thought about.
And yet you're back here every single day. See, I know what it's like to be wrong and try to get away with it, but eventually your pride will eat you up. Your ego will destroy you. So it's best.
I enjoy listening to the chat.
It's best that you take a personal journey into the truth. We're trying to help you out with that, but if you
personal
can't take
journey, I
if you can't if you can't
a long time ago.
I love when you talk over me. See, when you can't you know, grow up from something like this, it's akin to, you probably still think Santa's real. Now, obviously, you probably don't, but it's akin. So if you believe that the Earth is a globe, you might as well still believe in Santa the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny.
Cool. That's your opinion on it.
No. It's objective fact. You've demonstrated it. Everybody that comes against us demonstrates that. Like I said, you do our work for us.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. No
Now you
problem,
can
man.
talk.
We'll keep doing the work and let you guys know. Let us know how we're doing. That sounds good to us.
Yeah, man. No, I appreciate it so much. Because like when I'm asleep, from not thinking about what I said or what I'm gonna say to you next, I just go off the cuff. But anyway, I sleep like a baby because I know I'm on the righteous side of this.
I'm not saying you don't. Do not disbelieve that in any way. Sure you do.
But you think I'm deluded,
You're not
right? I'm
making an
deluding
argument.
myself. You think that?
Deluded? No, that's not the word I would be using.
What's the word?
It wouldn't be deluded. I don't have any word. I don't think you're deluded. It doesn't make any sense. What do you mean? So, what's your point here? What are you trying? You're trying to grandstand on something that I don't even know what you're grandstanding about. You're trying to tell me I don't know anything. I live in fake reality. I'm a clone.
No, that's
I'm a
not
sheep.
a clone. I didn't say clone or sheep. You're saying all of this for the first time.
Well, listen, man. I've been doing this shit a lot longer than you. I've been in conspiracy shit a lot longer than you, bro. So I mean,
Since 2001? Wow, that's crazy. That's a lot of time.
2001. I was already a grown ass man in 2001.
You were a what?
What are you talking? I was already a grown ass man in 2001. What are you talking about?
So was I.
All right, cool. So how far you want to go back?
So 2001 was when the world was presented with blatant bullshit, i.e., 9/11.
There's a lot more than that. The Waco. How about that one? How
Yeah,
about
Waco's
Iraq
fucked up.
Contra? How about JFK? How about Ruby Ridge? I mean,
Ruby Ridge is crazy. I don't care about JFK, man. That shit's played out.
Oh, it's played out. That's what I'm saying. This is your mentality. It's played out. One of the realest conspiracies that ever happened to our country.
Oh, it's certainly a conspiracy. What do you think you're going to prove about it, dude? It's so lost in the sauce, you'll never know what's real, ever.
Oh, okay. Well, that's your opinion on it.
No, dude, I don't come here and express my opinion. I only bring the facts for you to absorb as your brother's keeper.
Well, I was told that I'm not supposed to have these conversations, so I'm not going to have anything to talk about except flat Earth. So I'm going to move on.
Great. Where's the globe Earth? It's not on Earth, so where do we go to find the globe Earth? It's, you know.
Well, where do we? I don't know about we, but where do you go find the globe Earth? You have to find it within yourself. You have to find it with yourself.
Oh man, I've been looking for almost a decade, real hard.
I know. It takes a long time for some people to find
It
things.
shouldn't though. If we're on a globe, the proof should be blatantly
Exactly.
obvious. Yeah, I know. So since it's not, you fail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good reasoning. That's a good logical conclusion to come to.
I agree. Thank you.
No
and
problem,
no,
man.
that sarcasm didn't land. So all you did was compliment me. I do appreciate it.
No,
I
was
fucking rule over you. Listen, all you gotta do is find the Earth curve. All you gotta do.
I mean, we've been found, man. What else more do you want?
Where's it at? Give me the coordinates. You got the Earth that long?
Right under your feet, dude.
Since it's not, I'm in my apartment, and under my feet. Actually, it's level under my feet because they don't build shit not level. Try again. God damn, you're bad. You're bad at this, Rob. For being so overconfident, you are horse shit at being a globe defender.
Keep telling me all that stuff. It's all good. You can keep spitting all your shit, all your you're talking about venom. You're the vitriol in venom, dude. It's all good, man. Keep spitting it.
Did Rob bring it?
I got anti-venom. I got anti-venom.
Did Rob bring any globe proof yet?
I'm trying to talk about the globe. I'm trying to talk about the globe and flat Earth, but this guy wants to talk about other stuff, which is we're not supposed to be doing stuff.
Hey, Crypto. He said that the globe is underneath Glab's feet. It's underneath his feet.
Glad, do you exist in physical reality?
No, of course not. Yeah, we exist in physical reality.
Well, if he exists in physical reality, then he doesn't have a globe underneath his feet. So that does make sense.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't know if Glat was a figment of your imagination, like the globe, Rob. Got any of that sweet curvature? Apparently not.
Yeah, Rob's your pusher. I got you right here, man. Would you like the blue marble kind? I got the sweet old NASA photos. What you need, brother? I'll hook you up.
He's like one of those guys with the long trench coat, and he just opens the trench coat out, and it's like, I got some globe proofs, and it's just like pictures of the Earth, or like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
How come the pictures of the Earth that I show are always fake and wrong, but the pictures of like the P1000 or basically any other picture you guys show is real? So the pictures we have are fake. The ones you guys have are real.
So what
Rob, can I talk about this?
What you're telling me is that the photos that you can recreate yourself are more trustworthy than the ones that no one is able to recreate. Isn't that strange?
No, it's not strange.
Did you take a photo of the globe, Rob?
No, did you take a photo of the all these claim distances you guys claim, or someone else?
Yeah,
take them?
I have a no. I actually did it much farther. I have a 70-mile observation myself.
Can you post it?
From yeah, I can.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't really think that's going to matter though. I'm just asking where you
Oh,
got
thank
your
you. Oh, it's okay.
information from.
You don't
Oh,
think it's gonna matter?
wow,
Well,
wow. Oh my goodness. Wow, I'm just trying to talk real quick. Are you okay? Yeah, so I'm just curious where you got your pictures from. Since I get my own from myself, I'm not telling you to believe in my photography. I'm asking where you got yours from.
Oh, I just want to see a picture. You said you have 70-mile picture. I want to see it, or any picture. Show me a picture of what you took. Any picture.
Sure thing. I'm just curious, where did you get your pictures from? Well, it's early, guys. I'm just trying to wake up here. Thanks for letting me be here, Crypto. And who else is here? We got Miggy and a couple of regulars, Glat Flobe. And if anybody finds out where these people get their photography from, just let me know. Thanks.
You know what I found weird, that when he asked Glad, well, Glad said, where can I see the globe? He's like, it's right under your feet. Yet when a picture was going to be taken about the Earth being a globe, he's like, you need to be in space. Why can't you just take a picture on Earth like you told Glad the globe is under your feet? Just
Yeah,
wondering.
you can.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing that out there. Guys can do what you want with that.
Yeah, that makes no sense. But there's many ways to see the globe on Earth.
It's like that poem.
Wow.
Let me count the ways.
That's always a real answer when somebody says there's so many. You'll guaranteed to get at least one, I hope.
Well, I think that you have a lot of pictures. It'd be crazy just to get one.
Hopefully we can just find one. Yeah, can we start with one? That would be great.
No, he said he has pictures. He said he has a camera. He searches all the time. He said he has about 70 miles. I'm sure it's on his phone.
Hopefully we can. Wow, somebody's having a seizure early. Hopefully we can just find someone with a claim for some photos of this magical globe Earth. And I'm not a flat earther, so thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, F.E. Jedi.
Aru! Aru!
What's
Oh,
up,
oh,
fam?
oh.
You good? What's going down in Flat Earth Town?
Hello, my friend.
What's up, man? What's up?
Yeah, we were, well, he was fucking Jedi, dude. He's such a fucking beast. He stayed straight through the morning, dude. He just, well, what time, do you even sleep, brother? Like, fuck, dude.
Yeah. I got about 3 hours sleep. I went to bed about 6 o'clock this morning when you guys departed. I was up just after 9 o'clock and I just got back home.
I mean, you're busting heads like all day, just like me.
Jedi
Yeah,
is
man. Last night was fun.
Jedi is the embodiment of that flat Earth researcher meme. You know the one.
Yeah,
Doesn't ring a
Jedi
bell,
will
man.
help
Yeah,
you
have to
research
drop
flat
it.
Earth. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to step on
No,
you.
you're right. Can't think of the meme, man. That's all I wanted to say to Crypto.
All right, yeah. So there's like it's a meme, and it's just like the sleeping positions of different professions. Got like astrophysicist, or well, maybe that's a bad example. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know
yeah,
the
I'm
one.
looking at.
It's like so
Yeah.
there's three different bodies. One's on their left, one's on the back, and one's on their side, whatever. And then the flat Earth researcher is just not even in the bed.
Nope.
Yeah, that's him. Fucking hell, bro.
Obviously, there's a double meaning there with being woke and stuff, but whatever.
He's like the guy from Star Wars. More, dude. They actually, when Jim Panda's goons have him on streaming, they like, hey, is that Jedi? I want you to turn that shit up. They gotta hear him talk, dude. Oh,
Sleeping rent-free in a lot of people's heads these days. It's funny as fuck.
yeah, they're gonna have to have a little introduction, like music theme song for you, man. Hey, hold on, is that Jedi? Yo, turn that shit up. Like you can hear somebody in the background.
Anything exciting been happening today? Any new people in? What's been going down? Any car crash TV? When Injo and Alpha Veritas were talking to this dude last night, it was, it was painfully good. Painfully good.
Which one was that?
Oh, I can't remember the person's name, man. Yesterday seemed to be so many of these fucking idiots coming in that just got owned by us lots. And
You know me and my sarcastic self when somebody comes in here and it's just, oh man. And Indio, you know, him being the guy that's like, dude, just fucking end it. Like he just came in here and wanted to just, and I mean, I just I bat them around like a cat batting around a yarn ball. Like it's not even a fight anymore. It's not even fair. I'll be honest. Makes it worse when they're inebriated. But yeah, he came in here and just assuming, believing. That guy I was talking to you earlier about that he believes everything. That guy.
Yep, Uriel. Yeah, Jedi. Did you know that if I eat a cheeseburger, then the sun will rise tomorrow is a valid hypothesis.
same as my cock crowing makes the sunrise. Yeah, awesome stuff. Valid hypothesis, my bags.
Yeah, exactly. And he actually agreed. He said, yes, it's a valid hypothesis. I was like, okay.
Awesome
okay,
stuff.
Crow.
Hey, Jedi got the guy to admit that if you're gonna do a Cavendish test, if you want to find out if Cavendish is real, go to nature. You'll see fruit clinging to each other.
Yeah, that's what we ended up with last night. Apples attract each other. If you pay attention, apples attract themselves to themselves. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fairy tale land. I'm still waiting for a Glober to explain to me how they know that it isn't the Earth's rotation causing the Cavendish effect.
It's them and their bloody pendulums, mate.
Okay. Maybe Rob could give us an answer. Maybe not.
Kosho could give you the answer. He's in here too, right, Kosho?
If we can combine their powers and form Captain Planet, then can we get a claim?
I'd turn you all into trees.
Do you have a claim first? If you could just get a claim for where you get your information from, that would be a great start.
National Enquirer.
I rest my case.
That's a reputable source.
So I am a little bit curious. Why is it that you don't identify as a flat earther now? I'm not saying you have to, like it's up to you, but why do you not?
Well, it's been about 5 years, so I might have been just very good at hiding this fact for a while. But there are many reasons. And the first thing I'm going to do is point at all these bigger flat earth channels and go, 90% of the shit they're saying is completely bullshit. And we're not ready to get into the rest of the problems, yeah.
All right, fair enough. So you don't identify with the community, but more than the tag.
It's kind of like this. Imagine that I go to a Catholic church and I'm there trying to like witness to them like about the Bible, but I'm not a Catholic. It's the exact same thing, to be honest. You know, I'm a Christian. I take the Bible literal. When I meet a Catholic, they're confused, right? They think they're going to they're going to worship Mary and stuff like that. Whatever they believe, even though they got the premise right that God is good, atheism bad, they are still greatly deceived. And I'm not a Catholic, you know, same thing.
Hey, XL, can you do me a favor? Can we get off the biblical stuff, if you would? Thank you.
No, I.
Did I miss something? Did I step in it?
No, it was actually me that brought it up.
Oh, okay. My bad. I'm sorry, XL. I put my headset down for a second. I walked away. I thought maybe you were driving the conversation, but
No, it was an analogy. I asked him a question and he answered it. I'm happy with the answer, so I get it. Yeah, thanks for that.
There are, how do I say, byproducts to this issue. There are many problems, obviously, but we need to address them as they come, you know, to the discussion. You know, it's better to have these things in private. I don't think this channel wants to hear these things right now.
Well, it's more just being inclusive, okay? Because not everyone here is going to identify with Catholic or Christian or Protestant or whatever. So that way, to keep the conversation inclusive for all people, we try to keep it to really is level. In the spiritual stuff, there's lots of channels, okay, on this server to talk about biblical or atheism or Islam and any of the major religions, and we want to offer something different in this space. That's the only reason why. It's not trying to say, hey, this isn't an important part of people's worldview. Obviously, it is. The majority of the human population, past, present, and future, will always believe in some sort of supernatural being, and they'll always discuss that. Just not here. It's kind of what I'm hoping I can put down.
So I'm trying to tell you, it was an analogy.
Yeah, Crit, you missed the question. I don't want to restate Crypto's question, but it was about me personally and my titles, things like that. It wasn't anything. Actually, I had to use the analogy that always works. The Catholic Church is just my favorite analogy. That's
all. Yeah, I hear you. And I told you I did step in it because I did walk away for a minute and I came back and I falsely assumed that you were on some bender or some kick right now. So I do apologize. Forgive me.
It's
Rob has building.
Did Rob find a claim yet?
Nah, he never does. Oh, he says that you can take a pontoon to Antarctica and you can be undetected from radar. So you can't travel to Antarctica and be noticed.
Well, are you saying that if the Earth isn't a cartoon ball, I can't go to Antarctica? Because I'm just trying to get a claim here.
Yeah, because he was saying that there's nobody guarding the 60th parallel. So his proof was to take a pontoon and go to Antarctica. That would prove everyone wrong.
My goodness, I can't wait for him to tell me how that's going to prove anything, actually.
Rob, you should tell them about your barometer argument.
Oh gosh, that sounds almost as bad as a sextant.
That's pretty bad. Was Rob? Oh, never mind. Rob's not here anymore.
Oh yeah, he left. Oh, he's back on Gems. He just logged into Gems. Oh, he's gone.
I was watching Globebusters yesterday, not for long, about 30 seconds. That's all I can handle. And I just got a question. I'm not to ask anybody in the room, but I'd like to ask them, the producers of Globebusters, why do you always show a globe Earth cartoon in your background? I really don't understand.
Was it Globebusters or Ballbusters?
No, this was Globebusters. This would be the antithesis of Quantum Erasers deal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I wasn't.
Again, yeah.
Sorry, I was confused. I thought you didn't watch them. I knew you watched QE stuff.
I don't. I don't. I basically it came up and I literally was about 20 seconds and they were talking about a bunch of secular things that made no sense at all and arguing about things of this world still, and they have a picture of the globe the entire time. This isn't I checked a couple things. Jeranism does the same thing. I noticed months ago. I don't understand that. Why do these big flat Earth channels show a giant globe in the background? I don't get it all.
Reverse psychology.
Okay. I mean, I don't agree with anybody, but if I were to hang out with people, it would be this group.
Coach, are you a diehard still?
Like the movie?
Yeah, just like
Die Hard Glober.
Yeah, you diehard Glober.
Evolutionist mayhem.
I just want to know, man, like after all these years, I mean, are we still gonna look at you like somebody who just is a Glober at true? Like, there's nothing that has ever persuaded you to at least question. I'm not even talking about going headfirst into diving to understanding that it is flat and stationary. I'm just saying, are you just now gonna be still like you were before? I'm just trying to.
All the time, but
Yeah, you're what?
Yeah. No,
You
I
are.
mean, I try to keep my I
Yeah.
try to keep my beliefs fluid and my understandings, you know, growing. So, I always there. I mean, it's all the time something comes up that makes me question all sorts of stuff. So
You keep the powder
I'm not
dry.
diehard with any specific belief.
We say kosher. You're keeping the powder dry.
I don't know what that means.
Is that the same like keeping the seat warm? Like I don't know.
Keeping the dinner in the oven.
Yeah, he's got
That
it
was
set.
like
He's got it set to warm. You know, just in case.
that was like keeping the
Oh,
sea wet.
so I can't answer the question for Globebusters, but I did put a picture of their logo up there with a globe, and it's one of those red circles with a line through it. Just like where it says no smoking, that doesn't mean that they want to smoke. A red circle with a line means no smoking. So I
Wow.
believe the Globebusters logo with a globe and a red circle might just happen to be no globes. I can't answer for them,
Wow.
but that's
Oh,
just what
okay.
I
Oh,
noticed.
whoa, whoa. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, okay. I don't know what anything of that had anything to do with what I said. That's not okay. Completely irrelevant. Wow. Okay.
Call the local news agency.
Just try to when somebody says
I
something,
just
you know, if you're gonna keep it relevant, keep it relevant. Don't go to something completely irrelevant.
Hey, let's talk to some new people. We got Bethany Schneider in here. Perhaps we can talk to Bethany Schneider. Bethany, how you doing? Hello, Bethany. You're on the air. How you doing? Hello. Well, yeah. If you want to chime in, we got. Sorry, EXO. I just wanted to make
Go
sure
ahead.
everybody that's in here. Flatsy Klein, welcome. We got Lino Tomo in the house. Kosho's joining the conversation. Bethany Schneider's in here. We got Britnat, who's listening. I don't know if you're here, Britnat, or not. Dr. Jason Flatworm's in the house. You know, Crit. He's here. We got. Hi. Who else we got in here? We got Naps, who's deafened. He doesn't want to get on the mic. We got Rupert Cow, who's been with us for quite some time, like Kosho. And we got Glat Flow, who's in here. Who's a sensei.
Hello, how's everybody doing?
Who's a sensei of senseis. TOS UK is recording us. Thank you very much, TOS UK. Trinity Loves You is in here. We got Zen Owl, the Honorable Slow-Mo Moonbuggy. Did I miss somebody? Oh, Crypto. Is Crypto in here? No, I think he left. All right, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. And yeah, if you have any questions, please ask your questions about the Earth's, the shape of the Earth or lack thereof. Welcome everybody.
Yeah,
Good morning.
Britnet's on a timeout. He spiraled pretty hard and out of control this morning.
No way, dude. Brit,
Yeah.
you spiral, bro? What was he spiraling about? Can't
That
believe
wasn't
it.
his first time.
Yeah, well, basically, you had Jerry and this Guardian guy were talking about, hey, if you draw a tangent from your feet and then use your eyes to go out to the horizon, is that a curve up? Like he's talking about in the globe model. Is that line positive or negative where the ground is meeting your eyes? And Ardian just kept saying over and over and over again, flat earthers can't draw tangents. Flat earthers can't draw tangents. And eventually Jerry disengaged. He said, you know what? You're not listening to me. I'm kind of done talking. And then Ardian spiraled, said, I'm so mad this guy won't listen to me. So I tapped in. I said, dude, you're not listening to him either. And he did the responsible thing as a moderator and disengaged. Now I can try to engage. Let's see which way it goes here. And he did the same thing too. I drew pictures, all kinds of shit, trying to get him to say, on the globe model, that is a positive curve. And he would never say it. He just would not say that is he just kept going. Flat earthers, it's impossible for a flat earther to have the intellectual capacity to draw a tangent. So then at that point, I muted him. I said, if you're not going to talk, all you're going to do is just blurt. Just type in the answer, right? Does that curve go up, down, or neutral? So we can start from somewhere, start the conversation from somewhere. So then he tried to hijack the room and said he's not going to answer the question until he's unmuted. I go, fine, you're just gonna stay muted then. And then then at some point that caused him to spiral out of control, and he went into TOS violation. So then I booted him, and that triggered Britnat into thinking there's something wrong with me. That because some guy is going into TOS violation stuff, that me kicking him out to control the room was somehow my fault. That somebody else did something. So then Britnat spiraled out of control, and I'm like, okay, Britnat, I need you to dial this back. Can we change topics? Nope, he won't change topics. So I muted him. He took it to text chat. I go, Britnat, can you dial it back? Can you at least take a break? Okay, get out of text chat, take a break, calm down. He wouldn't do that either. So then I booted him, and he just came back in on an alt. I said, wow. So you're just not going to listen to me at all. No matter what I say, what I do, you just want to go on and on and on about me. And dude, this could hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. It's like a father spanking a child, at this point. I don't know how to get through to you. I've asked you to move on. Others have asked you to move on. So he said, how about, what does the rest of the room think? And it was the most hilarious thing ever. Everyone in the room's like, I would rather sit in silence and hear Britnat open his mouth one more time. I was like, oh, the eyes have it. Okay. People said they would rather sit in complete silence and hear you talk. And what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do with that? And then I guess at this point, I guess he's been messaging mods, try to get him unmuted. So hopefully after he gets enough cross feedback, he'll come back to me and try to talk it out and have some sort of logic and reason discussion. If
Yeah,
not,
but
oh well.
we can't overrule another mod. Like that's how we work here. If you've done something with any justification, nobody can overrule that until you're ready to turn it over. That's the way it goes. It's just like if I righteously got somebody on a mute and somebody else unmutes him, you can't unmute my mute. It has to stand until we talk it out in the mod room, right? Just saying. It sucks, but I mean that's how it goes. It's like you can't get in trouble with dad and then complain to mom, and then mom's gonna let you off the hook. That's not how this works. In this case, mom and dad are working in tandem. So, anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that he's able to go around, do a round robin, and have some sort of conversation and get back to me and understand that I really didn't have a choice here.
Yeah. The hand was forced, in other words. Yeah, okay. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
it's either A, I go against the whole room and just let Britnat keep talking about me, even though no one wants to hear him, not even me. I really don't care what he has to say about me. Or just give him the room control. Hey, you've got control of the room. You do what the fuck you want to do with it. And we all leave and see if he follows us. Because I've tried that tactic, but with Snack. I don't know if you guys remember Snack. I used to do that with him. I go, dude, which one do you want? I'll pass the room control to you. He's like, yay. And he bans me. And I move to a different room. Then he followed me to that room. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Yeah, fair enough.
That's just a byproduct of the build-up crit. That was going to happen sooner or later. It'll happen again.
Yeah, it was I don't know, for some reason, Crit, you have this way of getting that whatever it is out of somebody. You just bring whatever it is they're hiding inside that they're harboring, it'll come out when you're around for some reason.
Yeah, the main issue was that Jerry and this other guy, Arden, were having a one-on-one, and there was a couple of globalists who kept squawking. And I just sat back and listened. I was like, you know what? Jerry's a big boy, right? He can handle some globalist squawking. Jerry's been with me going to a lot of globalist servers. So I'm like, I'm not going to mod. I'm just going to sit back and just let it play out, because Jerry doesn't really care, right? Hearing some background noise. If anything, he kind of feeds on it, right? But then when he tapped out and said, you know what, I'm sick of this shit. I'm gonna disengage and take a step back. And they tried to roll that out as some kind of victory for the globe. I'm like, cheese it, right? So your goal is to shut the conversation down. Well, let's go. I guess let's start wind her back up. Okay, let's follow the concept all the way to the full conclusion.
Yeah, for sure. Do we got anybody else in here?
Maybe we need a warm up conversation here. I just want to point out that it's quite ironic and embarrassing that this baby boomer religion is literally most protected by the Gen Zers, the new formation. These kids these days who make fun of boomers will die on the hill of the #1 boomer religion. You can't make this up.
Yeah, ask Naps for his opinion on the shape of the Earth. We can get some mileage out of Naps, right, Naps?
Naps, how you doing, Naps? This is the XO. How's your morning?
It's not actually an opinion; it's just a fact. But
Naps,
down
can
well
I
in
ask
here,
you a
I don't think.
question? Oh, I'm just curious where you get your information from, Naps. Where did you get this idea from?
My eyes. Who
Oh,
am I
okay.
speaking to? Who am I speaking to?
This is the XO. You just 2 letters, XO.
XO. Right. Just
What
Executive
was your
officer.
claim?
give me a quick
There you go.
explanation for what you think the moon is and the stars are.
Oh, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the
I don't
title of
care.
this. Oh, he's already
You asked
mad.
for my
Oof.
opinion and you wanted my input, so here's my
Wow.
input.
I was just
Answer the
trying
question.
to talk, and I guess you're already really upset for some
See,
reason.
this never
so
lasts
we
very
know
long.
we're-
I
Yeah,
asked this question and
he's
it gets
very
dodged,
triggered.
and then I get muted.
He's scared to death, I
I'm
guess.
smiling
So
right now,
I'm
ear
gonna
to
let
ear.
some. Okay, bro. I didn't know you were this much of a weirdo. I'll let
I
somebody
didn't know
else
you were
talk
this
to you.
much of a coward.
I'm
Answer the
sorry,
question.
little twerp. It's okay. You'll be
I'm
fine.
6'2" and about what?
I know.
95 kilograms.
I would snap you in half, princess.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
You are nothing. You are a zit on the internet. You're scared to death of your own claim. I asked you about your Earth belief, and your first thing was looking away from it. That's my point.
My
It's that
first
easy.
thing was I used my eyes and I asked you a question about it and you refused to answer it.
Right. So you saw the
GG,
globe.
you lose.
You saw the globe Earth when? Still waiting.
I said I made observations with
That
my
was
eyes.
easy. So no globe Earth. So no globe Earth claim at all. Okay. Perfect. You guys take it away.
Hang on. That's not how this
Rest
is
in
going to
peace.
go.
It's already
You're going to
gone.
answer
You're
my
hiding. You're
question,
scared
or you're
to
going to
death.
just stall the
I'm
conversation
still waiting.
so you don't let
I'm
me make
still
my point.
waiting for a claim. When did you see this globe Earth with your eyes? Can you just tell me when?
You can answer the question.
It's that easy, guys. They can't
No,
make a claim.
it's that easy for me
He's
to show that you
scared
dodged
to
the question.
death. He can't even attempt to. This is like the 100th time this has happened, guys. I mean, this is
100th
literally
time
like
you've
every
dodged a
single
question?
time
The
I
first
just try to
question?
talk to a normie. He refuses to even discuss the topic. I guess this is how it's going to go. So I'll have to bow out, guys. Thanks.
Okay, so for the record,
That was
you
easy.
dodged the question. You didn't want to answer the question because it's obvious where it's going to go because it goes the same way every time.
If he ever answered my question and I missed it, I'll pay you $1,000 if I missed it, guys.
Why do
Let
you
me know.
get to ask the first question when I was the one to ask to be unmuted and offer my input?
Really? The title of the room is called 24/7 Flat Earth. I'm not a flat earther, but I did want to ask somebody why they don't believe in the flat earth, most likely a globe. And your first response was your eyes, but then you hid from the earth topic and you went to the sun, moon, and stars. As expected.
Oh, so you think that's a separate topic? Okay, well, just end the conversation right there. You're an idiot.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you are literally scared to death of what we can prove
I
here
am more
in
than
reality.
willing to engage with you if you would
You
only
can't even
just
make a
follow the
claim.
conversation.
No,
I
you
don't.
hid.
I
You
refuse to
immediately hid
engage
from
with
the.
your
Yeah,
script.
you immediately hid and you ran for your life. You're 6'2" and scared to death over the internet
Okay,
from where
just
we can
because
measure
you keep
the
telling
Earth
me I'm
curvature.
scared doesn't
You're
doesn't
absolutely
Hang on real
distract from
scared
the
to
fact that you're
death
dodging the
to even
question.
tell me where you get your Earth curvature measurements from.
Hang on, real
You
quick.
can't even tell
Why
me.
do I
It's
have to
over.
have them to make
You can't.
very
You can't.
easy
That's my point.
observations that
There's
lead
no
me to
claim.
believe that the Earth
The
is a
first
globe?
thing he did was when he
Go
was
ahead.
starting to defend his globe. First thing he did was ask a question, sir.
As did you.
What's required? Well, we get to ask the
Yeah,
questions.
take over, Glass.
Why do you get to
One at a
ask
time.
the
Go ahead.
No. I want you to keep talking. I just wanted to have everybody realize
He's already
that.
scared to death. He's scared to death for
we
a
know.
reason.
We know. The
It's
audience
over.
knows all
No,
about it. They
but
can
I
smell
know
it.
that you're scared to death of that
Hold
question.
on, man. Jeez, please. Okay, I'll give it back to both of y'all. I just wanted to say that it's patently obvious you don't have a claim because the first thing you did when we asked where's the globe,
You're not letting me make the claim
you
because you're not
asked a
allowing me to
question
ask the
instead
questions
of
that
made a
allow me
claim.
to make the
You
claim.
asked a question instead of made a claim. That's your first faux pas. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, because there are people that I meet that are flat earthers that do believe in the normal cosmology. Actually, some of them are still heliocentric flat earthers, so that has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. That's the contention, you know.
Okay, I'm going to answer you now. No one
There is,
who
you don't
believes
have a claim.
in Okay, so the cosmology that
You
you're
can't
talking
say
about,
anything. Yeah, you don't have anything. You
the
have nothing.
cosmology that you're talking about is incompatible with flat Earth.
I understand. That's why you can't tell us where you get your globe Earth measurements
So
from.
I would
There's
like
no
to, I would
claim.
like to have your explanation for what we observe in the sky.
Sure, I can. Right, the sky proves that we're not moving. They're called divergent and converging star trails.
Okay, so I will refer you back to my first question, which is clearly
was
now been
easy.
proven to be relevant.
See?
What is the
Bye-bye.
moon and the stars?
Yeah, I don't live on the moon or the stars. I live
So
on
when you look
Earth.
up, what's
That's
your
oh,
explanation?
so
for it?
poor little guy. He's
what
so
are?
scared. I need to talk to somebody with at least half the testosterone of a normal man. So sorry, guys, I got to bow out. I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, so you dodged, you didn't answer the question, and then you
He's
bowed
still
out.
scared to death. On my life,
Yeah,
you'll
I was
never be.
waiting for you.
Watch this. On my life, you'll never be able to address the topic. Thanks.
All right, so we're gonna get somebody else to address naps. If anybody wants to take up the point,
Should never
anybody
put
want to take point?
Never put anything on your life, dude. Your life's the most important thing, dude.
Oh, Jedi, if you're around, or Crit.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with this guy because he's pointing up at the sky as his proof of what the ground is. I'm
What's
not sure
wrong
where
with
to
that?
go from that.
What if the sky was a mirror? Would you still be saying the same thing?
Yeah, I would.
You would be saying the same thing about the
What do
ground
you
if
mean,
the
what
sky
if?
was a
Brother,
mirror.
the sky's not a mirror. Let's stay in reality.
No, because
How do you know
people
it's not?
specular reflection. People have said, "Hey, look at the salt flats. Look at a lake. Look at the lake cast a perfect shadow of the sky or a perfect reflection of the sky." People said, "Yeah, it doesn't matter." And I guess, well, I suppose. I mean, maybe.
Wait, so
but if you reverse
it's locally flat.
yeah, if you
So-
reverse the logic, I've seen specular reflections that show perfectly the surface of the Earth is flat, and globalists say, "Nuh-uh."
So your point was, why are you looking at the sky to make observations about the ground?
I'm
as
saying
if that
this
was
is
just
what
a flat rule that there's
my
never going to be an
point
exception
is,
to, yeah?
why would you use anything other than the surface of the Earth to describe the surface of the Earth?
If I want to know what my face looks like, do I ask someone else or do I look in a mirror?
Can I just stop you guys from getting off topic? So you said, as a rule, without exception, why would you look at the sky to make observations about the ground?
Yeah.
Okay, is that your claim? Yeah.
I mean, because the sky isn't the ground, so.
Okay, if there are exceptions to any rule, if you can make hypotheticals whereby the rule just no
no,
longer
the
applies.
if thing. Again, stay in reality.
Okay, so let's now redivert it to what we actually observe. If
What do
you
you mean?
travel from the northern hemisphere to the southern
You
hemisphere,
just said
the
if
moon,
again, kid.
along with the
Try
no,
not
I
to
have
use
done
if.
this, and I know thousands of people that have done this. You can see pictures of it online.
You've surveyed thousands of people on this.
So
I gotta
okay,
be
so
quiet.
stop
Anyway, go ahead,
interrupting.
guys.
You're embarrassing yourself. So if you go to the opposing hemisphere, the moon and the
No, I
stars are
gotta just be
inverted.
quiet 'cause my
That
family's
makes
sleeping.
sense if you think that the Earth's a globe.
Your
Your
opinion is of
explanation
zero
for it
real
means
world
that you have to
consequence.
engage in absolute lunacy, where you say that the moon is a projected
Sorry.
image along with the stars. You can't explain solar eclipses. It's the
No
most
one's
simple observation that destroys your
No.
worldview. And your answer
Solar
has been
eclipse, the moon
either
getting in front of the
that
sun.
the moon is a projection, or
Mm.
that the moon is so close and so small that it's like having a 6 printed on your roof. That's insane, and it's very easy to debunk that.
Or it's unverified. Whatever the sun, moon, and stars are, it's unverified to us. Isn't it?
So it's an illusion.
Yes. No.
Okay.
I didn't say illusion. I said unverified.
Okay, so let me
Don't you
have.
get a
Do
big
you have
word
any
on
ideas?
verified?
Do you have any
He's
ideas as
projecting.
to why
Whatever
that might
it
not
is,
be the
it's
case?
unverified. I have no ideas because they would just be speculations, and I don't like to put speculations out on any other day but Sunday.
But
because
what you are
the
saying is
ultimate
that
understanding is
what you do see is wrong.
I haven't. I've really tried not. I've really tried not to interrupt you, and when I talk, I can't hear you. So it's not going to be a conversation. So let me finish, and then you can make your point. So it's unverified. I have speculations, but those speculations would be unverified, and they're not going to go anywhere with a conversation with somebody like you. So whatever the sun, moon, and stars are, it's unverified, but it doesn't change the shape of the surface of the Earth.
Are you saying that what you're seeing with your own eyes in the sky is not actually what it would
See?
appear to be?
See,
Is that
he's
what you're
scared to
saying?
death of a real conversation. He has to
I
continue
need
to
a
project his own
clarification, 'cause
fear
that's
onto
just-
you.
That's just a clever little way
Do
of
you
saying
understand? Yes, the sky.
the observations that we make are not.
Jedi, Jedi, you might want to point out the fact that the sky proves we're not moving. That's why they're called converging and diverging star trails. So he's the one that denies the sky. Sorry. Thanks.
I mean, look, my friend, when I say unverified, means I don't know exactly what they are. What don't you get about that?
But do you see that the reason that you say that is because it's a clear point against your worldview? It's an observation that you can make,
No,
that you can
no,
test yourself.
no,
You can test it
no.
yourself.
It's
And your answer is,
no,
I
it's
don't know. It can't be what my senses lead me to believe because I have this other
what?
worldview and it would
Sorry, excuse me.
contradict it. So
What do now you're going to define my thoughts? What do my senses tell me about the moon that I'm denying?
okay, it's so difficult to get to the heart of this because I don't know where you draw the line. Like, do you think that it's a
Well,
lie, or that the images are fake, depending on if you travel to the opposing hemisphere, that
what
the sky becomes
what
inverted?
do you mean?
Do you think that's a lie?
What do you mean inverted?
Just Google it. Photos of the moon from the northern
No,
hemisphere, photos of the
tell you
moon
what,
from the southern hemisphere.
explain to me what. Okay, so without the moon, what do you mean about stars being inverted? I will grant you, when I go south of the equator, I will look up and see different stars. I grant you that. So do you know what you're talking about, and do you
Of
understand
course
what
I
I
do.
mean by verification?
I understand exactly the casuistry that you're using there to avoid the very
I'm
easy
literally trying to
observation that anyone can
understand.
make.
My dude. Well, I've kind of granted you that when I go south of the equator, I look up and I see different stars.
No, you don't
And
see different stars. You see them perfectly inverted if you started off in the northern
what do you
hemisphere.
mean by
It's the same with the
what do
moon.
you mean perfectly? What do you mean perfectly inverted?
Just Google it.
Upside
No,
down,
why
right?
don't you
Jedi.
explain? You mean
Jedi.
sorry?
I
Go
have
on.
to help you, Jedi. He's not gonna help. He's not gonna be able to demonstrate anything. So when I have my ceiling fan, and I'm looking above a certain portion of my ceiling fan, the fan blades are moving left to right. When I go to the opposite side of the room, now the fan blades are moving from right to left. Yes, and my floor is not a ball. So continue.
Oh, okay. So when you look north, the stars are going one way. When you look south, they're going the other way, even though the stars actually come from
Amazing. It's amazing, bro. Yeah.
So your
yeah.
explanation would have to be that it's
You've turned
an
around.
image.
It knows you've turned around.
Yep, it's reality. That was easy. Have a nice day.
What
I mean, look,
is
if you
that's
don't,
not a serious
let's get
answer.
let's
That's a
read this
satirical
again.
Can't
answer.
even fathom it. He's that stupid.
So,
It's a
will we
big
agree that
ironic thing that
stars?
you've said there, Mr. XO.
Excuse
Big
me.
ironic thing.
Will you agree? Don't concentrate on him. Listen to my voice. Will we agree that
XO.
stars?
So you think that it's like a
Oh
6
my
on
goodness,
your
right,
roof?
dude.
I'm
You're not gonna
done
have a
with you,
conversation
mate. You
with
don't
me.
even
Yeah,
understand what
he's
the
in full. He's
inverted
been in
is.
full panic. He's been in full panic the whole time, Jedi. This was
No,
expected.
it's just funny. It's just struggling to deal
So,
with this
will we
stupidity that I'm
agree that the
hearing here.
stars come from the east and go to the west? Will we agree? Stars come from the east and go to the west,
Yeah,
don't they?
old dude. What you've posted there is that was a satirical answer originally against flat Earth, and then you guys adopted it because you thought you could make it fly, which is the most hilarious thing about this situation. Because it means that you have to start arguing that the moon is really close and that it's 2D. It's very easy to prove that that is not the case.
That's not true at all. But hey ho.
But if you don't think that the moon and the stars are a 2D image imprinted on a dome or as perhaps a sticker, then what do you think they are? Because
No
that's where
idea.
you have to
Right,
go.
let's put it like this. Let's put it like
Okay,
this.
so that's your answer.
Because-
You have no
oh
idea
my
because it
goodness me.
contradicts your
Why do you
worldview. That
keep
was the
talking
point I
through
wanted to make.
everything
Thank
why
you.
do you keep
Easy
talking
win.
through everything that I say and then going to go off into the corner and wank yourself stupid because you think you won a point without
No, I did
actually
win a point
listening?
because your answer is I don't know.
You haven't listened. Do you know what verification is? Do you know what
Of
that
course
is?
I do. In
Good.
fact, my
So
observations verify my worldview.
Good. So without going to the moon, how would I know what it was?
Is that a serious question?
Well, if I can't go there and verify what it is, then I can't verify
See,
what it is because I can't
this
go.
is.
Oh no, just going to keep
Sorry,
talking.
carry on.
Thank
Carry
you.
on.
So I can only make observations from down here on the surface of the Earth, can't I? Just like you. But I don't know what it is because I can't go there and verify what it is, can I?
Finished?
Am I still talking?
Been done
So,
for you, Jedi.
So do you think that you have to go to the moon to make claims about it? Any claim at all?
Well, at the moment, being as I don't know what it is, and I'd probably get a better understanding of what it is if I fucking went there, then yeah, more than likely it'd probably be a good idea to actually go there
Okay,
to
so you
verify
can't
what
make
it fucking
any
is.
observations about it. You can't even
I
say what color it is.
I can see it. What do you mean I can't make any observations? I can do the same thing that you can, stand on the surface of the earth and look at it. But I will have questions.
So
And
do
until
you
I actually
also
go
think?
there, I cannot be
So
able to
so your
verify it, am I?
observation is just purely just as a layman. All the science about it, you've read through it, and you've
All the
decided no,
science.
that's not for me.
The science. What's the science about the moon, sunshine?
So okay, this is the point I'm trying to make. Okay,
Mm.
as a layman, yeah,
Mm.
both of us actually have to put trust in science at some points in our lives that we have no idea about. How you guys have chosen flat Earth as your passion or your hobby or whatever. So you ask people, and usually when they come in here, they don't know what they're talking about. Not down
Science
to the
isn't true.
detail of gas containers and the specific height at which you're supposed to see curvature. My point is, I don't need to know that. I know that I put trust in authority just like everyone else does in certain things. But for you to make the argument that you're making means that you're saying that you have read through, because you're the ones that are saying you need to know all these facts. You must have read through every single bit of maths, physics, and science about the moon to conclude that it is not a globe. But the reasons that you're giving me that you know this are just because I just look at it with my eyes and I don't know what it is.
No, that's not necessarily true.
Okay, well then you need to go away and you need to do your research to prove to me that the moon is
Well,
not a sphere, because it does in fact verify that the Earth is a globe. It's another observation that
when did
lines
I
up with
say,
that worldview.
excuse me, when did I say the moon was not a sphere?
Oh, you do think the moon's a sphere?
Well, it looks like a sphere sometimes.
Do you understand the trouble that lands you
Yeah,
in as
I
a
grant
flat earther?
you that. What? That the moon sometimes looks like it could be a sphere?
What
No,
shape's
that
the
it
Earth,
is a
Kennard?
sphere.
The flat Earth police going to come and arrest me, are they? I've
You don't
made the
understand
claim. I'm
the
just saying
mistake
it
you're
looks
making,
like
do you?
it could.
The penny will
What
drop in a
being
minute.
as sometimes
Just
it
imagine
could
it.
be. Oh, no. Okay. And at no point did I say the moon is not categorically a sphere. I said it could be a sphere. Sometimes it looks like a sphere. But listen to the crescendo of the point. If I actually fucking go into it, I'm not going to be able to say one way or another now, am I?
What shape's the Earth, though?
Not making a claim to the shape of the Earth. I understand the surface description is flat, though.
But you realize that, so even
Realise what?
using the starting point that the Earth is flat, you're still refusing to make observations about the moon because you understand that would be
Who
having
said
it
I
both
was
ways.
refusing to make observations about? Now you're not following.
You
Who said I was refusing to
make
make
inferences
observations
though.
about the moon?
You can't make inferences because
Okay.
you say you don't know what it is. So any inference you make is just a guess in your worldview. In other words, you can say anything you like to back up your
It's going to
claim.
be whatever
Confirmation
it is.
bias.
Whatever it is, it's going to be whatever it. No, it's not confirmation bias. It's whatever I suggest it could be. I'm not going to be able to fulfill that suggestion until I verify it, and I'm not going to be able to verify it because I'm not going to the moon.
Okay,
I'm
but
not
we've already
making a claim
established
to
you
what
don't
the
have to go
moon
to the moon to make certain
is. I'm
observations
not
about
making
it.
a claim to what. Listen, very
Who
excitable
measured the
man.
moon's surface?
Listen, very excitable man. Shush. Look, he just believes the story that he's been told. That's all it is, and that's
Oh,
fine.
you're getting away from the point again. This is not the point.
But he's not going to be able to verify the claims that other people are talking. You ignorant little shit.
Wow, you're triggered. Fair play. You really don't know what
Not
you're talking
really.
about.
I just get really
You
frustrated
didn't even
with
understand what
people
I
who are
meant by the
exceedingly
moon looked inverted when you traveled to the opposing hemisphere. That is really telling.
Who
Really
measured the
telling.
moon radius, mate?
You
Why'd
said
you have to measure the
inverted,
moon
and you were
radius?
talking about. Sorry, excuse me, young man. You were talking about the stars, not the moon. Stars.
Yeah, they
And I
invert
already
as well.
went through this. That's your orientation. Agreeing that the stars move from the east and go to the west. When you face north, they appear to go counterclockwise. When you face south, they go clockwise. Awesome. So, what's the problem with going to the other side of the moon and seeing it from a different vantage point?
Okay.
You have the same
So
phenomenon on a curved
someone
surface because you've gone to the other side of the moon from another vantage point.
someone
What don't you
facetiously
get?
said earlier it's like standing on your head. It's just turning around, yeah? How on earth do you end
Did I
up
say
with that
that?
point of view if you're standing on the earth without being upside down?
Did I?
It doesn't care if you said
You
it. Someone
just
said it.
moved. Well, go and deal with them then.
So that's not. So you don't think that that was a good point for your side?
It's mate. It's not my point, is it? What was
Okay.
my
Well,
point?
do
What
you
did I
agree with
just
it?
say before you spoke? What did I just say? I don't care about other people's points at this instance. I'm trying to figure out if you're actually
So
listening
this
to a
is
word
why the
that comes out of
question
my
gets
mouth.
dodged
Oh
because you
no,
still haven't
you're
answered it.
not listening.
You
What did
still
I
haven't answered
fucking
the
say?
question.
I'm literally asking you to repeat what I
I
fucking
don't
said
care.
because I
I'm not
just
playing
asked
your
you a
quiz show
question.
game. That's over. It's over. There's no quiz show.
I've already answered it. So let's see if you
You
can
haven't
stop
answered
talking
it.
through.
Your
Let-
answer is I
I
don't know.
just did.
Therefore, I
That's
can't.
why
I
I asked
can't
you to
use it
repeat what I
as an
said.
argument.
I just asked you to repeat what I said because I answered your question, and now because you keep talking through the answers, you're going to go off into your little corner again and knock one out again, aren't you, Sunshine? Because you think you've got a point. Now repeat what I said if you had my answer.
I know I've got a point, and you can't answer it. That's the brilliant thing.
Repeat what I said. Repeat what I said.
I don't care. I don't care what you
Oh, you
said. I've
don't
forgotten
care
what you
about
said.
my
You've said
answer.
about 100 irrelevant things. All I care about
Really?
is
But
nailing
I
you guys
can't
down on this
verify
one
the moon.
point that you have no idea how to answer.
I can't verify the moon. You can't verify the moon because you
I don't
trust
need
the
to verify the moon.
story.
I have an observation about the moon that entails that the Earth is a globe.
Of the moon. That means that you went to a different location and saw
I
the
don't.
moon from a different
This is the
vantage.
thing. Why do I need to go to the moon
What?
to make that observation? I don't.
Well, all you've done, I don't
As I showed you earlier,
understand.
you don't need to go to the moon to make
I
observations
don't
about it.
understand how this is only applicable to. I don't understand how going south of the equator, looking at the moon, is only applicable on a ball Earth because I can go south of the equator, look at the moon on a flat Earth, and hey, look, same observation that you get, right?
No, only if it's a 2D
No.
image and it's very close. So these are things that you have to now argue for. You can't escape this by saying I don't know.
Image.
That's not an argument. You lose if you say that.
So now it's a 2D image.
It has to.
Why doesn't
You
it
really
appear?
are stupid. It has to be to verify what you are saying. Think about it. Think about it. If you say you're at the furthest
You're
northern point
putting
on the
words
flat
into
Earth,
my
yeah?
mouth saying it's going to be a 2D
No, I'm not
image.
putting words into
Dude,
your mouth. I'm
listen.
making logical inferences
You
based
are.
on
You
what you're
said it has
saying,
to
and you're
be a
not following
2D
along
image.
because you're too stupid.
You said it has to be close to a 2D image.
It has to be a 2D image for what you're saying to make sense. I'm sorry, that's just true.
What? So, in what way does it have to be a 2D image?
I'm trying to explain that to you. So imagine you are the
Well,
furthest
hurry up
northern
then.
point on the flat Earth, okay? And you look at the moon, and it's an image, right? And what you see is a flat circular image with a pattern on it, okay? And then you go
It's
all
going
the
to be
way
a
to the most southern point, and it's upside down. How could it possibly be
Right.
that way if it was a hanging sphere? Unless both sides are the same. Is that what you're arguing?
Same thing. Same sort of thing as when I observe a disco ball and walk to the other fucking side of it. What's your point?
Okay. Oh, okay. So you are saying that both sides of the moon, so the moon does have two different faces, and they both look exactly the same, but they're just upside down. Is that what you're saying?
No. How much of the moon's surface is visible from the Earth? How much of it?
Well, you could only see one side, can't you? So you'd have to say
Hold
about
on.
half.
No, that's incorrect. Even within your model, how much of the moon's surface is
Why does it
visible?
matter? No, explain to me why that matters.
Because it's not 50% sunshine.
It doesn't matter. If you see one image,
it's not
yeah.
50%. Shall I say this again? It's not 50%.
So what? It doesn't disprove what I'm
It's
saying.
more than that. See, you don't even know your own fucking claims.
I don't have. This is what I'm saying. So you point out the silly little number details that don't actually refute the point. You've not won a point yet. Just because I don't know a specific number about height distances, if I'm supposed to see curvature and all this, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it does. How much of the moon's surface is visible from the Earth? How much?
Why does that matter? You're not going to win a point by proving that I don't know some specific percentage. It doesn't matter.
Oh, it does. Oh, it really does. If you're going to say something,
so you're
about
saying
fucking
I'm trying to pin you down because you're kind of all over the place.
Why?
Are you saying it's 2D? Are you saying it's a sphere?
Why
Are you saying it's a hanging ball with two sides that are the same? Like what are you trying to say it is?
You're much invested in this.
So what's your explanation for the moon on a flat Earth? And your answer is it's really close. It's a ball that has two sides that look the same, or it's a 2D image, or you don't know.
When did I say the moon was really close? When did
Oh,
I
so
say
you don't
that?
think it's really close either?
How would I know?
Because you can make the inference because you're saying that going to the
Oh,
opposing
I need to
hemisphere means
guess
that you're
now. You
walking
want
to
me
the
to
other
guess?
side of it.
You want me to guess?
How far away is the moon?
No idea.
How far away do they claim it is? When I say they, I
What
mean normal, smart
in
people.
your model?
In the scientific consensus.
Science.
You can measure the moon. The guy Aristarchus measured it a long time
In
ago.
normal smart people, about 300,000. You can use
So see, what I'm not going to do is
like
say
that.
that you got
Hello,
that wrong, and
300,000
therefore
miles or
you
something
don't know what
like
you're
that.
talking about. I'm going to say that you've got that wrong. But if it was as far, was it 240,000 miles or something? Do you think if
Oh
it was
wow!
that far away, yeah? Do you think that walking a few thousand miles across the Earth would mean that you were literally walking underneath it to the other side of it? You
Again,
see
how
the
would I know?
ridiculousness of what you're
Hold
saying
on,
here
I
because
haven't
you haven't
made it.
considered it?
Have you noticed that I haven't made an actual fucking claim yet? And you keep trying to put claims into my mouth. You've said
Yeah,
I
because
think the moon is local.
I'm trying
I
to
haven't
pin you
said that.
down on making a claim rather than just
But I
squirming away
haven't
by
got
saying I
one
haven't got a
here
clue.
with the moon. I haven't got one here with the moon.
And do you know why you don't have one with the moon? Because the
Yeah,
observations that
because
you
I can't
make
verify it.
entail that the Earth is a globe,
No, not at all. I just can't verify what it is.
and the points that you're
Can't verify
making,
its
you don't even
distance. Can't
understand the
verify its
entailments of it.
size. Don't understand its distance. Don't understand its size. Could be anything, my friend.
So
what?
why are you so reluctant to go and research the claims that
What the
have been
moon?
made about the moon that don't fit your
Who
worldview?
says I haven't? Who says I haven't?
Well,
Again, you trying to define my thoughts.
I'm
I just know that
I'm
when
making
I
an
just know
assumption
that
based on the fact that you don't have a fucking
know,
clue.
I just know that when push comes to shove, I'm not going to be able to verify anything that I speculate about the moon. It looks like this, it could be that, but I don't know. What don't you get? You just got a story, man.
Just to absolutely confirm the point that I was trying to make
Mm.
all along. You
That I
don't
don't know.
you don't like thinking about the moon and making arguments
Hold on.
against
Who says I
the
don't like?
very
I
obvious
don't know what it is.
observations
What would be the
that
point?
entail that the
What
Earth
would
is a
be the
globe
point?
in virtue of I haven't got a clue. Thank you.
Oh, so you think? Sorry, excuse me. You think that whatever the moon does means that the measurements and practical use of the surface of the Earth make a fucking difference?
Jedi, he's got the epitome of a fallacious argument on his side, so you can just go ahead and discredit his side of the argument because it's logically fallacious and follows no line of reasoning.
Which fallacy?
You insert a straw man fallacy and insist that he has to take it. That's
Which
the
fallacy?
epitome.
But I'm
of-
not making an argument.
Which fallacy you want to know the fallacy, Naps? It's called begging the question. All right, so let's look into your worldview. All right, so we're gonna deal with it. What observations can you make about the moon?
It's a circle.
Okay,
It's
what
gray.
else?
Therefore, okay, but this is the thing. So
well, let's just make only observations. We're not gonna go off into another topic. We're just gonna stick with observations.
I'm going to make the observations.
Right.
As
You
in
said
the only
it's
ones I
gray,
need to make the
it's
claim.
circle.
Okay.
It's gray
The
and
only
it's a
the
circle.
only ones I need to make the claim. Yes.
All right. So what else can you say about it from your observation, from your vantage point on Earth?
So, the fact that it's gray,
yeah,
makes it much less likely to be a reflection from Earth because you'd expect it to be a shade of blue. Okay.
You
We
would
agree on that?
expect it to be a shade of blue. How do you know that?
Because the Earth is mostly water.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Earth at the moment. We're just making an observation of the moon.
I don't
Let's
care.
just
I'm
stick to
making
the moon.
observations about the moon, and I'm making little.
Yeah, but you're
little
not
inferences.
noticing the blueness of the oceans all reflected on the moon, right?
I agree, which would
okay
perhaps suggest that it's not a reflection.
Well, there is such a thing called Earthshine on the moon, by the way, if you haven't
Oh
looked
my
into that.
God.
Yeah, I'm not making it up, man. Your own scientism is talking about it.
So
Earthshine on the
maybe
moon.
you'll be a bit more honest here.
I
Mr.
am. I'm just
Veritas.
telling you based on your worldview.
Okay.
What can you know about the moon?
Are you in the same camp in saying that you're not going to make any claims about it because you realize that the path you have to go down it's going to
So
land you in
yeah,
a
the only
lot of
claims
trouble.
that we can make are essentially the same ones that you're making right now. Well, the ones you're making, hopefully you don't make a logical fallacy into it, begging the question. But the ones that we're saying that you're saying is the same. Our observations are the same of the moon. Like make an observation and then ask me if I don't agree with you or agree with you. How about that? Side by side comparison.
Of course.
All
So
right. So name anything, then I will ask you if I agree or disagree. Is it gray? Yeah, certainly looks that way. Well,
what
different
do you mean it
shades of it
looks that
anyway.
way?
Different shades of gray.
But is it gray or not?
Different shades, sure. The
Okay.
color is.
Right. Because
All right.
that's the
What else?
color.
What else?
But okay, it has a pattern that you can see with your eyes. You can see it more clearly with the
Yeah,
telescope.
yeah, I can see
Okay.
that. Go ahead.
Okay.
What else?
And that pattern moves perfectly as you travel south or north, depending on your starting point, obviously,
Wait,
to look upside down.
No, no. Well, yeah, but you don't have to travel anywhere. Let's just say that you want to make
what
an
in the fuck?
observation. Just listen. If you want to make an observation of the moon in the night sky, let's say you go walk outside and you see the moon on your eastern horizon, right? So can you follow the moon all the way to your western horizon, Naps? And you're in your
What?
same night sky. You're not going anywhere. You're stationary. You're just making an observation of the moon across your night sky. From the
Are
eastern.
you? Can I just finish the script? Are you trying to say that
It's not a script,
turning your
bro.
head is going to flip the image upside down?
No, you don't have to turn. So all we're doing is like all I'm saying is the observations that you and I are making together. We're either gonna agree or disagree, right? So when I'm standing outside of my house and I'm looking at this moon from the eastern horizon
Yeah.
as it's rising in the east and it goes across the sky above my head all the way to the western horizon, and now I see it in the western horizon. Do you disagree with that or agree with
No.
that? Okay, so now the face of the moon, while I see it on the eastern horizon, will be upside down from the western horizon. So when I see it right side up on the eastern horizon, as it moves across the sky above my head all the way to the western horizon, it will be upside down. Do you agree or disagree with that?
That depends on your starting point because it can be inverted
It's on
in
the
another
eastern
way.
horizon.
Yeah,
I
but no,
outlined it.
but okay, I see the trap now. Okay,
No, it's not a
you're
trap,
you're not
bro. It's
no,
not
but
a
I know where you're
trap.
going with this. You're not answering the
Relax.
question.
You need to relax. Nobody's trapping you. I'm just saying our observations should be the same. If they're not the same, you can say I disagreed. My observation is not that. So what I said was on the eastern horizon, you see the face of the moon, right? It looks like how you see it as it moves across the sky above your head and to the western horizon. Once it's on the western horizon, is it upside down from the position from the eastern horizon? Yes or no, Naps?
You wouldn't see it though. You wouldn't see it rise like you're
What?
insinuating.
No,
you're
I'm not talking. All right, forget the word rise. When you see it on the eastern horizon, as it moves across the sky and it's on the western horizon, is the face of the moon upside down from when you've seen it on the eastern horizon?
Yeah, but
Naps?
okay, but you don't think the Earth rotates.
I'm
So
not worried about that. Just
that would be
stop,
my
dude.
answer
Stop.
for why that would be a
Yeah,
problem
I
in the
don't
end.
care about that
Which
yet.
which again verifies my worldview.
Naps, relax. Why
I'm
are
not
you?
playing this
You're
game. I know
jumpy.
where you're going
It's
with
not a
this. It's
game. It's not a
pointless.
game.
You do
It's a
this all
simple
the time.
observation. Naps,
You do
it's
this
not a
all the
game.
time.
Naps,
I've heard you
relax.
play this
Can you calm
before,
down?
and I
Calm
can
down, Naps.
easily answer the question.
Calm down. We're
Easily
not
answer the
playing
question.
games, okay? We're only making simple observations, and we're testing to see if you're genuine and you're honest, or if you're just gonna be rambunctious.
Why am
and
I
you
not
don't really
allowed to
care.
do that with you? That's what I said I wanted to
Because we're
start by
not
doing,
doing
and then
that.
now
There's
I'm
no
locked
games.
into answering your
Listen, Naps,
questions.
there's no games being played. All
Yes,
we're
there
doing.
are.
No, there isn't. We're just making observations outside. And if me and you are making these observations together and we're watching the moon on the eastern horizon as it moves across the sky to the western horizon, are we going to see the face upside down? Yes or no?
Yes, but that doesn't mean
Okay.
it has absolutely nothing. So you
All
you
right,
don't believe
so
that the Earth is rotating
we're
and
not
moving.
worried about that yet. We haven't even got there.
But you
the only
should
thing
be
we're
if you
doing.
were honest. If you were honest, you should be.
Listen, we're not including that in our observation of the moon. We're just seeing the moon in the night sky, Naps.
Of course,
That's
you're not
all you and I
including
are
it.
doing.
Of course, you're not including it.
So
because
you want to talk
again
about that?
entail that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, dude. Why are you so hyper? I don't get it,
Because I
Naps.
usually
Tell
get
me
muted
why.
in 10 seconds. I was trying to get it all out.
Are you muted now, bro? No, but you're
No, that's why I'm
interrupting,
speaking. That's what I just said.
Listen, well, there's no need to because we're just having a casual conversation about like our observations. We're watching the moon do something. Now, what I'm saying though is, what information can you get that I can't get, or vice versa, that I can get that you can't
Oh,
get?
that's easy. Have you
So,
traveled?
right,
Have you traveled to
so
the southern hemisphere?
Okay, so do
I'm
you know
assuming
where
you
the
live in the north.
Naps, 1 second, bro. You need to identify what you're saying because I think you're a bit ahead of yourself, right? Cart
No,
before the horse.
I just can't be bothered going through this long, drawn out script that I know what the
It's not a
punchline is.
script, bro. Do you think I wrote all this
But
down?
this always
What is a
happens. Why are
script?
you so scared to answer
Naps,
this
I'm not
question?
scared, but I'm wondering why you are
Answer it
so
then.
jumpy. You're irritated and
I'm
you're jumpy. You
wondering
don't
why.
need to be.
I'm wondering why you're wasting time. Why don't you just answer the question?
Because it's important that you understand when we're talking to a mind like yours that we understand each other. We're trying to reason together. That's what we're doing now. We're reasoning
Yeah,
together, right?
yeah.
So
but
if
but
we
that means
right.
that you're avoiding answering the question because you
I'm
know
not
that
avoiding.
the reason.
I want you to understand that we're educating you guys on observations.
You're not educating anyone.
Yes, we
You're
are.
making silly little gaslighting and
So
you're
no,
making
you use
logical fallacies.
you use terms like southern
You deny
hemisphere.
gravity.
Do you know Naps? Relax. Do you know where southern hemisphere comes from? The term southern hemisphere.
Irrelevant.
It's not. Do you know where it comes
I
from?
don't know. South of the equator is what I understand it to mean.
If you understand that when we're making our observations of the night sky, it comes from the common understanding of the celestial sphere. Now, the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere have nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere that you think you live on. Has everything to do with the celestial sphere. Now, you can look that up. Now, not only that, but longitude, latitude, the equator, these things are celestial. They're not terrestrial, Naps. I don't know if you knew that or not, but every time you use these connotations in your description of the southern hemisphere, you're attributing it to a terrestrial sphere, and it's not. It's due to the fact that southern hemisphere is talking about the celestial sphere, and it's. I just want to clear some things up because you're using those connotations to make it sound like you're talking about the terrestrial sphere, and it's not. So just to clear that up, we're understanding that when we're making observations of the southern hemisphere, yes, we're looking at the night sky in the southernmost regions of the earth. So when you're saying that, you're denoting that we're looking up, not down. We're not looking at the curving earth. We're looking at the sky, which appears to be in a dome shape above us, right? In our vision. In our
Wrong.
vision. So either way, yes,
Wrong.
no, I'm
Wrong.
not wrong. So check this out. In our vision in flat Earth and in the vision of the globe Earth, you would assume because we're on a globe, right, that everything in the sky is mapped out according to our position, geographical location, because the Earth is a ball. Now, what I would tell you, I'm submitting this to you, is that we view the sky differently than we view the Earth because they're not analogous, right? The sky. So what I'm saying is, our view of the sky is independent.
This is
from,
white noise, by the way. This is white noise.
It's independent of the ground.
And it's
Why
just
is
a
it white
long way
noise?
around of dodging the point again.
No,
it's just boring.
because what I'm trying to tell you right now is that our observations of the night sky are independent from the ground. So we're not using the ground as some kind of like catapult into understanding.
Just because definitionally that was the case when the words were cooked up doesn't have anything to do with our observations.
It's not definite. I can't say definitionally, but no, it's not
Listen,
because of that. It's not because.
Why
of that,
can't you accept what? Okay, if you
It's
were
our
honest,
observations.
if you were
It's our
truly
observations.
honest, you would say,
relax. Just relax.
Stop
bro,
telling me
'cause
to
I think-
relax every time I
yeah,
try to make a point.
You're too
you
hyper.
just talk. I just let you talk for ages.
You think that everything that we're doing as far as our observations have to be scripted? No, we're being honest with each other, and wherever you're trying to take us to the southern hemisphere.
Okay, well, let
which
me
you
ask
didn't
you a
know-
simple question.
Which you, dude,
Let me ask you a very simple question.
You know why you're muted? Because you're a jerk and you don't let other people
Listen,
talk. How about that?
I just let you speak for ages.
You're talking through me, Naps. That's rude, bro. And in
Mate,
other rooms,
every time I come in here, there's like 3 or
rude.
4 people muted, and they're all Glovers.
It's just been
every
me and
single
you
time.
this whole time, Naps. It's been me and you, but stop
Yeah,
being
no,
a
it's
jerk.
just been 90% you actually. So
No, it
can I just
hasn't.
ask you this simple
There's a
question?
back and forth
Simple
happening.
question.
Well, if you no, you're not gonna ask questions because we're on a point. The point is we're making observations
No, but
together.
you're not allowing. You're forcing us to move on from the original point, and
We're
I'm not letting you do
forcing.
that.
No, the information was about our observations of the night sky, and so we were going to the southern hemisphere until you got corrected about the southern hemisphere not being terrestrial sphere but celestial.
Okay, you
Now,
didn't
don't wanna
correct
talk
me. And it
about
doesn't actually matter.
Yes, you are.
It doesn't matter.
You're
It's
corrected.
again. It's another one of these silly games where you say,
It's
"Oh, you
not
got
a
your
silly
definition
game.
wrong,"
So I
or "You
really
got
wanna
this
get-
number wrong," but it has nothing
I
to
really
do with
want
the
to
point.
get to the point. I really want to get to the point where
I
we're
know you
both
do.
making
Your little
observations.
scripted point, but you're going to refuse to
Yeah,
answer mine.
Why are you so afraid, Naps? Let's
I'm-
talk about this
me,
together.
that's funny. You're afraid because you
Stop
know where
interrupting.
this is going.
If you're
again,
not
every
afraid,
time.
then let me talk about it. If you're not afraid, right?
Answer his If you're not question. afraid,
so
let me
we're
talk
both
about it.
going. We're both going to the southern hemisphere, like you quoted, right? We're going there. We're making observations of the night sky. Now, I'm standing next to you. What are you seeing in the night sky that I cannot see? That only can happen on a globe? Tell me. And if I agree or disagree with you, I would like for you to understand how I disagree with you. If you're saying you see something that I don't see, now what are you seeing in the night sky?
Okay.
Go ahead.
This is my turn, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Will you be honest and at least accept that there is an inference that the Earth is a globe?
We're not talking about an inference,
Okay.
Naps. We're only talking about observations of the night sky. What do you see in the night sky that I cannot see? I'll either agree or disagree with you. That's the
Okay.
point that I'm making.
First of all, have you ever actually been south yourself?
What?
Have you ever
You have
been
to-
to the southern hemisphere yourself?
No, I haven't. Being honest with you, I have never been to the
But
southern
you're not.
hemisphere.
But you're not calling me a liar for
What do you
making this
mean?
observation. So if I say I've been as far north as
Then you've been as far
America,
north.
and I've been
no
I've
one's
been as
gonna
south
disagree.
as Australia.
Why
I have
would I
family
say
in
that you
Australia
haven't
that
been
I've
there,
visited
Naps?
3 times.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt what you're
Good.
saying, but
No,
I
that's
wouldn't
fine. That's fine.
I wouldn't
I would
disagree
just
with you that you've been somewhere that I haven't been. How about that?
because the reason I have to ask that question is because at some point along the line, obviously, the flat Earth worldview does believe that there's a lot of lying going on. So you don't think, or you don't doubt that I've been as far south as Australia and as far north as America.
I don't
North
doubt
America.
it because I don't know what you've done with
Because
your
I
life.
can prove
you
that,
could
I guess.
you could very well have made an observation in the south and done some things over there. That's fine, but I'm trying to say, what observation have you made of the night sky that I would be come in contention with what I would be saying? Let's
Okay.
go there first.
So when you asked originally, from my point, for me to unmute, all I needed was the moon. Okay, so let's stick to that.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
stick to that.
from the northern point, the moon looks a certain way. From the southern point, the moon is upside down. Okay, that's just the way it is. Now, the answers that I've received have been, it's like a 6 on your ceiling, and from the other end of the room, it looks like a 9. So then I made inferences about what that might entail, and I was met with, I never said that, I never said that, I never said that. Okay, fair enough. So you just don't know. Okay, I made inferences to say that perhaps the moon is a lot closer than you think, and then I actually asked what other people thought the moon was. I didn't get any answer for that. But the dishonesty, that you guys can't even admit that it appears to be a point for the Earth being a globe, is the most telling aspect of this whole situation.
No, it don't.
No, that it can't be a globe. Is that what
Can't
you're
take
saying?
this guy no more.
Yeah, it's not about listen, it's not about the observations of the night sky that it can't be a globe. It's because the ground doesn't measure to be it. So from what we're saying, our standpoint is that irrespective of the ground, you can look at the night sky and not make any inferences, Nap. So it's not about inferences at the moment. What I'm getting you to realize is that when we both go and see the night sky, we don't see different things. And I think a lot of you globers believe that in your head, that in the night sky, well, how does this work on the night sky? I see star rotations going left and the other one's going right. How is that possible, flat earther? Like, you're in your head, you've constructed an argument. Apparently, I don't know why, Naps, but we can't see the same observations in the night sky that you can see. When I'm trying to tell you is, and the room should know this by now, I want you to realize that when we both go outside, we see the same shit. What is it different in the night sky that you're seeing that I'm not seeing? Now make that make sense to me, Naps. What are you seeing that I cannot
Indio,
see?
you must have just arrived, Indio. Actually,
Okay, so
I
are you
started the
gonna
question.
divert?
it, dude.
Are you gonna divert? Because I want you to realize
I
this
heard
point.
Miggy ask you a question. He said, "Yes, can I go?" And you didn't answer his question. You asked 3 questions of your
Oh no,
own.
that's
and
you
then
weren't
started
here from
talking
the
about
start.
the
It's
goddamn
been
moon.
going on for a lot longer than that, and I actually was the first one to ask a question that's still.
Oh, so now you're ignoring me, Naps. Are you ignoring me?
Can I ask you questions about the moon
Can
directly,
you hear me?
Alpha, or perhaps your opinion about what
Dude,
you think it is?
your thing about the
Can-
moon is idiotic. I'm so sick of this shit.
Yeah.
Listen, if you were on a hill, right, and the moon was at the peak of the hill, and you had 2 people at the bottom. Now, this hill is analogous to a curved earth, right? It's a nice curved hill. There's 2 people looking at it, and one person's looking at it from one way, and it looks one way, and the person on the other side, right, the moon is dead in between them both. And the other person's on the other side of the hill looking at it from the other side. They appear upside down to each other. Now, God comes down and smashes on that hill with his foot and flattens the hill. Does the orientation of the moon change?
So the problem with that
Answer the
analogy
question.
is
Answer
Just
the
answer the
fucking question, dude.
Just answer
yeah,
it.
yeah, but it doesn't matter because it's not an analogous to
It
reality.
doesn't matter. Right? It
Yes.
doesn't matter.
Okay, so
Doesn't
you have
matter.
a globe, right? So you have a globe. You have 2 people looking at the moon. One person's looking north, one person's looking south. The moon is somewhere in between them. One looks so that the base of the moon is heads up. The other one looks at it, it's heads down. Now, if you flatten that globe, the moon orientation doesn't change.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
How does it change? Tell me, how does the moon orientation change if
Are you
we
saying
just
that you flatten
smash
the
on the
globe
globe?
across?
Don't ask me what I'm saying. How does it change?
Because if you flatten the Earth and you've got someone on the upside down side of the flat Earth, then it would look the same.
What do you mean the upside down side?
That's
There
why
is
you
no
would have.
upside. You're
Yeah, that's
facing in
right.
different directions, dude. I can't believe I have to draw a graphic for
Okay,
this. This is
so then
pathetic.
how close do you think the moon is?
No, don't ask that question. The one thing I went back to what I was telling you, Naps.
There's no parallax. That's what I know.
With what I was telling you is that there's nothing that you guys can see that we don't see ourselves. Observations are equal all across the board. Flat Earth, globe. I don't give a shit who you hollow Earth. It doesn't matter. When you look at the night sky, we're all standing together. We see the same shit. What is different from the night sky that you're saying that we can't see? And
Okay.
Indio just pointed it out to you. When it concerns like the moon orientation, you're making a fucking mountain out of a fucking molehill, dude. It's
we may
really
see
nothing.
the same thing. We may see the same thing.
All right.
But we cannot say that what we see is the same.
What
And
do
that's
you
the point.
mean? What do you mean by that? What do you speak on that? What do you mean?
So, if the moon is as far away as 250,000 miles or whatever it is, right? And it's a ball, flat Earth cannot account for that fact.
That's not a
Are you-
fact. First of all, how did
Okay,
you get to that?
okay, we're getting somewhere.
All
We're
right,
getting
so now
somewhere.
we're getting
So
somewhere.
you do
What
not think
how
the
did
moon
you-
is that
right,
far
I
away and you don't
disagree.
think it's a ball.
How do you know that information? How do you know that information now?
Okay, so now we're back to how
do you know
studied
that
the
information,
exact
Naps?
science?
Answer
As I
the
said
question.
before, we all
He's
have to
asking you for
rely
the
on science.
evidence of your
Answer the
claim. You're
question.
just saying shit, dude.
Answer the question. How do you know that, Naps?
So you're asking me how I know how far away the moon is and if it's a ball.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
he's asking you
Okay.
how it's different on a flat Earth.
Can you let me post in that chat and I'll provide links very easily.
I can't I can't let you post in there. I don't know who's giving you that permission. It's not me.
I'm not a scientist, but there is a lot of science to suggest that it is as far as they say it is. Now, for you to argue against my point, you have to argue against the science.
What science, bro? Just go ahead and post
What
your
science,
stuff.
bro? Is that what this
Yeah.
comes down to?
Just post your stuff, Naps. This is easy as just posting it. Why are you dancing? Just
I can't. I'm trying.
Are you not able? What level are you?
The guy's not even made a fucking
Second.
point.
I don't know why you
you're-
think the distance. First of all, no one claimed the distance was different or anything. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It's irrelevant. Doesn't
Well,
change.
no, but it isn't irrelevant, is it?
You have
Because
spatial awareness issues.
I think
I
it makes
don't
a
know.
point if you guys actually answered his questions.
Look, can
Like,
you just?
His
can you just
question
bring-
has a false premise. What?
Yeah,
So what
it's-
do you want to answer? His false premise?
but you answer the question.
No,
and
you
then- and
claimed
then-
it would be
and then-
different on a flat Earth. I asked for the evidence for that. How would it be different on a flat Earth?
It would be different if the moon was not. Sorry, it would be the same if the moon was a 2D image on the roof of a
No,
firmament
that's
or
your.
whatever.
No, you just.
But
made
I'm
a
saying
straw
that that's
man.
not the
That's
case.
a straw man.
No,
That's a fucking
Okay.
straw man. Nobody's talking about a 2D image, bro. What we're talking about is how do you know things that you say you know, and you said you're gonna drop some mad science. Where the hell is this mad science, bro? And if you don't, listen, Naps, if you can't drop it,
I'm being
just
trolled. You've not let
no,
me post
just
it.
explain. Fine, if you can't post it, what is it about? Maybe we can look it up and I can fucking post it. What are you looking at? What
There,
link?
I don't know
there,
what's
there are
stopping you
many,
from
many
posting.
articles you could find online if you
Huh?
don't trust me. But
No.
But do
Just
you? I mean, do you think that
fucking-
telescopes are real? Do you believe that
Why
they're
are you
accurate?
This
Jesus
is called Gish
Christ.
Gallop. This is called
Oh
Gish
my
Gallop. What you're
God.
doing? It's Gish Gallop, bro. You're going from one point to the next, and you haven't brought evidence of anything.
No,
This is
but
what
we
you're
can.
doing, Naps.
This is now a tangible point.
It's a
you are
fucking
saying
Gish Gallop, bro.
you are saying if I can
1 hour.
bring you science and reasons to showing
1
that the
hour
moon
you've had.
is 240,000 miles away
How
and
do
it's
you know?
and it's a
How
ball.
do you
No,
know
that's
it's
not what was
240?
Where do you
said.
go from there?
No, Naps. How do you know it's
That, first of all,
240,000
that's
miles
not
away?
what was said at all, dude. You're
How do
just
you know
hearing
it's-
what you want to hear.
Naps, how do you know it's 240,000 miles away? How
I'm
do you
trusting
know?
science. I'm
You're
trusting
trusting.
science.
That's a belief in a secondhand information, bro.
Of course.
Science,
Yeah,
we
of
all
course.
we all do that
So
in our
we're-
lives.
this is the
we
root.
all do that in many
okay,
many
fine,
areas of our
fine,
lives.
fine. This is the root of the issue right now. The root of the issue is you have a belief that somebody figured it out and you don't have to. So you're just coasting through life,
No, it's
believing
not
other
actually
people.
that at
Yeah,
all.
it fucking is.
It's science.
Oh,
It's science that
no,
backs
it's
up
not science.
observations. That backs
Trusting
up
people,
worldview.
trusting people is not science. Because I ask you, how do you know that the information is true? You're like, I trust them.
How
That
do you
was
know
the
it's not?
basis. Well, the fucking it's a fucking claim, dude. Where's the verification? Like Jedi was telling you on his point. Where's the
Okay, so
verification that the
you're
guy?
saying you
No,
just
no,
lack
no,
you
no.
lack of belief
Where's
in
the-
that particular view.
You lack.
That's still a
what
claim.
belief? I don't have to believe. You're the one that's a believer. I don't have to believe the guy. You're believing him, right? That's the root of your knowledge. It's belief. It's rooted in belief. It's demonstrated right now. You just said it. I trust the guy.
Okay. What reason
Yeah,
do you have to
okay.
believe that these claims are not true? And if your
How has
answer
he?
is
How
We
has
because
don't
the
need to
guy?
believe it. We don't
because I
need to
believe the world
have
is
a
flat, then
reason.
that's the end of the
Yeah.
argument.
You're outed, bro.
First of
You're a
all,
believer.
we don't need to have a reason not to believe something. They need to come with the evidence, right? All claims are not presumed to be true until there's evidence against it. That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. They have the burden of proof.
Right. You're
okay,
just you're just a believer.
In your
bro.
whole supposition that the moon would somehow be different on a flat Earth, then listen. Look in the chat. Look in the. How is this different? Tell me. Can't believe I have to make childlike fucking graphics, dude.
Yeah, you do. And with Naps, he's a believer. It's
joking?
demonstrated. You're a demonstrated believer.
How
Naps.
is that different?
It's the
Like
same.
I said,
You're
if
looking up-
God came down and stomped down the fucking globe and flattened it, the orientation of the moon would not frickin' change, dude.
That's simple.
You
Like
guys
child's
have
play.
spatial awareness issues, man.
You're
I
done.
think.
You're
I'm
done, dude.
hoping. I'm
Naps.
hoping you just parroted someone and
but
didn't
check
actually
this
just
out.
think about it.
Check this out, Naps. You're so in here. You're fiery hot about these topics. You got Rob all worked up, but he doesn't understand that you only had a belief. Now you just outed yourself. You said, "I
You only
trust
have a
them."
belief as well. This is
What
how
belief?
this
We
goes
don't
in
believe it.
circles every
We
time.
don't believe
I
that
can't
shit that
believe
you
you
believe.
thought that diagram
We don't
was
believe it.
serious.
We don't
Indio.
believe what you're saying, Naps.
Tell me what's
because
wrong
you
with it.
trust, You trust
Because
people.
you
No, fuck
you
that.
have surely
No, fuck
surely
that.
surely
No, surely nothing. Fuck that. You're not addressing me. If you want to go ahead and act like I'm not speaking to you, Naps, then fuck you. You don't have to be having a voice. I'm talking to you, bro. That's fucking disrespectful. You just over talk me and just skip to no, fuck that. If you don't want to talk, then don't fucking talk. But I'm speaking to you,
Should have
man.
booted him out.
You have
Talk about
a belief. Now
Was I-
address the
hello?
belief system. No, fuck that. Address the belief right now. Address it. Address that you trust the scientist that's telling you that the earth is this and that 240,000 miles away. You just believe it. Address that shit right now. Tell everybody
Okay.
how you're a believer.
So
Tell them.
so
Tell 'em.
you're dodging and running away from having to make any
Answer,
scientific
or you're
any
gonna sit
science,
on
right?
mute. Answer how you're
But
a
you
believer.
don't realize that your worldview
Let-
forces you.
Let them know that you're just a believer, Naps, or you're gonna sit on mute for the rest of the day that I'm in here. How about that? You have a choice. Be honest. Are you just believing the information, or have you verified it to be true? Go.
My observations verify the science. Yeah.
What?
For sure.
What
But it's-
observations?
but it-
How
but-
do you
but
know
it-
it's 240,000? Stop. How do you know it's 240,000 miles away by observations?
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
know it's further away than a certain number because when I
What
drive
number?
90
What
miles,
number?
it looks
What
the same.
number? What number? What number?
Well, this is what I'm saying.
What-
why
what
why am
number?
I the one that's to give the number? When
Stop. How do you know it's 240,000 miles away from your observations, Naps? Go.
I don't need to know that it's that far away. To
You
make an
don't need
observation.
to know. So you haven't verified it, have you,
You're not going to
Naps?
listen to the point.
You haven't
I actually had a
verified
good
it.
point for you to answer.
Nope. Sorry, you haven't verified it. So it is a belief. Now answer that you have a belief in everything that you're talking about and you don't know. Get to that. That's the root of this issue that we're having here, a discussion with you this morning. It's just a belief, Naps. Answer that question. Is it
Okay.
a belief or do you know?
Everything's a belief.
Thank you.
Everything's
We're
a belief
done here.
From any
We're
point
done
of view.
here. Thank you.
No,
Thank you. We're
that's
done.
actually not.
We're
That's
done.
not me
We're
conceding
done.
anything.
Thank you. Thank you.
All of your positions are
Thank you.
beliefs as well.
We're done. We're done.
They're all you may think they're justified true beliefs.
We're done. We're done.
But you
That's
can't
the
justify
root.
them.
That's the root, Rob. Thank you very much, Naps. You've just shown your true.
But-
you laid the hand
Okay,
down.
so the
It's all
number
belief.
240,000. You're asking where that
Sorry.
comes from.
Sorry, it's all belief, Naps.
No, we asked. He asked you what you did because you said you could verify it.
Okay, so let me directly answer you.
No,
Indio,
you're
because
done,
you're the one
bro.
that
Let somebody
you're the one
else
that said
talk.
if you're at the top of a hill or
Sorry,
the bottom
no,
of a hill
sorry,
or the moon.
You're done. It's all belief.
So
Sorry, you're done.
listen, maybe this is what's confusing you, right?
You're
The
done.
equator on this would be vertical. I could have rotated it, but then flat Earth would be.
You don't have
vertical.
an argument. You
so it
lost
doesn't matter.
ground. You fucking lost ground when you said you just believe everything, Naps. You're done. You're fucking done, dude. Nobody's gonna trust.
Lost
How
ground.
are they? You said
So-
I can know that the Earth is the moon's 240,000 miles away. I say, how do you know, Naps? You're like, I can look at it. How did you verify that? I don't know. I believe them. There you go. That's the root. You're done. It's all belief. You said it's all.
So
belief.
if I drive,
it's all belief, Naps. All belief.
if I
You're
drive
done.
in my car,
You're
right,
done. You're
for-
gonna have to think about that. Sorry, no. You're not gonna reason with somebody who understands the physical and natural world while you just believe. This isn't about belief, bro. This isn't a 24/7 belief server. It isn't, brother. You have to understand that's not our position. We're not believing. You're not going to reason with somebody if you just have beliefs. You're going to have to come with some facts.
So,
It's not
so
a
none
moon
of your
survey.
beliefs are based on trust.
Hey.
Every single thing that you believe about
Sorry.
reality is
No,
is
that's an all
absolutely
or nothing.
conclusively
That's an
researched.
all or nothing fallacy. You just committed. No, we didn't say that.
So you said no. Okay, but why
No.
does it apply to me on this one specific thing?
Because everything that you're trusting the science, the quote unquote science about,
I'm
is all
disagreeing with you
rooted.
on that.
It's all rooted in belief for you as a person who's consuming the information. You're basing it on, okay, they
How-
said something, I believe it. That's all.
How much?
You
so
haven't
on,
verified
on
it.
any given topic, right? How
You're
much
done.
of a specific details? How many
There's-
specific details do you need to know
can't
to make a
recover,
claim?
bro. You can't recover. There's no
Well,
recovery.
you
You're
can
done.
keep saying that, but it just really
Yeah,
doesn't
you
bother me.
can't because it's
And
all
not
belief. You
true.
said it. It's all belief.
For
It's all
example,
belief.
for example,
No,
if I
dude.
drive
No.
my car 200 miles, which I've
All
done
right,
before,
fuck that.
they are.
We're not gonna. You're done. Everybody found out the root of your knowledge is belief. Simple. That's easy.
Miggy, he stopped listening to you like 30 minutes ago. That's why I jumped in, because you asked him a question, right? He was complaining, talking over you, and he finally let you speak. You asked him a question. He immediately asked his own question, and then you answered it. And then he asked another question, and then you answered it. And then he asked another question, and then you answered it. And then he changed the subject to the moon.
Yeah, he's
Right?
really
Like,
good at gish
he's not
galloping.
listening to you, dude, at all.
Yeah.
No,
He's.
at all.
Go ahead, Jedi. No, and like
It's just fuck, man.
because see, Jedi had him on this point, but he's really good at dodging. Cause he'll gish gallop to another
That's all
point.
he's talking about. That's all he's
Yeah.
talking about, the moon, mate.
Yeah,
And he was
Jedi
wrong about that. And he
Yeah, he was
like
wrong about
he made that moon argument because he believed somebody. He didn't actually think about it.
Yep.
Right,
240,000
Yeah,
240,000 miles away. How did you verify that? His answer was, I trust him. That's his answer.
No, I mean the moon. The moon can't have different orientations on a flat Earth. He heard some retard anti-flat earther say that shit, and he came in here parroting and doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down on something that a frickin' MS Paint diagram can show is wrong. And fucking, what did it take me 30 seconds to make that?
Guys, a fucking hour and a half talking about the fucking moon. Fuck's sake.
Blue moon.
Talk about the
Yeah,
Earth.
relax,
Talk about the
relax,
Earth.
one deck. We have to. Sometimes we have to. It has to devolve to this because people like Rob Noxious think that he's got a point. So we're exposing this mindset to the world. It has to happen. Sometimes it has to divulge into that. Sorry,
mate.
but it's just the way it is.
Yeah, man. I know. I understand.
But yeah, Jedi had a point that the same thing that he denied with Jedi, he denied with me, he denied with Indio. So at the bottom of all of it, he just believes the information. He can't verify 240,000 miles with just observation. What the fuck, dude? Who's ever done it? Can you eyeball distance? Oh, that looks to be about 240,000 miles away. Oh, okay. Fucking hell, man. And Jedi, you were harping on this point. He just fucking dodged like the fucking Matrix, dude. He was just like, didn't want to answer how he could verify. Didn't want to answer. And everybody in the chat, like Rob was like, you see, Jedi can't answer him. He's bodying Jedi. I was like, dude, he's not answering the fucking question. How the fuck is he verifying that information? That's why I came in here with that. So, because I knew he didn't know. And none of them do.
Sorry, man. Gave me a moment to go down the store, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Before it closed.
Did you
Is
make
he still
it in
around,
time?
or has he left?
No, he's here. Go ahead and talk to me. if
Yeah,
you
I
want.
did. Oh,
But
no,
you're a little bit choppy though,
Alright.
so I don't know how good is that.
gonna get.
Sure.
Oh.
Yeah, Indio
I'll
has to
sort
bring
it
out
in a sec.
Indio had to bring out MS Paint, man, for God's sakes. When Indio brings out MS Paint, man, it's pretty bad, dudes.
Oh, I'm unmuted now.
I'm not even good at it.
Did you get that off your system, Veritas?
Yeah, that you're a believer for sure.
You
Now
just
that everybody knows we're on the same page, you just believe information. Now Jedi can talk.
no. I made a
Yeah.
point earlier that
you're a
you
believer.
and
Yeah,
you did exactly
got it.
what I predicted. You would jump
that
on me
you-
not knowing one specific number.
You
or the
just
science
believe
behind one
everything.
number.
You just
when I
believe
don't
it.
have to make that.
You just believe
okay?
it.
I don't have to make that argument to make what I'm saying valid. But I can
Go
make
ahead,
other
Heretic.
observations.
So you don't need
Real-
evidence for your claims.
Yeah, no.
No, that's not what I said. I
Just
said I have
Well, you said
evidence.
like,
I
don't
have
you
evidence
need
to back
evidence for
up my
that number
claim.
though?
No, I
The
don't.
claim is
see,
not
this
the evidence though.
I'm not saying I have evidence for
you're
that number.
parroting
I'm
someone
saying I
else's
don't need
claim. What's
evidence for
their
that
evidence?
specific number.
You hear what he
Okay,
said?
what? Okay, hold on, dude. Think about this for a second. You said the moon doesn't change the way it looks no matter where you go. You could drive 200 miles, 10,000 miles. Doesn't change the way it looks.
No, that's not what I said. I said actually there is a point at which it changes.
When?
So when I was asking you how close you think the moon is, and you said it doesn't matter, did you understand why I'm
For
saying
the
it doesn't?
orientation, no, it doesn't matter.
So if it was 10 feet above your head, traveling to the other side of the world, it would have the same result as if it was 240,000 miles above your head.
No, it's not 10 feet above my head, dude.
How do you know that?
What I said is, said was, there's no parallax. But then again, nothing in the sky has parallax.
You're gonna start
That's why things in the sky, we can't draw the same conclusions that we draw about things in the sky that we draw about terrestrial objects that we look at. Because terrestrial objects always have parallax, and things in the sky never have parallax. And to get away with this, we just say, well, not we, them, they say, oh, it's so far away. And they can make up any number. As long as that number, it could be 250,000 miles, right? And a quarter of the radius of the Earth, or it could be double that. It could be 500,000 miles and half the radius of the Earth, or 1,000,000 miles and the radius of the Earth. There's no way to tell visually by looking at it. And as far as what the distance is, just from looking at it, all you have to do is calculate the minimum parallax angle that exists that you can resolve, and that's all you need to do. So whatever that minimum value is, it's probably, my guess would be something like, depending on the size, you have to change the size, probably 10,000 miles, 5,000 miles.
But do you accept that I can make assumptions on what you must believe the moon is based on what you're saying?
You can make all the assumptions you want, but you're trying to argue it as evidence. An assumption isn't evidence.
So, but you would also imply that the moon is on the sort of lower edge of the firmament on one side, because if you're saying
what is this?
Because
you're reading
that
way too much
diagram-
into it, man.
That diagram you sent, that's the only way that would
What are
make
you
sense.
talking about?
Look,
No.
the flat Earth argument doesn't start with the moon, okay? It never has, it never will. It's irrelevant. Well, yeah, it is obvious because it has nothing to do with the Earth. Look, you don't start like, my house is made of brick, I know that because I looked across the street at my neighbor's house. Right? That's what you're doing. You're looking up and you're like, well, my where I live must be like this because I'm looking up and I'm seeing this other thing. That's illogical.
See
it's not
that-
even an inference. It's just
That
illogical.
diagram that you drew out.
Yeah.
Do you understand that if you had the moon that you drew, if that was like 1,000 times the size and 1,000 times higher, do you see that actually traveling to the other end it would look the same?
Yeah. And
yeah. Okay. So okay. Right.
Flat Earth.
Look.
You agree with
okay.
that? But then if it's as close and as
you know what
small as you're
parallax
saying,
is?
then you'd see the other side of it. So you have to
Oh,
say that it
Jesus
is 2D,
Christ.
yeah?
Yes. This was to illustrate that it doesn't change orientation, even if the ground is curved or not. The hill analogy that we were talking about at first, you just go out to freaking, it has to be so far away because you would see the sides. I agree with that. If the moon was a freaking ball floating around in space, yes. If the baseline distance between the two observers was far enough apart, right, you would see it from its sides. Yes,
But
I
the
agree with
problem
that.
with
That's
that image is
basic
that the world
geometry.
isn't 2D.
Oh,
So you are
almighty.
so you do
you
have
weren't
to argue that it's
descriptive
up
enough,
against
Indio.
the edge of the dome.
You got to put that shit in 3D, bro.
No, but you
Let's
there's
put it
no
into
way you're missing this
AutoCAD.
point.
Fucking hell.
It's irrelevant. Like, does trig matter if does trig change?
Yeah.
Or something if it's in 3D?
Because but what you're saying, you can't travel under the moon either. So it has to be on the edge of the firmament.
Oh.
What are you talking about, dude?
I don't know, dude. Why are you making
Dude,
stuff
that's
up,
it.
bro?
Like, I didn't say any of that shit. I don't bring up firmament. I don't
I
talk
know
about
that
no
you guys
dome.
aren't
Like,
making these claims. I'm saying that
Yeah,
surely
you
this
are.
is what you have to argue for if this is
No,
what
you
you
don't.
believe.
no! First of all,
Fuck.
firmament just
that's
means
as
expands.
far
It
as we can
doesn't-
go, isn't it? That's as far
All
as we can go.
firmament. No, you're trying to create a freaking straw man narrative, dude, and it's crashing and burning. Nobody brought
It's
up the
not
word
crashing
firmament
again.
but you. What
It
firmament?
is.
Firmament just means expanse. That's what the word firmament means.
Yep.
See,
The expanse of the sky. The vault
You
of the sky.
obviously came in here armed with a straw man and you got nothing
No,
else.
the
so you-
ironic thing is here, yeah. When you guys say, "I didn't say that," I don't say that. You are actually building up your worldview by denying all these claims. So I can,
gotta be
I can
talking
now
about
make
the
a
Earth,
list.
Bro,
I can,
That,
I can now
that-
make a list
that
of things that you
sentence
don't
doesn't
say.
even make sense, dude.
Fuck, that's
I
stupid.
can now have a list of
That's
things that you
stupid.
don't say.
No, that's stupid. Okay, so
So
all the
by
list of
not
all the things
saying
we
it, we're
didn't say-
saying it.
Yeah.
What is
all
this,
the
like
shit
the liberal
he's
dog
fucking-
whistle shit?
He's building a
Oh, wait,
building a
so
house
you're
off the
saying these
shit that
things
we
could be
didn't.
true?
Okay,
So you're
hang
saying
on.
these things could
so
be true?
wait. We didn't use wood. We didn't use cement. We didn't use iron. So what's the house built with? Since we didn't use all those things, what is the house built with? Naps.
It'd be built
What
with
is it built
diamond,
with?
according to this guy.
Hang on, I'm just writing down a list of things that you don't believe
It
that could be
doesn't
true.
matter. We could list 1,000 more things. It's still not going to be the thing we didn't like. How are you going to construct? What the fuck is this, dude? Are you trying
Does
to
he
make
even
up?
get the point?
Look,
Does he even
so
get
let's
the point? India was
So do
thinking
you
about
do
the
you
left.
think the
No,
moon
he
is
doesn't.
2D,
Hey,
Veritas? Do you
dude,
think
shut
it's
up.
2D?
Why don't you try to shut up? Why don't you try to understand what he's actually said to you? Because it's not working right now.
Because he never answers these questions. I just want to know what his answer is.
Do you
All your
understand
questions
what
have been
I
answered.
want to know what
Believe
his
me.
opinion is. No, I want to know what he thinks.
If the moon
Do
is
you think the
2D,
moon is 2D?
This
Veritas.
is stupid, dude. Fucking hell.
Do you think it's 2D or not? Yes or no?
Nobody fucking knows what the fucking moon is.
Okay,
Why are you
you
on
don't
about
know.
this moon
Okay.
thing? I'm
What's
now
the
with,
Earth, man?
with fucking one deck, dude.
Yeah, man. What's the
2D
Earth,
is a man-made concept. There's nothing 2D.
Fuck the moon. Fuck it. We're not asked about the moon. Fuck the moon. We don't give a shit. How
Research
was
twat
Earthquake
moon.
measured?
You don't
We're
give
not
a
asked
shit
about the
because
moon.
it's problematic.
It's
No,
not problematic.
We don't give a shit
It's
about the moon.
problematic for you.
This little
The
echo
Earth is
chamber is
problem-
brilliant.
the
You all
Earth is
try so hard to
problematic.
keep on
You've been
talking.
talking
So
for
hard.
like fucking an hour, but it's an echo chamber. How did you sneak in?
There's only one of me. There's like 10 of you. And you're
Well,
all saying
there's
the
a
same
bunch of
thing.
other people in here.
It's fucking brilliant. So,
Dude,
so
if
the
I
end of the
Google
day,
what's the
is-
shape
so
of
at
the
end
Earth,
of the
what
day,
echo
we've got
what does
someone
that
who
echo
doesn't
chamber
understand
say?
that the world is not 2D. We've got someone that isn't
Well-
unwilling to make any claims about the moon because they're worried about the trouble that it'll get them in, according to their worldview.
Yeah,
And we've
yeah,
got
your
someone who
narrative
wants to
painting
argue,
isn't working, dude.
who thinks
Your
they've won
narrative
the
painting
argument
isn't
because I
working.
don't know exactly how the moon is
Yeah, because you built
240,000
everything
miles
on
away.
belief. Everything's belief to you.
No,
I
no.
have to believe
No, it's
that
not,
the Earth
though.
is 200. Okay, then
Yes.
tell me how you know the moon's 240,000 miles away.
Do you
right
accept
now.
that
How do-
everything
no,
that you
no.
believe is
How do
built
you
on
know?
a set of other
How-
beliefs?
How? Oh, well, that's the point. That's what I'm
So
saying.
you think that my
you built-
original belief is built on that? You think that's the first belief I have? Is that
How
what
do
you're
you
saying?
how do you know the moon's 240,000 miles away, Naps? Tell us again. How do you know?
Okay. Whether or not it is that far away, it doesn't matter to me. to make the
Nah,
point.
now it doesn't
But,
fucking
Now it
matter.
don't matter,
but I'm
Jesus
saying I
Christ.
do believe it is.
Now you're just doing what you said we were doing. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
exactly. Yeah, that's funny. That's real funny.
No, I believe it is because I
Now
have
you-
There
trust
you
in
go.
certain
You
scientists.
just
But it
fucking
doesn't
believe.
actually make
There you
it's
go.
not relevant to the point I'm
Mic
making, is
drop.
it?
Boom.
All it has to be is far enough to be
Far
or
enough.
close
How do you
enough.
know how
How
far it is?
far is that?
How far
Because
is
in
that?
your
far is that?
worldview,
Give
you
us some
can
minimum
walk
distance.
under it.
It's
Give
like
us
me
the
saying
minimum.
it's far from here but close to there. Is that close enough?
So how far away, how large of a baseline do you need to see lunar parallax?
So I know you didn't really let me make this point.
He's not
earlier, okay?
answering.
So
he
if
doesn't
you
answer.
Well,
He
no,
doesn't
I'm
can't
actually
answer
going
this.
back to
He
the
doesn't
point.
answer.
I'm trying to go
I'm
back
actually
to the
going
point,
back to the
yes.
point you tried to run away from like a screaming dude.
So
Right?
if
You know
you
what
drive
parallax is?
if you drive 200 miles, for example, in any direction, yeah, if you're in the northern
Yeah.
hemisphere, if you're far
Yeah.
north enough, the moon will look the same. But at some
Yeah.
point, it will start to change the way it looks.
Okay,
So
show us.
So you're the
That's
one
not
that has
true.
to come up with the
It'll
figure
change
as
its
to how far away the
orientation.
moon is for
Look,
it to
it'll
have that
change it.
orientation change.
That's not true.
It'll change its orientation because you're going to go under it, right?
Yeah.
So its orientation, as in
yes,
it's
finally.
yeah. So it's going to change its orientation, but you're not going to see it from the sides.
Finally. So you do go under it.
Yeah,
In your
dude.
worldview, you go under the moon.
Well,
Okay.
you go
So
under where it
back
visually
to my
is, right?
very
So if you
first original
call,
point,
if you call,
it's either
you're
much closer or much smaller than we are led led to believe. Now, what is your side's
What do you mean much
that
closer and much
makes
smaller?
that
What are you
claim
talking
valid
about? How did
as
you get
opposed to
there
the
from you
science
go
that
under the
says the
moon?
opposite?
How did you get that from you go under the moon?
That's my point made, and until you
No,
answer, there's
how
no
did
point
you
in me
get
talking
that
anymore.
logical conclusion from going under the moon? That I have to believe it's smaller or some other distance. How did you get that? You go under the moon, therefore you must believe this other thing. Tell me how you jumped to that logical conclusion.
Because if it's as far away as we're led to believe, and it's as big as we're led to believe,
Yeah, you don't
traveling
fucking
to the
answer
other
any
side of the
questions, do
Earth
you?
would
No,
not
it
involve
doesn't.
going underneath the moon. It's not far enough.
What do you mean other side of the Earth?
That's the point made. I don't need to explain it anymore.
What do you mean other side of the no. You have no point. I keep asking you questions
we'll
to
have
clarify your
to-
point, and all you
maybe
do is just bring
we'll-
up a new point and just gish gallop, and I'm like chasing down to try to get you to say something fucking definitive in of substance, but you can't seem to do it.
He gish gallops, and that's his shtick.
Maybe we'll take it to extremes so that you can.
Okay,
image in your
what's
head makes sense.
parallax? Okay, let's just get back to like the meat and potatoes. Okay, what do I need to see the moon from the sides? Do I need parallax, a stereoscopic vision? Right, that's what you need to see something from the sides. Right, that's how you know how stereoscopic vision works. You have two eyes. When we see something, one eye sees it from one side, the other eye sees it from the other side. Okay. So how far, so we have our, what they call interocular distance, we have the separation of our eyes. How far apart on the Earth do we need a baseline to see the moon from the sides relative to each other?
Well, according to you, it would be
one observer is one eye, the observer is the other eye. No, but don't tell me what according to me. I'm asking you, how far apart?
What? I don't need to give you some specific number for me to not win the argument here, though. You guys keep doing this. You keep asking for very specific.
Yeah, you can just make empty claims with no substance.
But you guys never have to give any of your own, even
The
though
argument's
your
the
worldview
shape of
doesn't
the Earth.
tell.
No, listen.
Listen,
I already know.
I don't think you understand the implications of what India's given you here.
No, I do understand what he's trying to say.
What's parallax?
And his diagram showed exactly why he was wrong.
Yeah, tell me what's wrong with the diagram. Hold on, let's go over this. What's wrong with the diagram?
Okay, let's look at it. I'm looking at it right now.
Huh?
I just scroll up.
You said something about the moon not being far away, but this is talking about the orientation of the moon.
Okay. Look at the photo on the right. Imagine the moon 1,000 times bigger. Okay, 1,000 times bigger and 1,000 times higher. Traveling to the other side of that line wouldn't make a difference. Okay.
No, the orientation of the moon would not change if you travel to the other side of that line.
Okay, but your problem is, from their point of view, it looks the same.
No, the problem is for you, bro.
I'm not saying it looks the same. I'm saying it looks inverted.
You started this with the moon flips upside down. You see it in the northern hemisphere, it's one way, and it's upside down in the northern hemisphere. And that it was explained to you that it was 6 and 9 on the ceiling, and you said, well, that's just a bunch of bullshit, or whatever it is you said, right? That's what you implied. That was just like Dunning-Kruger, flat Earth made up bullshit. This diagram proves it's not. Then I did the hill analogy, right? Do you have goldfish memory?
But your diagram doesn't represent reality, does it? Because the moon doesn't look inverted.
Oh, it's not to scale. Fantastic. Awesome. But does the moon change orientation? Can I put the moon any distance? Okay, let's cover it this way.
To scale,
can I put the moon any... What distance do I put the moon away? Okay, what distance do I put the moon away in this diagram? What distance?
For it to work in your worldview, you have to tell me that. And then you have to give me science for that reason, for that claim. But you're never going to do that.
No, listen, dude. Your claim is that this isn't to scale, that the distances matter, that the size of the moon matters. What size of the moon and what distance of the moon away? Like how far do I need to put it where it starts to change orientation? There's no distance, there's no size. It will never change orientation. From two observers on the opposite side of the moon, right? Looking at it from at directions 180 degrees from each other, the moon is always going to appear upside down relative to each other. Period. Don't matter how far away, how big the moon is, doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter if you fucking, slaughter fucking goats and play with chicken guts. It's going to stay the same. Doesn't matter how far away you move the moon. You have a shit argument and you can't deal with it.
No, you're not actually addressing the argument, are you?
I just did.
No, you're not, because in your
diagram, your argument is a red herring and irrelevant. You asked me specifically what it is, and I just told you. Doesn't matter. You can put the moon anywhere,
How
away
does your
from
diagram
any
account for it
distance.
being inverted, though? It doesn't.
Jesus Christ.
My
Zoom in on the
goodness.
diagram. You can see a little black on the right-hand side, right? So when one person looks at it, they'll see the black on the bottom and white on the top. And the other person looks at it, they'll see white on the
No, they
bottom and
won't.
black
They'll
on
see
the
the
top.
same. They'll see the same from your diagram.
Oh, Jesus
apparently.
fucking... Dude, are you
Oh my
okay?
goodness me.
No, you actually have to
It's
flip
not
it
gonna
upside
work.
down.
He
Yeah,
is.
he's
Okay.
No, you're in... I don't even know what
I'm
to say
looking at
after
it
that,
right
dude.
now. They do not see an
Yeah.
upside down moon. They see it from slightly the other side. They don't see it inverted though.
Okay. So there'll be black on the bottom. So the guy on the left, right? If he looks up at the moon, he's going to see black at the bottom and white on the top, right? And the other guy is going to see black on the top and white on the bottom. That's not inverted from each
No.
other.
No,
No,
they're not. Not in your diagram. No. No. And the one on the left would. So we
you're
don't
high
actually
as
see the other
fuck,
side of the
bro.
moon. We don't actually see the other side of the moon in your
I
diagram.
guess I got to draw this in fucking darker or something, man. Hold on a second. I'll make it darker because obviously you have vision.
Indio, you got to use colors, man. You got to color code stuff. It'll help him.
Break out
I
crayons,
can't
mate.
even believe I have to fucking do this. This is pathetic, man.
All he's done is change the surface that the observers are looking on. One's curved, see this. Make it flat, see the same fucking thing.
Yeah, your mind fucking turns to oatmeal when you believe the Earth is a globe because everything is about believing someone else. So your whole lens that you're looking through, Naps, is based on what they've been telling you that the moon is. And when asked the question, "How do you know?" You're like, "Well, fuck, I have to believe them. That's trust.
No,
we gotta trust."
no.
That's exactly the opposite.
That's not what's
That's
happening.
exactly
You just
the opposite.
That is
No,
not
you
what's
just you
happening.
just finished saying you admitted in front of everybody in here that you just have to believe. It's all belief. All belief. You said all.
Flat
Rob
Earth is
wasn't
based
here.
on belief.
Okay, now I'm gonna turn my sights to Rob. So sit back, Naps. Perhaps you can take 5. Rob, do you think that you have to believe everything that you hear from them telling you how far away the moon is?
Yes.
You do. So it's all belief then. Right. There
It's
you
not all
go.
belief.
There you go. There. Thank you,
Because
Rob. That was
the
easy.
math calculation.
That was fucking easy. Thank you. So now you
It's not a
believe
belief.
just like Naps does. Yep. Then
No,
how far
the
away?
belief
How
isn't a
far?
man, but you
how
don't
far
need to
away is the
believe in
moon?
math. Math doesn't
How?
require
Okay. All right. So math. They tell us the moon is 240,000 miles away. How do we know that, Rob? Go ahead.
Aristarchus figured that out thousands of years.
No, wait. Fucking, how
No,
do we
you're
know that the
wrong. You're
moon?
just making shit up, dude.
How do we know the moon's 240,000 miles away? Are we eyeballing this, Rob? We're gonna eyeball it, just like Knapp said.
No.
Fucking buzzword earthers.
They had a tape measure.
Little bit. You. They had a tape measure. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
They
Sit
did.
down,
They had a
Rob.
tape measure. Dude.
Sit down, dude. All right, Naps, back to you.
It was a
So it's all-
craftsman.
Dude, you don't know.
dude,
You
forget
I just
that
don't
guy, dude.
understand
Shut up,
how I'm not allowed to make inferences on
because
what
you're
you guys
just
must
saying you
believe
trust.
based on what you're
Okay.
You
claiming.
trust them.
Like
We
you
don't
are
have
making
beliefs,
claims.
dude. You do.
You are making claims and you are making beliefs.
You
Saying that
said
you
you had a
believe something
belief.
isn't true is a belief.
Hey, didn't you say you had a belief, Naps? Or are we just hearing things?
But you believe the Earth is flat.
No, answer the question.
Wait,
Didn't
do
you
you
was
say
believe the Earth is
All
flat?
right, I'm gonna
No,
have to
it's
mute
not
you
belief,
until you.
dude.
I need you to clarify. Didn't you say you had a belief, Naps? I'm gonna mute you. Please answer the question. Don't dodge.
What kind of stupid question?
Answer the question. Didn't you say you had a belief?
Yeah, we're
Didn't you
letting
say
this
you
guy
had a
pull us
belief?
around.
One more time, Naps. In time. Tell the audience, yes or no, if you had a belief. I'm gonna unmute you. Please answer the question.
Okay, just for the audience's sake, just watch what happens here. Everyone has beliefs. I have beliefs. I do not say that my first belief is an assumption, okay? I do not presuppose that my arguments are true. I make
Stop. Do you believe that the Earth and the Moon, the distance between those two is 240,000 miles away? Do you just believe it or do you know it? Answer the question. No dodging this time.
I clearly, as I've said many times, do not claim to know these things. I believe them. And there's
Thank you.
nothing wrong with that, as I
No, that's
say that
fine.
you are in
You're
exactly
being
the
honest.
same boat.
Thank you.
You are in exactly the same boat.
Thank you. No, you can't
And
project
your
that on me.
unwillingness,
You can't
to
project
come
that
up
'cause
with
I'm
any
not making
numbers
a
of
claim.
your own
I
is
didn't make
very
a claim.
telling.
I didn't make a claim. You did. Thank you.
But you are making claims
Thank you.
about
Naps.
perspectives.
Thank you, Naps.
You are
Thank
making claims about
Thank you,
perspectives.
Naps.
Therefore,
Thank you.
where are your numbers to back up these claims? We have none, and we never will have any, because you guys are
Audience
not
heard
scientists.
you, Naps. The
You
audience
guys are
heard you.
Discord
We're
pseudo
good.
intellectuals.
We're good. Audience heard you.
They
That's the
heard you
guy
just
who's
as well as well.
fucking,
We're all good
who's
here.
got the spatial awareness of a fucking one-eyed man.
Your diagram doesn't make sense. It's absolute
If
nonsense.
this doesn't make sense, dude, you really need some remedial education. They need to remedy what's wrong with your brain.
Because you understand that the diagram that you're showing there, okay, with
Yeah.
the two people at opposite
With
sides,
the red lines,
it's a
right?
different fucking time of day, you idiot. So it doesn't apply.
Jesus Christ, dude. You just, like...
At your best for talk.
It's
Fucking idiot.
about orientation. Do you know what that fucking word means?
Probably have to walk him through that one, Indio.
Orientation. Upside down, right side up, those are orientations.
You're still not answering the question.
Not time. It's not about time. You're just wrong about what he's putting to you. Fucking idiot. You're just arguing with something he hasn't said.
Listen, you know you're fucking wrong. You know you fucked up, and you're just like, Jesus Christ,
No,
dude.
I really don't.
You're scratching at the
Do
wallpaper,
you know
dude.
what? Do you know what? There is. I am actually doubting whether or not you've come up with some huge point that science has missed with this diagram, and I'm missing something about it. Because to
No
me,
scientist says the stupid shit. What you're quoting are dumbass anti-flat earthers on the internet. You're not quoting any scientists. Show me where a single scientist says you can prove the Earth's the globe because the moon is upside down from each other.
Yeah, cite it, please.
It's just an
Yeah.
observation that backs up the claim. It's
No,
it's
it
one of
don't.
many.
You
it's,
are
one, it's
like-
the one that we're dealing with just now, though.
Yeah,
And
it doesn't, and I just
and
demonstrated that
your
it doesn't.
answer
It
is that-
doesn't back
and
it
your
up. You're
answer is it looks
geometrically
the same
challenged.
whether or not whether the Earth is flat or a globe.
The moon,
So
the
then-
orientation
so then
of the
from
moon
that
does
point,
not
we
change.
can make certain claims about what you must believe.
Okay.
And then you can answer them. But apparently I'm not allowed to
You're
do that.
retarded. No, you're just legit
Oh,
retarded, dude. You can take that moon and move it fucking 10,000 pixels away, or 100,000, or 1,000,000, or 1,000,000,000. The orientation of the moon for those observers does not change. They are still looking at it from different angles, right? And because they're looking at it from different angles, it has an orientation. I'm looking at it from one direction. You're looking at it from another direction. The orientation of the moon doesn't change.
Yeah,
Is that is that the case if the moon is a globe 240,000 miles away and the Earth is rotating?
It doesn't fucking matter. It could be a piece of
Oh,
paper.
it does.
You keep saying it. You keep saying it,
and also
and
the
I
time
keep
of
proving
day,
that
does
it
that not matter
doesn't.
either?
Pardon me?
Does the
What'd you
time
say?
of day not matter either?
Why would the time? This is about orientation. What something would
No, I
look like
understand- I understand what
geometrically
you're
from
saying.
one place versus the other. Where does time come into this?
I understand what you're saying, but in your diagram there, those two
Uh-huh.
people would never see the moon at the same time, like you're suggesting they would.
Wow. Time of day.
You realize that in this diagram, right? The equator is supposed to be vertical, right? So one person's the guy on the left, he's in the north, and the guy in the south, he's in the guy on the right, he's in the south.
Yeah.
And on the flat one, the guy on the left is in the north, and the guy on the right is, well, I guess they'd both be in the south, right? You could move the guy to the
Okay,
center;
well,
it wouldn't matter. They would still change orientation. It still wouldn't change orientation.
but you were right, India, when you used the hill example. I think that was the best way to explain it. All you got to do, Naps, if you want to see the moon in a different orientation, is turn around 180 degrees and look up at the sky. And then voila, the moon's different than when you were the other way. Isn't that easy? That's real easy.
And it doesn't matter if you're looking at it from two different viewpoints. It doesn't matter what the ground is doing in between you. It could be a fucking sawtooth. It could be anything.
This is crazy to me.
It's not, because you are trying to
is
do something
truly
that it's
insane.
mental gymnastics.
Because you're really that wrong. That's what you can't believe, that you came in here with that
I just don't
nonsense.
understand how you can't even accept
You know what's
that
Indio?
it's a
You know
point
what was
for the
simple?
other side.
Indio, you know what was simple? I told
Not
him
a
when he.
Oh
when we
yeah,
first
it's a
started
point with no point. Like you're going on and on. Hold on. A point in what way? You've been shown with diagrams, with geometry, with logic, with reason, with every possible fucking method, and you're just nuh-uh. And you're just nuh-uh.
No, you have a drawing of a line and a circle in it that doesn't represent reality. It doesn't mean anything. It's an idea.
So you're so is that your final answer? Nuh-uh.
That's your answer. That's your answer all along.
Yeah, so this diagram is a nuh-uh.
No, this diagram doesn't represent reality.
So
Therefore, I
not
can discard
nuh-uh.
it.
So not nuh-uh. So my answer is not nuh-uh, but your answer is.
And
Dude,
and also,
fire up MSP.
also,
Draw your own fucking diagram and show me wrong. Draw your own diagram.
the stars.
Draw your own fucking diagram.
What do you think about
You can
the
go on mute
stars
until
moving
you
with the
get your diagram. How about that? Go get your diagram.
Somebody muted
Show
him.
that I'm wrong.
Somebody muted him.
I muted him. Show that I'm wrong. Go get your diagram. Show that I'm wrong.
Dude, this is a 2015
Well,
argument. I swear it is.
He wants to keep saying you're wrong, but so far I haven't heard him actually grasp what you're trying to say to him. He just keeps arguing with the wrong.
kind of.
I think he knows what this diagram is even for, or what it's saying,
this
and he
is
just
the
keeps saying it
weakest-
doesn't represent reality. But I don't know. He doesn't even know what it's supposed to be saying. So he's
Well,
flailing.
think about his arguments. His first argument is it's not in 3D. Something about the moon is too small. The distance is too far away, isn't far enough away. Imagine if it's bigger or that. He doesn't actually have any reputation. Just draw the diagram where I'm wrong.
Yeah, check this out, man. So when we first started talking with this guy, he actually said, because I said, what happens when you go out in the nighttime and you look at the moon going from east to west? What you see is the moon, the orientation of the face of the moon is coming up at the east a certain way, right? As it moves across the sky, above your head and to the western horizon. And when you see it in the western horizon, it'll be upside down from the eastern horizon in the same location. You didn't move anywhere. You stay still. When you see it go across the sky, it will look different. Orientation will be different than how you first seen it. He admitted that, that's what we see.
Okay, so he thinks that that's a point for the globe. That's the same way they get all turned around with star trails.
Yeah, no, but what I was telling him is that, because I said, let's go anywhere you want geographically on the Earth. We're going to see the same thing you see. When is it going to be different? And so his point about it being different is it like somebody's in America and somebody's in Australia or something, and we're going to see the moon differently because it's, and then that's where Indio and everybody came in to talk about orientation. He doesn't get orientation though. He doesn't, I don't know why it's not clicking for him, because it's pretty simple. All you're seeing is that the moon looks differently from your place because of your orientation to the moon.
Does he understand that the moon has a ground position and that you can go south or north of it? And I guess you already gave him the drawing a 6 on a ceiling thing, and he didn't get that.
He doesn't get it.
Well, that's what kicked it all off. Like he was like implying that was fucking stupid. No, dude, your lack of comprehension is the stupid thing.
Yeah.
Just using his ignorance as a point for the globe.
He's thinking too deeply because he thinks that the Earth is a globe. You know, he's looking at it through the lens.
I almost feel like he was set up. Like he talked like, oh man, I need a point to debate flat earthers with. Give me something, and he took it and he ran in here with it. And now he's like, bah, they betrayed me. This is all I got.
Well, he seems pretty desperate. He keeps trying to make it about time of day and stuff. I mean, I don't know when this started.
Well, he's trying to imply that that's like a phase of the moon or something, or something stupid like that.
Right.
We're well within like an hour about this.
Or maybe that's an eclipse to him. Who fucking knows?
Yeah. Okay, so it's an hour in, and he still thinks that you're talking about different times of day and shit like that. Yeah, he doesn't get what you've been saying to him at all. That's sad.
For sure. We got.
Well, I started with if you had it, like if you were two guys on the other side of a hill, right, and like so in between these two people, the hill, it's a curve, right, and there was like a moon above the hill, and they both looked at it, it would have different orientation. And if God came down and stepped on the fucking hill and flattened it out, the moon would still have the same orientation. It doesn't matter if there's a fucking bulge of shit in between the people, right? It doesn't matter because they're looking at something in the sky. It doesn't matter if there's a bulge of frickin' Earth between the two. It doesn't change their viewpoint.
Yeah, somebody's mind who could be changed is the smartest person alive. I think they want to talk about it. Smartest person alive, are you there?
My position is already well established.
It's well established? I don't think the people in here know who you are from Adam, so...
Well, then you just don't have a good memory.
Okay, so because of that, you're well established and don't need any introduction? Is that right?
That's so weird, Don. You just fucking busted your name. He said
Hey,
some people
actually,
don't know you, and you said that's because they don't have a good memory. Nah, dude, I never talked to you before. I can't
actually
remember
have
shit
I
that
have the
never
name.
happened.
I do remember this guy, this Bally Song guy. He has a YouTube channel. He's like the knife guy. He does all these tricks with knives and stuff.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, that's the guy.
You still a flat earther?
I'm in disagreement with the majority of modern science, which is a point for you guys. But then I'm against the notion of outright believing a god to back up claims. So then there we
Why?
disagree.
We don't use God to back up our claims.
But it's the end result. That's the problem.
Oh, so you're willing to deny objective reality if it
There's
leads
no
to
such
any
thing as
conclusion?
objective reality. There's only
Well, and there you have it,
subjectiveness
folks.
because of
We have a
human
brain.
errors.
Don't talk
Real
to
quick,
me,
Indio.
dude.
You think you can
Because you think you're a brain in a jar.
Ignorant.
Indio, this is
I'll
a
mute
new age
myself. You can talk
evolutionist.
to
This is
yourself.
what an evolutionist has
Well,
to believe.
hold on. I want to ask him. I want to ask him a question. Why are you here to convince us of anything if
I'm not.
there's
I
no
was just
objective
here to
reality?
listen in because I find it entertaining to hear ignorance.
Oh, okay. So what ignorance? Aren't you only like 99% sure, like you're hearing ignorance? Because is that objectively ignorant or is it subjectively ignorant?
I'm subjectively saying that. We can only be subjective.
So-
Everyone can only be
Hey,
subjective.
So,
project
so it's
yourself.
subjective. It's subjective ignorance. So from your viewpoint, the ignorance is subjective. It could actually be very intelligent.
Correct.
But
it could.
but that means that you're ignorant, right?
It could. Yeah, it could mean that.
Right. So you wouldn't know.
And
your
why are we
ass from a
talking to you?
pipe wrench
Because you're
because
just
you
wishy-washy.
can't know anything.
You're wishy-washy. Like,
No, but like all of our words are just sound. That's
Ah,
the
dude.
end.
All right.
Get the fuck
Fucking
out of
hell.
here.
Yeah, just shut that guy
Dude.
up. Fuck
Hey
that.
guys, I have a question, guys.
Hey, hey, hold on. He's not really muted because words are just sounds. And like he's still talking into his mic. It doesn't matter if we hear it.
You remember me from yesterday? Yeah?
Yeah, we remember
Yes.
you, Bang.
And so my friend Cleany, he's interested in it as well. So like, you man change his mind because he thinks the Earth is a globe as well. So like,
All right,
you
well,
man do,
we
you man do your
we
thing.
can ask
No
Cleany
offense.
some questions.
Yeah, go
Cleany,
on.
do you believe that the Earth is a globe for any evidence being provided to you?
Well, personally, I think that with how gravity works here, it pushes everything into a center. Therefore, everything that's been affected by gravity is going to be a globe, really, and it's going to be a
All
sphere.
right. All right. So, what scientific evidence do you have to back up the claim that gravity is doing anything?
I have no idea. I failed physics, innit?
Well, I mean, and the point that I'm raising right now is that people have beliefs in things, just like the Naps did earlier. I don't know if you were listening to the conversation, but the gentleman only had belief in that what people are saying about science, right? He doesn't understand what science is, and I think the fundamental lack of that knowledge becomes
Yeah.
a severe what do you call it? It hinders you from actually knowing something because you believe that somebody else figured it out and you trust them. So we're gonna
Yeah.
remove that. We're gonna remove that away so that you can understand what you know and what you don't know, right? What things do you know on the Earth that make you believe that it's a globe? Things that
Well,
you can
if the
say for
moon's a
sure that it's a
globe,
globe.
I feel like if every other planet in our solar system is a globe, what makes us the exception? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Like,
that's the same to saying like, well, if you went into a forest and you saw a bunch of squirrels climbing trees, then you're a squirrel too.
That's also an interpretation of the sky, sort of based on believing that you're on a globe in the first place. So that's kind of circular.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
but
just
like, why would
it's a bit
that?
circular. But you
What's
look,
like?
no, we're
Why aren't you asking why would it be the same?
more away from that though is like, how can we determine that the Earth that we're standing on is what they're saying it is, Cleany? How can we determine that?
We can't prove that as an individual because we don't have like the power to send a camera that far up. Like,
So do you think, okay, with just saying that,
How
are you
how
also
the
saying
Greeks do it?
are you also saying that we can only believe that it's a globe and not know?
I believe that anyone can believe what they want to believe, but my biggest question is why would the government lie to us?
Well,
Because it's
that's
not
not the
really that
point.
deep.
We could get into that in just a moment, right? But what I'm identifying right now is that the fact that you do believe. Like, have you identified that within your own self that you just believe?
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's get into the bit where somebody had to have demonstrated it like let's just say, for example, that you do believe, right? We already know that. Where can we find out that the information is true that the Earth is a globe? Do you think that we can find it somewhere?
I think this is a tricky one. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
I really don't know any.
Oh, let me see. Jedi, if you want to take over.
Guys, I have a question, guys.
Yeah, one
What we
second,
going?
Jeff Bezos. So
What's going?
Cleany just believes that the Earth is a globe right now, and he's Venk's friend. Remember the friend that you were saying that he
Oh
was gonna
yeah,
bring?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's him, Cleany.
Yo.
So, what do you want to know, man? Because at the moment, all we're going to tell you is you've just got a belief that the Earth is a ball provided by stories that you've been told from an authority. We're trying to confirm the claim or verify that claim. They've
Okay,
only made
I'll be real
three
with you.
claims.
I'll be real with you. No, before you start talking to him, you gotta say it in simple terms. I'll be real. It's a bit too like you get me.
I'll try
A
to.
bit too complex. Yeah, just try break it down. Yeah.
I've got more
I'll,
GCSEs than you, Venk.
I'll break it down for you. They've made three claims about what the Earth is, what it does, and where it does it. First thing, they say that the Earth is a ball, right? A spherical surface, a sphere. Now, when we observe over distances of water, we do not observe any curvature to that water. In actual fact, we don't measure any curvature to that water. Being as we're told 72% of the Earth's surface is water, then that water should be curving, but it is observed and it is measured not to be curving. If the
So
water is flat and
essentially,
horizontal,
what it's saying is, you know how if you pour water into a glass, yeah, the water's always gonna be level. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You can't measure because if the Earth was round, yeah, like a sphere, then like the water can't bend. You get what I'm trying to say? It just won't bend.
Well,
yeah.
I think
Let's
one.
put it like this. He's right. He's right. Let me break it down. If you put water into a cup, it's level on the surface. You have a bath, the water's level on the surface. Go to a swimming pool, water's level on the surface. Go to a pond or a lake, the water's level upon the surface. Go to the seas and the oceans, the water's level on the surface. If the water of the earth is level upon the surface at huge distances as compared to your cup, then the earth cannot be a ball. The surface of the earth is not curving.
Well, I think the power of gravity pushing it into each other, like pushing the water downwards, will obviously make it like flatter and like, you know what I
We
mean?
debunked this yesterday. Gravity is not a force. We debunked this yesterday, I think.
Gravity is a
So,
force.
It's
Gravitational
not.
potential.
Gentlemen, please, we'll go to gravity in a minute. But if you're correct, right, and we think of those pictures from space where gravity pulls everything into a central point and makes the surface of the earth curved, then that water would be curving, wouldn't it? But when we observe and measure with lasers, for example, signal propagation like radio, Wi-Fi, and radar, that water is not curving. So if the surface of the earth, water, 72% of it, isn't curving, then the earth can't be a ball.
Well,
They've made
I
another
think
claim. They've made another claim. They make the claim that the earth is in motion. Do you feel any motion to the earth?
no, I don't. But I feel like
No.
that's just gravity. You know what I mean?
Again, see, gravity just fills all the gaps, and we will get to gravity in a minute, mate. But first base understanding is we do not feel any motion. We also do not detect, measure physically the Earth to be in motion whatsoever, not spinning on its axis or rotating around the sun. There is no motion to the Earth. The only motion that we observe is in the sky. Sun, moon, and stars are revolving above us. Third claim that they make, and there's only three. The third claim that they make that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. Now we're breathing gas pressure, and up there is said to be a vacuum, which gives us two problems. They say the Earth is an open system. We understand that if the gas was open to the vacuum of space, then the gas would fill that vacuum of space. Second problem, we're breathing gas pressure. The definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, like a football or a balloon or a tyre. That gas inside the football, balloon, or tyre is under pressure because it's contained within the football, balloon, or tyre. If the Earth is an open system with nothing to press upon, we wouldn't have gas pressure, and the gas would disperse into the vacuum of space. Point 4, gravity. Gravity has never been scientifically proven with a hypothesis that you can test. And what I mean by that is where gravity is manipulated to see if it causes anything to be true. Yeah, you can drop something and it will go down. That will be the effect that we all work with, little g, and that's the law of nature. But what causes the thing to go down? Well, I don't know, but within the heliocentric model, they need gravity to keep people in Australia attached to the ball whilst it's in motion. But the Earth itself is not doing anything to things that are above it. There is no scientific experiment that proves gravity, whether it's mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. And even if I was to give you gravity, which I can do with this argument, we can have all the gravity on the Earth, but it doesn't change the path of gases. Gases move freely and randomly in all directions, so observably are not affected by gas. So gravity is not the thing that you would suggest that is keeping the atmosphere from dispersing into the vacuum of space, because observably, gravity is not affecting gas. So I guess they make 4 claims, 3 primary ones, but everything is stitched together with gravity, like you've said a few times, but there's no scientific experiment that proves it, my friend. It's just a
Is
theoretical.
that why horizons are flat?
Horizons are flat, yeah.
Yeah, does
But I
that have
think
anything to do with it?
Yeah, I mean, we have a 360-degree circle of vision around us, but the horizon is flat. Yes.
No.
I think my biggest question is though, you said the stars move around us, correct?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's so absurd because as like the stars are millions of light years away, like they're so far
Ooh.
away, and for them to be traveling that fast around us is basically virtually impossible.
Right. So that piece of information that you've just told me is a belief that you've got because you got told a story by somebody else. The stars being millions of light years away, the actual fact of those stars that we see are in the past. Try and think of it like this. The surface of the Earth is the floor of the universe where the sun, moon, and stars rotate above us, not making a claim to the distance to the stars, but millions of miles away in an ever expanding vacuum of space. That story can't be true because space vacuums don't exist. To just think of the Earth as the floor that we all stand upon. Those in Australia, South America are still pointing upwards in the same direction that we're pointing upwards, and the sun, moon, and stars rotate above us. We can observe this as well, right? You've only got 2 choices when answering this question. It's either the Earth that's moving, making the stars move, or the Earth is still and the stars are moving themselves. Einstein himself said there's no optical experiment that you can do from the surface of the Earth to prove either way, but that's working on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball in the first instance. The Earth is not a ball because there is no direct measurement of curvature of the water. We do not practically use the Earth as a rotating sphere. For example, with regards to aviation, flying aeroplanes and so on, they have to treat the Earth as a flat, stationary plane to fly across it. So in practical purposes, the aeroplanes treat the Earth as a flat, stationary plane. With regards to engineering, for example, large dams, large canals, large bridges, there's no radius value ever taken into account with these large structures that would have to be curving if they were going to fit on the side of a curving ball, but they don't. Regards to communication, all communication is primarily done on the surface of the Earth, whether it be undersea cables or from mast to receiver. This is how we had analog television back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, and now we still propagate radio signal today. And with regards to navigation itself as well, for hundreds of years, we have navigated using the stars. To navigate using the stars, we use a device called a sextant, which is basically a glorified protractor. And we understand that we measure angles to stars from the surface of the Earth upwards, let's say 45 degrees. Excuse me. But we wouldn't be using these angle measuring devices if the surface of the Earth was curved, because you can't measure angles from curved lines. So with regards to aviation, communication, engineering, and navigation, the surface of the Earth is used as a flat, horizontal, motionless plane. That's why the Earth can't be a ball.
I have a really deep question. It's just something on my mind. And
What's the question?
so, during you know what a lunar eclipse is, yeah?
Yep.
So during one of them, it always
Yeah.
casts a circular shadow on the globe. And if the Earth was theoretically flat, one part of the shadow would be thinner and it would get bigger as it goes upwards because it's pointing at an angle. But it's always a circle, and that's just simple geometry. You know what I mean? It's
Do you remember?
cast
Do
in
you
a
remember the
circle
bit?
because, huh?
Do you remember the bit where I said the Earth was the floor and the sun, moon, and stars rotate above us? The
Yeah.
Earth is not casting a shadow upon the moon. That's not the Earth. Whatever it is, it's something else, and that's working under the presupposition that the light that we see on the moon is a reflection of the sun's light. This has not been verified to be true. There are other eclipses that take place. They're called the Selenian eclipse, which is also called the impossible eclipse, where we have an eclipse of the moon during the day. That falsifies the model for eclipses within the heliocentric idea. We understand that one explanation is a syzygy, a straight line between the sun, earth, and moon, where the earth is between the sun and the moon, so it's casting a shadow upon the moon. That's fine, but there are other observations of other eclipses where it's daytime, so we do not have that straight line syzygy between the sun, earth, and moon to cast that shadow, because both sun and moon are above the horizon. Not a straight line, that's a triangle. So that's geometrically impossible within the heliocentric idea. But you've probably never heard of this, and that's fine, my friend. Most people don't until they come into this subject. But yeah, model doesn't fit reality. Although you think you've got an explanation, that explanation works on the idea that the Earth is a ball in the vacuum of space between the sun and the moon. The Earth isn't a ball in the vacuum of space; it's the floor of the universe.
Wait, I
Whatever
don't understand.
eclipse.
I don't understand what you just said.
Good.
Huh?
Say that again.
He asked why is there a circle shadow on the moon? No.
No,
No, that's not why I
On the
asked.
Earth. What did you ask?
So
No.
with the during a lunar eclipse, there's always a circular shadow casted by the moon on the Earth. And then if the Earth is flat, it wouldn't be a perfect circle. It's not always a perfect circle, don't get me wrong. But it wouldn't be a circle. It would be thin at the bottom, and it would get bigger as it goes up. And that's because of like simple geometry. You know what I mean? That's just what happens. But if it was casted onto a globe, it will always be a perfect circle, which has been proved. It's always been a perfect circle, no matter what.
What was your response? Jedi.
The response was, it's not the Earth causing the shadow.
What is causing the shadow?
But it
it's
is
not
the
in
moon causing the shadow. That's my point.
I think he's referencing a solar eclipse with the shadow of the moon on the floor.
No, he's talking about the shadow on the moon when it's a lunar eclipse.
Okay, wait. So what shape is the moon? Is the moon a globe?
Looks like it could be a sphere, but we can't verify.
Yeah, but we've seen it rotate though.
You only see one side. We see one side of it, right?
Yeah, but it just doesn't make theoretical sense. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, you can believe what you want to believe, but to me, it doesn't make any scientifical like obviously because you using the argument that we can't trust the government with the photos that they produce, but there is no, you know what I mean? It's hard to provide me with like a reason they would want to lie about the Earth being flat. Like, there's no need for that. Like,
yeah, there is. When they give us a ball that spins in a vacuum of space that comes from the Big Bang, they give us a new creation story where nature creates everything, and then after rocks and gases are made, then consciousness is created. So this is one of the choices you've got when asking the question how the Earth got here. You've got two choices. It's a dichotomy, and it's a true one. It's either nature created itself, sprang everything into existence for no apparent reason whatsoever, or as we can scientifically clarify and verify, intelligence creates. To have a building, you need a builder, right? To have a painting, you need a painter. To have any creation, you need a creator. So I would suggest that when they make the Earth a ball that comes from a Big Bang, they come with their own creation story. And then you guys can argue the toss where God sprang that into existence or not. When you come to understand that the Earth is flat and stationary, your next question is, well, how the fuck did that get here then? Obviously, you live within a created environment, and to have a created environment, you need a creator. That's one of the reasons that they would lie to us. so they can take God for themselves and give us their ideas about what God is and who he is and what his intentions are. But ultimately, the earth is a created system. All you have to do is look around your earthly environment, look at yourself, look at the code that's within you and everything else that lives. Code needs intelligence. Code itself doesn't spring into existence for no apparent reason. That's impossible.
And there's
got me
many,
there.
many reasons.
According
You
to
got
whom
me there.
or what? Why is that impossible?
What code to spring into existence all by itself? Because you need three parts to even begin code. One,
Wait there,
the
I'll be right back.
intelligence source to come up with everything and make the the three parts. One of those constituent parts would be the language that both sender and receiver must understand. And then the receiver of that language must have the pieces already applied to carry out the instructions that information is given. Doesn't all by spring into existence all by itself.
So basically, what I got from that was that the sender and receiver don't know the syntax. Is that what you're saying? That's you kind of you're
Yeah.
cutting out there a little bit. So
Sorry, I do apologise, mate. But yeah, you are correct. To have language and code, we must have the creator of the language and the code and the receiver already in place. You must have the language that both sender and receiver understand, and then the receiver must
unless there's a framework that already exists within the universe that allows for some sort of communication, which is possible.
We can provide you with all the evidence that you need to suggest that is true. You need intelligence to create information.
Is Jedi breaking up for anybody or just?
Yeah, he's breaking up.
Probably. If I,
bit.
Yeah, I do apologise, guys. I'll leave and rejoin you guys. Carry on the conversation.
We hear you okay now. But yeah, I don't see why a framework couldn't exist. I suppose.
Well, yeah, but you'd
That's
have
just
to
an
find
analogy for an intelligence too, possibly.
It's not an analogy. That's really not.
Everybody's
That's
robotic.
just one reason, right? Like when you like somebody that's like what, like what does it matter? That's just.
Dude, I think you're robotic. Who is that? You're robotic
God
too.
did this and that, yeah. But what's stopping you from saying, oh, they're hiding it because unicorns live on the other side of the earth and no one wants to find out? That's the
Hold on. He's on a call with me at the moment, and he's just.
Just sit here and be a flat earther, you do that. I ain't gonna hate on what you believe, but I just gave a valid point that you can't even argue.
One sec, I'll call you back.
Like,
basically, he just said he just rage quit. He goes, "Oh, these men are." Look, if you want to be a flat earther, you can be a flat earther.
it's not really a choice. It's just it's just accepting the reality as it's presented to you. I mean, you can call it a flat earther, right? But
Wait, what was it you said just now?
I
Can you
just
repeat
called
that?
him. I just called him. Did you hear it?
no. I mean, it's the reality that we all experience, right? It's only like a pseudoscience that tells you otherwise. Like they tell you, you can only see
see so far on a globe with a radius of 3959, right? And horizontally, then something disappears at the bottom, but you're still looking out straight and horizontally. You're not looking out curved, you know. And then you see these things, moving up in the sky, right? And that's how we experience it in reality. Like objectively, we all say, "Yeah, I see the sun moving. Yeah, I see the stars moving." Over time, if I stand there long enough, and it's only like this pseudoscience that says, "No, no, it's not the sky that's spinning; it's you that's spinning," but you can never tell. Yeah, I just accept the reality that's presented to me. Like you can either be like a flat earther, or you can be like a conspiracy theorist who thinks that the entire earth is conspiring to trick you into believing that it's stationary and in a horizontal nature. I mean, I'm not really a conspiracy theorist. I just accept reality that's presented to me.
Right. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to convince everybody, Venk, and that's not what we're here to do anyway. So basically, it's just here so that people can understand a point of view, perhaps challenge them, and then if they want to adhere to that, they can. If not, it's their choice. They can believe that the Earth is a globe all day long, all the rest of their life. It doesn't matter. We're not here to convince people. We're here to tell them the truth and challenge them. That's it.
Yeah, I hear that. That's a good. Yeah, I hear that for sure.
Because yeah, if you're in the business of convincing people, you're gonna be pretty upset because you're not gonna be able to convince people. You're not here to do that. That's a
It's just amazing that some people have gone through like 40 years of their lives and never even thought, it's never even crossed their mind that the Earth is not a globe, right? So it's great to bring it up. Yeah.
yeah. A lot of people will say that, oh, it doesn't matter to me one way or the other. Yes, it really does. You're fooling yourself if you come into this chat and you're here all the time and you say that it doesn't matter. It really does, because the evidence of that is that you're here. So it does matter to you.
Yeah, and just to bring up that, go through 40 years of life. Not that these guys are 40, maybe they're 18 or 20 or 22, right? It's even more amazing to go through 20 years of life or 40 years, right? And never even imagine that, hey, the Earth may not be a globe, and within all that time, all you've ever seen is a flat, stationary Earth, and you never even thought, and never even crossed your mind, like how amazing
You're
is
breaking
that?
up. You're
Right? That
breaking
there
up.
has to be some kind of influence
Oh, thanks.
that didn't allow you to see that you're not.
No, thanks. You're breaking up.
It's the government, bro. He's speaking the truth. They don't want him to speak.
What's up, Stingwagon?
Yo.
So, yeah, what is your take on the topic of the room? What's your position? Do you believe that the Earth is a globe, or the Earth is flat? Where do you stand?
My position?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure it's a globe.
Okay. And if you were to say there's one evidence that you can bring forward to say, I know it's a globe because of this, what would it be?
Oh, man. I don't know.
Observation,
That's a
maybe
good question.
as a whole observation.
Yeah, NG, but just let him answer. I don't like people answering for other people because that's not the
Sorry.
person's original thought, and you're divining what he's going to say. So let's not do that.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Well, I've read some stuff about gravity.
Okay. What about gravity?
Well, it seems that gravity entails that there's a center point of mass. And I've looked at the moon, I've looked at other planets, and they all seem to be following this law. So I couldn't imagine that the Earth wouldn't be, but I can't know for sure.
Okay. How did anyone ever prove that gravity, not little, because there's little g and big G, right? Little g is the effect and big G is the cause. Little g is what we would say is the average rate of fall of things from the medium of air at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's little g. It's kind of something that you could use in industries for applications, right? That's obvious for everyone. We're not talking about that. What we're saying is, how do you know that the gravitational theory is correct? What evidence have they given you to understand that's true?
Do I know? I can't know
Mhm.
anything for like absolute certainty.
Well, that's a big problem. I usually have with people that come in here and say that. There's a epistemology that you might have that you can never know anything to be 100% sure of, which I think undermines or I call it a sabotage of your worldview. That means that for every truth that you think you know, it becomes subjective instead of objective. So you can never really understand the nature of reality because you can never know the nature of reality and how you can describe it with your five senses to be certain of it, right? So if you were to say, well, basically right now, if you're sitting down in your chair or standing up, I don't know what you're doing, but whatever it is that you're doing, could you tell me right now that you're 100% sure that you're doing that one thing, whatever it is?
No human can do that.
Right.
Hold
And
on a
so
second.
are
Let me just ask him one
are
second.
you
One
saying
question.
that your epistemology is of somewhat of solipsism?
I mean, by default, I think everyone's is if they really think about it.
Yeah, but that's a projection. I don't think that anybody could arrive to that same conclusion that you have. You've arrived to it because you've thought about it. But if somebody thought about it and they said, "Wait a minute, no, I don't think that's true." Their opinion, you can't project your worldview on someone else. Your epistemology is just that, your epistemology. It's not someone else's.
Okay,
Right?
fair enough. Yeah.
Right. So by saying that you feel this way, it would be to have something that of a deduction for you. I've deduced that, I've looked at all of nature and I know that I can't know anything to be 100% sure. And so that's where we're at right now with basically what you're saying to us. So that means that if you were in a situation like you got in an accident or something and you needed to call for help, and the person on the other line was like, "Where are you at?" And you're like, "Well, I'm over here on Highway 31. I've ran off the road. There was a deer that came into my path." And so you were giving them specifics. And if they were to ask you, "Okay, sir, are you sure about this location?" You were like, "Not really. I'm not really sure because I can't know anything to be true." What would
Well,
happen? What would happen?
so you're kind of mistaking like
No, I'm not.
epistemology
I'm
from like.
identifying it. I'm identifying it because what's
Well,
important here, what's important, Sting,
can I
is
answer
that
the question
I
or?
know, but the reason why I prefaced it that way is because when people come in here, they use that type of logic in this arena, but in the real world, it would not be the same way. You wouldn't use that in the real world. In that scenario, you would answer the person correctly. I know that I'm here because I've
Do you
passed the
want to know
mile
why I
marker.
would answer that person correctly?
Go ahead. Sting.
Because I
Why
can
would you?
physically see the Highway 31 sign. I
Right.
can't see the entirety of the Earth. No human can.
Right. So my thing to you is that since you can assuredly say something, then you can know 100% what's going on. You're spatially aware, right? You could say, "I know that I passed mile marker 31. I just saw the sign. It was like we passed it a minute ago, so I know where I'm at." But if you say, "I know" at any single point in that conversation of that analogy that I'm using, and then in this arena where you start to say you can't know anything to be 100% sure, you've just now
Do you?
it's called the law of non-contradiction, right? You just violated it. That means that
Yeah,
you
let
just
that.
said something. You just said something that could be true and something that cannot be true all in the same breath.
Let that sink in, Stingwagon.
Okay, so
I know you're dying to come back with
there's
something, but dude, may I ask you a
I'm just,
question? Let me ask you a
I was
question.
trying to talk to this guy.
Do you not realize the absurdity that you're 100% certain that everything's uncertain?
What?
Do you not realize the absurdity that you claim to be certain that everything is uncertain?
I never said that I was certain that everything's uncertain.
Oh, you just told us, well, you can't know anything for a fact 100%, right? All right, go on.
Go ahead,
Well, you
Sting.
can't.
What do
You
you know?
don't see the absurdity of it then.
Old
So
Horace.
you say no,
Hoss.
you don't see the absurdity.
Old Hoss, what do you know for 100% certainty though?
Well, I'm smoking a cigarette right now.
What if you were a brain in a vat and you were programmed to think you were smoking a cigarette? Could you know that?
Would I know that I'm a brain in a vat? Unfortunately, I probably would. It would be a personal hell. So no, I'm sitting here in reality. I'm talking to someone who had a clever little ploy.
How do you know that?
That fell on its face. Well, because you just told us that if you did need someone to show up for an emergency, you would trust
Sorry, I
that
asked
you
you a
saw.
question. How do you know that you're smoking a
Go
cigarette?
ahead.
Can you stop dodging the question, please?
Go ahead.
ask it again?
What, you want me to pretend along with you that I'm a brain in a vat? Is that what you're asking me to do?
I'm asking, how do you know that you're not a brain in a vat?
Boo.
So
So you
you
don't have
are.
an answer? So you don't
So
have an
you
answer?
are.
Okay.
You're asking me to
That's okay.
pretend. You're asking me to pretend.
That's okay. You don't have an answer for that. Okay, that's all right. So what
Okay,
was the
you're
other guy
asking me
talking?
to pretend. Is
I'm
that what you're
asking you, how do
asking
you
me to
not
do?
know? If you don't want to answer,
Is that
that's
what
okay.
I'm asking you to do? Are you
If you
asking
don't
me
have
to
an answer,
pretend
that's
along?
okay. If you don't
I'm
have an answer,
asking
that's
you,
okay.
sir, are you asking me to pretend?
I'm asking you, how do you know you're not a brain in a vat? Do you need me to repeat it
Oh,
again?
Lord. Well,
Okay,
I'll
you
tell
don't have
you
an answer.
why.
That's okay.
I'll
That's
I'll tell
okay.
you why. Because this whole idea of a brain in a vat, it came from science fiction writers. So
Okay, so
isn't
you
it
don't have an
funny?
answer. You
Isn't
don't
it
have an answer.
funny that all of a sudden, sometime in the 30s, 40s, and 60s, this idea of a brain in
You're
a vat,
dodging.
and
You're
now, okay,
dodging.
go ahead,
You don't
talk
want
over
to
me.
answer the question.
Oh,
You're
so
dodging.
are
You're
you certain
dodging.
that
You don't want to answer
I'm
the
dodging?
question.
Are you certain that I'm dodging?
I'm going to ask you again. How do you
No, I'm
not know your
asking
brain
you.
in
Are
a
you
vat?
certain? Are you certain that I'm dodging the
You're
question?
dodging. You're dodging. You
You're
don't want
certain
to
of
answer
that.
the
Are you
question.
certain of that, sir?
You want me to come up with a piano song to accompany that, or?
Not really. No, it's fucking annoying.
No.
Can you just have a
All right.
real conversation, please?
Are you
Yeah, you don't
certain
sound
that I'm
intellectual at
dodging?
all.
Well, if you would
Are
start
you
answering my
certain that?
questions, we could have a conversation.
Are you certain that I'm dodging?
Oh, wait.
Don't want to answer that question now, do you? That's interesting.
Yeah,
I'll
you've
answer
already
questions when my
started.
answer is a question.
Well, I
Well,
asked you a question. I said, in order for me to go along with your idea that I'm unsure that I'm a
I'm
brain
not
in a
asking
vat.
you to go along with anything. I'm asking you a simple
Well, you're
question.
asking me how I'm uncertain whether or not I'm a brain in a vat. So I'm asking you, in order for me to go along with that, are you asking me to pretend along with you?
I'm not asking you to pretend anything. I'm asking you a question.
From the point of view of someone who doesn't know whether or not they're a brain in a vat.
I'm not asking you from any point of view. I'm asking you, how do you know you're not a brain in a vat? If you can't answer it,
Well,
that's
how
okay.
do
You can say, I don't know.
Okay, are you asking me to pretend?
I'm not asking you to pretend anything. I don't know where you're getting this word pretend.
All right, so the straightforward answer for old Haas would have been that he's talking to you right now on Discord smoking a cigarette. Like that's what he said before. That was his first statement to you. That's how he knows that he's not a brain in a vat because
How does he
he's
know that
smoking a
wasn't
cigarette.
And then you
Say
begged me
again?
to pretend with you.
How does he know that wasn't
You didn't like my answer, and then you
How does he
wanted
know
me
that
to
wasn't
pretend with
programmed?
you.
You can believe that, but can you know that for 100%
No.
certainty that this wasn't all programmed?
Oh,
And if
isn't it
so,
so?
how can you prove that?
Isn't it so funny that reality is following all the plot lines of 60s sci-fi? What a coincidence!
We can call it whatever you want. We can call it a brain
All right,
in the
let me
tube.
let me
I
go
just
ahead
wrote
and
that right
yeah,
now.
let
in
me go ahead and hold
2023.
on, Haas. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna talk to this guy. All right, so we're back to and you can ask me the question now, Sting. So go ahead and ask your question if I know or if I don't know. Go ahead and like
Let
if
me
you were asking
preface
Haas.
this. I'm not a hard
Go ahead.
solipsist.
Go ahead.
Wait, who is this I'm talking to now?
Alpha Veritas.
Alpha. Oh, you're up top. Okay.
But that wouldn't
how do you-
matter because that wouldn't really matter who you're talking to because you wouldn't be able to have
Yeah,
any
that's great,
certainty
Haas.
on
Yeah,
that,
that's
right?
great. That's great, Haas. That's great. That's
So
great.
why would you even
Alpha,
ask
so
who
what
you're
would your
talking
answer to
to?
that question be?
Well, go ahead and repeat the question. Let's start fresh. Go ahead and say it again.
Okay, Alpha, how do you know that everything you're experiencing was not programmed by something else?
So my senses dictate the world around me, and so my sober mind can tell you that from my experience and my worldview, I understand reality in the way that I can know certain things, right? Like as in, I'm talking to you right now on Discord. I'm sitting down, staring at my computer screen, looking at the names. Matter of fact, your name, Stingwagon, because I know that I exist because of the senses that have been given to me by the Creator. The Creator has given me discernment and understanding and knowledge to have a discernment. And also we come into an agreement with other individuals who are in the same reality that I am.
Wait,
And we can
The
also
creator?
Yes.
So you do believe you're a brain in a vat?
No, I never said that. Never said that.
Oh, do you mean
you
God?
just did. You just did. But what we're saying is, how do I know what I'm telling you is absolutely 100% sure? Because I'm saying what I'm saying, and what I'm saying, I mean what I say because I say what I mean. I'm not meaning something different, right? So in order for me to have a communication with you, I have to understand there's certain things we have to agree. We have to agree on language. We have to agree on definitions, right, on things that are defined, we have to come into an agreement. So when you and I are in a disagreement about things, then the communication line that we have breaks down. Meaning, if I tell you, are you certain that you're sitting down or standing up or whatever it is you're doing, and you're not able to convey that over to me? If you say, purple chicken, rubber duckies, and I said, what? Yeah, raccoon feathers, up and down. Why? Yeah. And I'm like, dude, I don't understand what you're doing. You're like, the giant chicken
I don't.
running around. It's fun. And I'm like, dude, what do
Yeah.
you mean? What? I don't understand what you're saying. So the communication, if you're not coherently speaking in a language that we both understand that you need to be talking in, then it breaks down. Now, if you say that you can undermine that and sabotage that by then saying we can't even know that that is real, then communication itself starts to break down, meaning you don't even know what you're talking about. So it becomes like nonsensical. Like, in other words, if I have a conversation with you and you've just undermined your whole entire worldview that you can't know anything to be true, then language breaks down, cognitive abilities break down, uh, definitions break down. You like, well, how do you know that?
Okay.
What's the definition of that? How do you know it's an ocean? Define ocean. Like, you just reduce everything to absurdity, and it goes into oblivion. So we can never know
So
anything. And so what I'm saying is the case for this is that when I speak to you, I'm speaking with certainty, as in 100%. Now, this is irrespective of science. I don't need science to tell me that, right? So I don't need to run this thing to the scientific method because it's outside of that. It's a wrong tool. So the category that I'm putting this,
hold on. You're sort of just rambling here.
I'm
The,
not rambling. I'm speaking to
no,
you coherently,
just
and I'm
real
telling you
quick,
about what the difference is between why I know that I'm speaking to you, and I know my reality is that I'm sitting down. I'm even using my hands, kind of hand waving. You can't see it, but I'm staring at my computer screen. I know these things to be 100% sure. Why? Because I have the cognitive abilities to do so.
And
Now,
how do you
what
know
is
those
your argument
cognitive
against it?
abilities weren't programmed in a computer? How do you know that?
Because have I ever seen that that state that you're talking about? Was I ever in a state to notice that?
That could be your entire world. How do you know it's
No,
not?
no, but you're putting
You
something
can't
that the
just say
world.
no. You can't just
Yeah,
say
I
no.
can, because I
No,
have
you
never experienced. There's never been an experience in my known reality for me to enter into a state where that is the truth.
You
That has
wouldn't
never
enter it.
been the
You would
truth.
exist into it. You would be born
Yeah,
into
but
it.
how
That's
do
what I'm
you know
asking.
that?
How do
How
you
do you
know
know
that
that?
that's
How
not
do
the
you
case?
know that? How do you know that? You're making a
I'm
claim about
asking you,
something
how
that
do
does
you
not
know? Do you not understand
something.
the question?
Yeah, but something that does not
Is this too
exist can
complicated for you guys? I'm so
listen.
confused right now.
Something that does not exist in a known reality by the senses, right, can only be outside of our senses. Therefore, it can be detected. Therefore, it can be understood as something that's even put into the realm of the really is level. The really is level that
You're
you are.
saying senses. How do you know your senses aren't programmed? That's the question I'm getting to.
What
Are
do
you
you mean
familiar
by
with hard
What do you mean
solipsism?
by program? Are how I use them, or what do you mean program?
Programs. Let's say someone 20,000 years from now, hypothetically, created a program called, what's your name? Alpha Veteris Discord. And he created this entire monologue you're going on. He wrote it into code. He wrote the senses. He wrote your argument, everything into a code, and programmed it and played it. And you said the exact same thing you are saying right now. How do you know that's not the case?
So you
Yeah,
are
so
asking us to make believe.
yeah. So the thing that I'm telling you is that my known reality and what it encumbers is everything that I can understand with my cognitive
Yeah,
abilities,
you
and
use your
also
sense
with reason,
perceptions.
with reason and logic, right? So we're deducing things because of the fact that our known reality is projected onto every single body's worldview. Like, we experience the world together, Stingwagon. So you and me experience the world together. It's not just your subjective interpretation.
How do you
There's
know
third
I'm experiencing
there's
anything?
third
How do you know it's not
because
just your programming?
because you are also here with me speaking to me. So it's not a figment of your imagination, because then you'd be a figment of mine. So what we're understanding
How do you
that
know I'm
reality,
not, though, is the question.
the fabric of reality is woven in so much that when people are speaking to each other, we've agreed upon things, right? The agreement that we have is that we're experiencing reality together. Now, if that falls apart for some reason, and logic and reason have went out the window, then it breaks down the line of communication, and then we are just like basically meat sacks walking around, like with no ability to discern or talk, or no ability to convey anything to anyone else. You break, everything falls apart. You can't make sense of anything because it's chaos, complete chaos. And so
No, it's not.
when you
It's
come into
programmed to
yeah, it
not be
is.
chaos.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
programmed to not be
Yeah,
chaos.
it is. No, it's programmed to not be chaos. So you're saying that the intelligence that's required to create this place comes from some place other than you, right? It's programmed.
Well, no, it would be you in this case. I don't
No,
exist
it
in
wouldn't
this
be you.
case.
You just said it's programmed. So you're not the programmer. You're not the one who wrote the code for reality, are you? Are you the one?
No, the one who wrote you
Okay,
into
so then the
existence
one
would
who
be.
wrote the code for reality is giving us laws
Yes.
to abide by. Right,
Yes.
the creator.
Yes, the creator of your programmed reality.
No,
Yes.
well, the creator of all the program
No,
that
no,
we
no, just
exist in.
yours, just yours,
No,
just
it's
yours.
not just mine because you're experiencing the reality with me. So
No,
therefore, you agree.
I don't exist in this scenario. I am a figment
Yeah,
of
you
your
do.
imagination that was written into code.
Are you a figment of my imagination, or do you exist in reality, Sting?
In this scenario, I would be a figment of your
No,
imagination.
and this scenario is reality. The really is level right now. I'm talking about how I'm speaking to you on Discord right now. Do you exist in reality, or do you exist in a figment of my imagination?
Did you forget the question I asked you in the first place?
Answer the
Did
question.
you forget the?
Do you exist in reality, or are you a figment
Of
of my
course,
imagination?
of course, I exist in reality. This is about
Okay,
hard
then,
solid.
because of
Why are
that,
you dodging? Why are you dodging the
yeah,
topic?
because
I don't
of that, I didn't
understand it.
dodge. I just made you
You were
understand.
completely dodging the
I
topic.
made you
right
understand a simple fact that you exist in your reality, meaning
I
that
never
when
said
you
I
stated,
didn't.
yeah,
I was
you
asking
did.
you, how do
are
you not
existing?
know? How do
Yeah,
you not know? And you won't
you
answer
just
the
made
fucking
yeah.
question.
The funny thing is, you just made a truth claim. You didn't even know it, that you exist in this reality. Therefore, the fabric of this reality was not
I'm
dictated
not a hard
by you.
solipsist.
It doesn't matter. The point that you're trying to kind of like put your feet in between both of the solipsist and not, it's funny because you're testing it out to seeing how it feels to be a solipsist. And if you could even entertain
No,
that.
I'm not actually. I
Yeah,
was
you
asking
are.
you guys a simple question that you couldn't answer, and then you went
Yeah,
on
we
30-minute
did.
rambles
I
about
actually
how
did.
this
No,
is that,
listen,
and that
listen, hang
God
on,
created me
House.
and all this
It
stuff.
gets hard when other people jump in. So listen, the reason why I'm putting it to you this way is because you think you have a really correct worldview with saying that we can't know things to be 100% sure, and I'm proving it to you that yes, you can. Because
No, you didn't. You
outside,
didn't prove
I'm
that at all.
sorry.
Actually,
Yeah, I
you weren't
did.
able to answer a single question.
Yeah, I
I'm
did. No,
sorry, you
what are you
didn't.
saying? Are you not
You didn't.
listening to what I'm saying?
You
Are you
didn't.
not
You didn't
listening?
answer a
Do
single
you
thing.
exist in your? Do you exist in your own worldview? Do you exist?
Why are you asking me questions now?
I just answered the question. Do you exist?
I believe I do. Yes, I believe I do.
Okay, so you believe you do. So, and I know that I do because I'm here talking to you on Discord.
You believe
so
that
I know
you do.
that I'm here in
You
this
believe
existence.
you've demonstrated that you do not know with 100% certainty, but you believe that you do. Yes, I agree.
No,
Thank
it's
you for
not
being
about a
honest.
belief. I don't have to believe. I'm existing here in this reality with you.
You believe that. You
I
you
don't
haven't
believe
proved
it.
that you know it for sure,
No,
though.
I
You haven't
didn't.
proved
You
that you know
see,
it for sure, though.
this is why you say that I'm not
I
listening to you.
proposed an
You're
internal
projecting.
critique that you
You're
completely
projecting your
dodged, and that's
worldview.
okay.
You're projecting
It's
your
hard.
worldview. You're projecting your solipsist worldview all over me. You're thinking that because
I'm
you
not,
think
though.
that
I'm
way,
not, though.
everybody needs to think like you.
I gave you an internal critique, and you failed.
No,
I'm
you
sorry.
didn't. An
I'm
internal
sorry. You
critique
failed.
is not projection. You can't say,
You
well,
failed. I'm sorry. I
because
didn't
no,
project anything.
you failed
I just
because
asked you a
this is your
simple
projection
question.
of
You
the
couldn't
worldview.
answer.
No, Sting, you're saying that because you think one certain way, everybody else has to, or else they're wrong. That's what you're telling me. If you don't think
I
like
didn't
you,
say
yeah,
that.
you did. So everybody has to think. Everybody's a solipsist, right? When you first preface your conversation with me, everybody's a solipsist, right?
To a certain degree, yes.
There you go.
By
So therefore,
definition.
your projection of that has made you've already undermined this whole conversation because you
So
unless
actually,
I
let me
entertain
reiterate.
no sorry you said what you said. If I don't entertain
Well,
your
true, but let me
insinuations,
expand on it
no,
a little bit.
dude, wait, fuck.
Can you let me talk? Jesus
No,
Christ.
I was speaking. You interrupted me. What the fuck? You
Well,
keep
you're going
doing
on
it.
like for 35 minutes, dude. I don't
Yeah,
know.
because you don't fucking have a point, and I do.
Settle down.
You're
Settle
trying
down.
you're
Settle
trying
down.
to you're trying to project your solipsist worldview on everybody and saying that I have to think like you. If I don't think like you, then I'm straight out wrong and I'm rambling. So I have to say, oh, you know what, Stink? But possibly I don't know what the fuck's going on. You're right. And then you're like, yeah, say I win. No, fuck that. No, because you can't project your worldview. You're throwing a fit like a baby because you want to be right and you're not. You're just not right. And it's true because I just said, how do you know that you exist? How do you know that?
Are you
and
done?
I'm talking about knowledge. Yeah. How do you know you exist?
Okay. So the
How do you
only way you couldn't be a solipsist is if you knew
Now,
every
answer
single
my
thing in the
question.
universe.
I asked you a question. Answer my question. How do you know you exist?
Am I muted? What's happening?
Yeah, because you're not answering my question. How do you know you exist?
Okay, how do I know I exist?
Yes. How do you know?
My sense perception, I don't know with 100% certainty.
Oh, bullshit.
But I believe it.
Bullshit.
Go
Go ahead and finish what you were
muted?
Go ahead and no, hold on, old Haas. Go ahead and finish what you were gonna say. Because you damn well know exactly what I'm saying now. Your senses, right? Oh, you fucking screwed
Yes,
yourself.
I never said that wasn't true.
Bullshit, dude. You said you can't even trust your senses.
Oh my god.
That's
Why
what
are you
no.
not understanding
Didn't
the
okay? Oh, wait. Repeat it. Can you trust your senses? Yes or no?
I believe I can, yes.
All right
They
then.
produce reliable results.
Well, fuck,
However,
dude. Then
I
we
cannot
agree.
know. Can you please let me speak? You're like having a tantrum over here. I cannot know
Enough
with
given,
100%
Tim.
certainty, nor can anyone else, that my senses are 100% accurate.
Crypto,
Can
did
I
you want
ask
to
a
say something?
If anyone can prove, if anyone
Hold
can
on, hold
prove,
on.
I'll wait. But
Let
no one's
crypto
been
come
able
in.
to do that so far.
Crypto, go ahead.
There's one
I
question.
just wanted to ask him.
This is where it all started. I'm asking him, doesn't he
Yeah,
realize
yeah.
do you not realize the absurdity that you are certain that everything remains uncertain?
I am certain that I don't know every single thing in the
Yeah,
entire
and you're
universe.
certain
Neither
of
do
that.
none of
Okay,
you.
so your idea that
So how
everything
could I
is
know with
uncertain,
100% certain anything is
listen,
true?
Okay, listen, your idea that everything is uncertain, you can throw it in the bin.
Do you not get
Yeah,
that
let
there's
crypto
different
come in.
degrees of
Hang on,
uncertainty
Sting.
here?
Crypto wants
It's not as
to
black and
holler
white.
at you. Hang on, Sting. Crypto wants to holler at you. Go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, I don't want to bulldoze. Like, I'm happy for you guys to carry on. I'll come in a bit if you guys want. Or I'm happy to go. Don't know.
Yeah, but
So
you only have limited
yeah,
time.
I mean,
Go ahead, man.
if you are, if you are solipsistic and you're not sure that you might, whether you even exist or not, right? Then how would you explain the fact that you are currently experiencing this reality without 100% certainty that you exist?
Let me preface this by saying I'm not a hard solipsist. I was just proposing that. So
Sure,
what was your
but I'm
question? I
asking,
can barely hear you, by the way. What was your question again?
yeah, I'm not that loud. Sorry about that. So, if so, often I hear from solipsists that they can't even be 100% sure that they exist, right? Some
I'm not a
will say,
solipsist, but yeah.
okay, well, are you 100% sure that you exist?
No.
So then, how are you experiencing this reality?
I think, therefore I am. That's about the extent of that I know 100% certainty.
Right,
Everything
but
else, like my senses, my pain, my feelings, everything else, that could be all programmed. That could all be, I don't know, it could be changing.
But that would still be you existing, right? So in what logical framework would you not exist yet still experience this reality?
I guess I think, therefore I am is about the extent that I know. Anything beyond that.
That didn't answer the question. In what logical framework would you not exist and yet still experience this reality?
What do you mean by logical framework?
Well, give me a logical argument for it.
For what?
For not existing and it's still experiencing the reality.
I said I can experience it to the point where I think, therefore I am. Anything else beyond that, I don't know.
You're not answering the question.
Because I could be feeling pain, but perhaps I was programmed to feel pain. Perhaps I wasn't. There could be different variables.
If you were programmed, then you must exist, right? So I'm asking you, in what framework could you not exist and yet still experience this reality?
That's a good question. I guess existence would have to be a preface to my experience of existing.
You must know with 100% certainty that you exist.
Yes.
So then you are certain of something. Okay,
Yep.
we can carry on.
Yep, that's it.
All right,
That's all
fair
I
enough,
wanted.
fair enough.
He was already going to get
Fair
there,
enough, he
which
says.
he was going to get there. He was getting there, but he stopped himself. But you made him think about it, Crypto, and good job on you, man. Yep,
That was
we
a
got
good
there.
job.
Yeah. Listen, Crypto's no lightweight, by the way. He's thousands of conversations. Like he knows what he's talking about. But yep.
Right.
We got there.
So check it out. Solipsism.
Look, we
isn't
are
that-
talking about the
Hey,
firmament
yo,
of the biblical sky,
yo,
as
yo.
Jesus Christ has told us.
Shut
Hello?
your mouth.
Well, I apologize.
All right, muted. Simple. All right. Solipsism isn't have to do with whether you exist or not. Solipsism has to do with what can be known beyond the self. But
Okay, like the
solipsism-
reality
I'm
we're in, right?
speaking, not you.
What?
Thank you. I am speaking.
I was just asking a question.
I don't care.
Okay.
Okay, I get to finish my sentences, or you get to go kick rocks. Those are the options.
Okay, calm down. Go ahead.
So I don't calm down. I just do what I want, and you either take it or get kicked. Those are your options.
All right, calm down. Go ahead.
No, I go ahead because I want to go ahead, not because you give me permission.
All right,
So
don't
shut
go
your
ahead.
mouth. If you open your mouth again, you're getting muted. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Go ahead, open
Go
your
ahead.
mouth. Yep,
You'd
all right,
make
you're
a
muted.
great police officer.
What's
I
his
just
name?
said
What's his name so I can mute his dumbass?
you asked me a
But,
question. I just said yes. I'm sorry.
I
Go ahead.
didn't ask any questions, dumbass.
His name is
Just
Alpha.
take my directives and you're under arrest.
No, dude. I clearly wasn't a primary speaker, and I came in, right? That means I should be yielded the floor, at least for a complete sentence. At least for one complete sentence. Right? That's just general conversational etiquette. So contain yourself, keep your mouth shut, and let me finish my freaking point. Hey. So, solipsism isn't a question of whether you exist or not. It's a question of what could be known beyond the internals of the mind. So, a solipsist would say, I know that my mind exists and the mind space that I have and the experiences within it, but I can't know anything else for certain. Okay, now in that view, it could be the case that other minds exist, but you can't know them on an intimate, personal, knowledge-based level. It's only inferences, right? And if you wanted to say there was a thing as hard solipsism would be, I am the only mind that exists because I have no knowledge of any other minds. Now, I want you guys to notice that in both philosophical views, the presence of the mind is first order knowledge, meaning that minds necessarily exist in the first order truth, and the external world is the second order truth. So anybody who posits this idea understands that minds exist in the first instance. So for example, Homeboy said brain in the vat. Now, a lot of people go to the brain in the vat thing. The problem is that that's not far enough. What you should say is, how do I know that I'm not just a mind? Because a brain in a vat begs the question of the external physical world, to which is controlling your experience. So it's not even coherent within solipsism. All right, go ahead.
That was a good point, though. Yeah, they're already admitting to a reality that the brain
Yeah,
must be
it was
in.
my
Yeah.
mistake to say the existing rather than the reality you're experiencing.
Yeah, well, that was why I picked you up on it, because I thought it sounded to me like you were saying nothing can be known for certain, which of course is impossible because you must know that you exist. But then I guess then it's kind of levels to it, like as I said about the second order, there'll be third order as well. Information that other minds have given you, but you haven't experienced yourself. You know, adding these things, which is the nature of the philosophy of science and empiricism anyway. So it's a question that we need to ask. And I think that this is the frustration that I have with globers, is that they're solipsists when the Earth's flat, but not when the Earth's a globe, right? And I just find that really dishonest.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, well, that's
kind of telling.
Yep.
That's how this conversation began, bro. You said, I know the Earth's a globe because of gravity, because the idea that gravity pulls towards the center of an object and the other objects in external free space look round. And so I can imagine that gravity, as explained to me, is pulling towards the center of that object. Therefore, logically, I infer that the Earth itself is also like those things, all based on the story about the nature of the function of gravity.
Yes, correct. Is there an equivalent when it comes to the flat Earth model? Are you guys actually flat earthers, or is this just like a troll rumor?
Dude, hold on. I'll explain it to you right now. I'll explain it to you right now.
All right.
So the things in the sky are the things in the sky. They're not attached to the Earth. They're not logically contingent, consequent, or precedent to the Earth. In other words, they have nothing to do with the Earth. The Earth is the Earth, and what the Earth is what it is. It's completely separate. So, for example, in an idea where gravity is mass attracts mass to the center of mass, that idea doesn't exclude the Earth being flat. Okay, the Earth can be flat, and mass attracts mass to the center of mass also be true. So they're not mutually exclusive.
But where's all this? How is this mass just kind of suspended and not collapsing in on itself then?
Well, let me ask this question: How is a bicycle rim suspended and not collapsing in on itself?
A bicycle rim is not as big as the Earth.
Okay, but that's not the answer. That's not the answer, friend. I want you to notice that you dodge that
What?
question faster than Usain Bolt.
Why would a bicycle rim collapse on itself? It has very little mass.
That's not the answer, dude. What is the actual answer is that the forces are at equilibrium. Okay, the bicycle rim has no reason. One, it has counter tension because of the spokes. It does have a center. It will spin around its center, but it's not going to collapse in on itself, nor is it going to explode outwards because all of the forces are at equilibrium. So you don't need.
Wait, what forces would those be?
Go ahead.
What forces would those be?
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? What forces would those be?
Well, for example, when I am riding on a bike, right, the upper spokes carry the weight to the center, and the bottom spokes just provide rigidity. So as the bike tire rotates as you're driving, it doesn't explode in on itself because there's forces interacting with each other that are counter to each other. So that being said, all as you need is for the rigidity of the object in question to be greater than the forces at play. Now I want to ask you this question one more time. I'm gonna take a bottle. Okay. I have a bottle in my hand. Now we both recognize that we're on the Earth. In your view, the Earth has a gravity that's going to collapse everything in on itself. So now I'm going to take this bottle, I'm going to place it on this part of my car, flat. Now I'm going to ask you this question. Why is the bottle not collapsing towards the Earth?
It is. It's literally on the Earth. It's being pulled to the Earth.
No. Collapsing, dude. The top of the bottle is still in the same physical location. Why is it not flattening itself into oblivion?
Because it's on the Earth.
Oh, dude, I want you to ruminate on this point. I want you to simmer on this point. Why is this bottom not just flattening itself into a flat nothing?
Well,
Why
you
is it
give it
not
some
being
heat and it
crushed?
will. You give it some
Why
heat and
is
it will.
Okay, so you, by your own admission, agree that objects that have rigidity will not be crushed by Earth's gravity. Correct?
Yes.
Correct. So your claim that something with the Earth would collapse in on itself is false. So in other words, if the arrangement of the structure resists the forces, just like this little bottle, then it's not necessary that your claim that this object known as the Earth in total would collapse in on itself. Your claim is simply
Well, no,
false,
if you had
demonstrated to be so.
No, if you had as much mass just pop into existence as big as the Earth is, it would collapse in on itself. It would become
No,
a
false.
sphere.
No, false. We already said that as long as the object in question has the ability to resist those forces and it's set at counter tension or equilibrium, it will not collapse in on itself.
The
So you
forces
are
of the
simply
mass
wrong,
of the Earth.
friend.
I'm
You
talking
are
about the
simply
mass of the
wrong.
Earth.
You're
You
simply
can
wrong,
if
friend.
you want to straw man me, you can, but if you want to have a serious
There's
conversation,
nothing about strawmanning you, dude. You
you are.
said
You are.
that if just any mass just spontaneously exists with the same
In
amount of mass as
space,
the
yes.
Earth, it would
In
crush
space,
itself.
yes.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes,
For
it would.
example, no, it wouldn't. For example, if you had the Earth be a 1-inch thick disk, right? And you spread it out the same amount of mass and circumference, right? And you set all of the forces at equilibrium, there'd be no reason for it to crush in on itself. So this is the problem with you that you don't understand. I'm about to elucidate for you. Your idea of gravity forming balls is part of your creation story in your religious mythos.
Then why is the moon a sphere? Why is Saturn a sphere? Why is Jupiter a sphere? Why is Mars a sphere?
Dude, didn't I already tell you
there's
that the
two
Earth is not those things?
But they have equivalent mass.
No,
Mars
says
does.
who? Says who?
So now we're going to go to the solstice thing?
No, wrong, dude. Try to pay attention. I said says who? Who says that those things in the sky have equivalent mass to the Earth?
Do you want me to look up
And
specific
how did they come?
names of
How did they come? How did they
astronomers or
come to that conclusion?
cosmologists? Or...
How did they know that has that mass, and how did they come to that conclusion?
Let's look it up for you.
Yeah, asking for verification of a fact is not solipsism. My guy.
Why do you have to look it up? You already believe it.
We're looking it up so we can know the exact definition for this.
Oh, so we can look up our beliefs ex post facto?
Let's see. Mars-Earth comparison ratio.
Ignore it. Yeah. But you're
Wait,
factually wrong about things
ignore
being
what?
questioned to a sphere. That you're looking up your belief ex post facto. So you had the belief, but you don't have the information to support your belief, but now you have to go find it. You have to go find the
Yeah,
information
I'm
that
not
you
an
already
astronomer.
believe exists.
I'm not a
According
scientist
to
or an
the
astronomer.
heliocentric religion, the Earth is the densest planet in the solar system. Of course, there's absolutely no way of verifying that. They just assert it.
It's the densest planet?
In the solar system, according to the heliocentric religion, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Mercury.
No, it's Earth.
Oh, okay.
Look it up. But that doesn't mean that that's true just because it's what they assert.
Wait, do you guys not believe that planets are planets or like something else, or?
Well, think about it, right? First of all, I've just given you a fact that you didn't know that I knew within your worldview. Why is it, and AI knows your worldview better than you do, I know your worldview better than you do, I can tell you for damn sure India knows your worldview better than you do, right? Why is it that you've got three people that you're talking to who know your worldview better than you do, and you're not thinking, why do they know this so well and yet don't believe it? You should be asking that question to yourself.
I'd assume because you guys spend so much time trying to debunk this stuff. And I'm not a scientist either, so I wouldn't know this stuff to begin with very well off the top of my
We're
head.
not scientists. We're not scientists either. We're just
No, you're
logical
not. You're
thinkers.
conspiracy theorists who spend all your time trying to debunk these facts. You're going to know these facts off the top of your head, I'm sure.
That's a code.
Oh, I spend all my time trying to debunk this. All my time. I spend about half an hour to an hour a day in between running 3 businesses. This is not really a big part of my life, but when I think about it, as I'm doing it now, I realise that the heliocentric religion is a load of nonsense that you believe because it was repeated, not because you thought about it.
Yeah, it seems like he admitted in the way he was speaking and in the manner in which he had to rebut the arguments that he doesn't know any of it. He just knows the claims, right? So like with any religion where you don't read the text, the sacred textbook, you just join, you accept the claims, and then you go out and proselytize everybody else with those claims. You never read the source material.
Yeah, and the claim that gravity pulls everything to the center, that's just factually wrong. It's not Newton's theory of gravity. Newton's theory of gravity is every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square of the distance. Now, if you have an asymmetry, obviously, it's not going to pull everything to the center. Otherwise, Earth would be a perfect sphere, right? And not a oblate paroid.
Correct. The fact that Earth isn't a perfect sphere debunks the idea that everything's crushed into a sphere on its face.
So I'm gonna post. I posted in the chat a peer-reviewed paper. Do it with all the mathematics that shows that no, a flat Earth would not be crushed into a sphere, and the so-called down vector. Depending on how